Uh, Hello, Assalamualaikum. Assalamualaikum. अजामती कैसा है भैया? सही हो? ठीक है, सबके साथ है। कैसा चल रहा है भैया? अच्छा जी, तो चलो जी शुरू करते हैं। PUBG Mobile Esports.
Now shifts to the teams that have to perform well today because just 8 maps remain until we set the smash score going into Championship Sunday.
Yeah, Bunny, and it's crucial to not fall behind and to stay on the top of these rankings because play today as well.
That's right, we've got young contenders, historic rivalries and legends of the game ready to go toe-to-toe on the Qiddiya City grid.
The better player will meet again for insane games, but which team will see the opportunity?
One step closer to $3 million, inching towards the trophy, the status, the glory, and the legacy. And so, it is time to kick off day 2 of the PMWC finals at the EWC 2026.
Oh, we are so glad to be back. It's time for Miramar to get locked on in. We've been waiting since yesterday to jump into this map. We are going to be treated to that now, and it could not be more important for all of our teams here. They are going to need those points every single time they can get them, and they've got 8 chances today.
That's what it's all about here, to be on top of the leaderboards going into the final day of this tournament tomorrow. That smash point threshold will be set at the end of the day. Normally we start the day out hot in Rondo, but we're going to be starting it out hot in the sandy Miramar Desert. So let's get it going, John. I'm excited for this one.
Oh, absolutely. It is so important for all of these teams to keep their a bit of a marathon. The unexpected 8. You have to be looking for it. It's so much more important than usual. It's kind of easy to 2 extra day, but that's another maybe up to 2 hours that you need to keep your mental focus locked in, dialed down and under control, because every single point matters. And our players know it more than most.
That is right here, folks. $1.7 million on the line here in the finals all by itself. $3 million prize pool total. First place team going to be taking home $500,000. That is exactly what these teams are going to do.
हमारी लॉन्गेस्ट स्ट्रीम होगी, हमारे को पूरे चैनल की जो है वो पूरी लॉन्गेस्ट स्ट्रीम होगी, मतलब 7 घंटे की 7 से 8 घंटे की स्ट्रीम होने वाली है ये तकरीबन, क्योंकि आखिरी जो मैच होगा ना, आखिरी मैच वो होगा 9 तकरीबन आखिरी मैच होगा वो 9 तकरीबन शायद 10 बजे शुरू होना, 9:50 पे। तो आधे घंटे का अगर वो मैच लगा लेते हैं, आधे घंटे का, तो हिसाब से देखें तो तकरीबन 10:20 तक मैचेस होने वाले। लाइक अभी बज रहे हैं 4 और तकरीबन 10:30 बजे तक अगर हम स्ट्रीम करते हैं तो तकरीबन 6.5 घंटे 7 घंटे की लगातार स्ट्रीम होने वाली है और नॉन स्टॉप ये मजा का मजा होने वाला है। भाई देखते हैं क्या होता है यार। तो ये होगा पहला जो होगा मेरा मारा होगा, क्योंकि कल के 2 मैच रह गए टीम के जो टीम्स वगैरह जो है वो
interesting dynamic to let unfold here in terms of those point scoring when it comes to the end of today and the last 2 matches of it. As we're getting locked in, our players boarding the plane for the first time, looking ready. Hopefully Ida don't get too hot with their drops. We know what they like to do, but it's
तो शुरू करते हैं बिना
it's
किसी
not Erangel.
बकचोदी
It's
के।
not Picardo. Sorry, it's not. It may be Picardo. I hope it's not.
Yeah, we're gonna do that.
It's not Erangel. It's not Rondo. So they have to try and get some points on board.
They need to desperately. Let's get this one started here, folks.
Let's get started fast, Miramar.
I know y'all guys at home are excited to see some serious PUBG Mobile action. Let's get into it. Plane path going right down the center in a beautiful diagonal. So these teams, no crazy plane paths to start us off here. But I like what you mentioned. You know, we have to look at it for what it is, right? We're playing 2 Miramars today, and then we're going to be finishing with Miramar today. So it's going to be really interesting to see like how these teams are going to go into the.
और भाई यहाँ जो है ना वो फोर्थ ड्राइव कहाँ उतरने वाली है फोर्थ ड्राइव
time, right? In between all
वैसे
the
तो
other
पकड़
matches
उतरती
to
फोर्थ
prepare
ड्राइव
for those
देखते हैं
finals
फोर्थ ड्राइव कहाँ
here.
उतर रही है
So,
आज
I'm interested to see how these
ठीक
squads
है
start here.
तो देखनी पड़ेगी कि भाई कौन सी टीम कहाँ उतरती है ये सारी चीजें मतलब देखनी
Compare the
पड़ेगी
differences. We haven't seen them yet. We're
तो लेट्स सी क्या होता है क्या होता है
Yeah,
but
yeah.
compare the differences to the adjustments that
क्या
we
होता है पकड़ ही उतर रही है ना
and then look at what
I think so
adjustments we
फोर्थ ड्राइव पकड़ ही उतरेगी
to the end Miramars today. But that's a conversation for later on because we do have to get stuck in.
वाले दिलमार से लेके जो है वो
super quickly.
कैंपो मिल्टर तक
Happened at the
जो
moment.
है वो होने वाला है मतलब जो है ये प्लेन पाथ था
Drops.
और जूम जो है वो बन गया मतलब
Dispersed on the east
ला
side.
कब्रेरिया की साइड पे मतलब ला कब्रेरिया ऊपर वाली साइड से zoom hit करता है नीचे जो हैंड जो है वो पिकाडो पे हो रहा है मतलब
Get back, regroup. The circle up to the north side should
है।
help to pull that apart as
तो
well.
देखते हैं
Maybe some danger between Godlike and Orangutan, but yeah, they're far enough afield. I don't think that they're going to get too aggy with it.
Yeah, you can see Enigma Galaxy. They're going to be heading on over to El Bozo. That is normally.
ठीक है मैग्मा गैलेक्सी जो है वो लगता है
They should be able to get looted up.
ये गुड वो कर रही है
By of course
ठीक है
securing those vehicles.
और यहाँ से मतलब ये कहीं जाके आगे जाएंगे आई थिंक कोई मतलब लंबी किसी बेस पे या कहीं जाके रुकेंगे वहाँ जाके करेंगे इनका मतलब पता नहीं क्या कल हुआ कल आइडिया हुआ मतलब कल इंडिया स्पोर्ट और इनका कोई थोड़ा बहुत हल्का फुल्का फटा हुआ है आई डोंट नो मतलब क्या होगा बाद में क्या होगा तो देखते हैं क्या होता है वैसे कल जिन टीमों का मोमेंटम था ना मोमेंटम फिनिश भी हो सकता है लाइक इस तरीके से यकदम बीच में बैक करना ये किसी भी टीम के मोमेंटम को खत्म करने के लिए काफी होता है और अगर ऐसा हुआ तो बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम कौन सी टीम किसके खिलाफ फाइट ले रही है अच्छा अरोरा गेमिंग किसको फायर कर रही है देखो तो प्लेयर ही नहीं है
Is gone. That's no points for that though. Unfortunately, shrubbery does not count towards your elimination total.
Hey, you always gotta check the bush, all right? You never know. You never know. There could be a random player hiding in that one. And you're gonna see QZZ get his Murata, so he's gonna be.
लेकिन ये है कि प्लेयर जो है वो कल बीमार हो गए तो इसलिए देखते हैं भाई पहली फाइट और पहला किल कौन निकालती कौन सी टीम निकालती और किसके खिलाफ निकाला जाता है
Up north. It seems
अभी टीमें जो है वो बिल्कुल मतलब समझ रहे हो कि पैसे खेल रही हैं कोई टीम किसी फाइट में ना आएगी तो ना उन्होंने आना इतनी जल्दी बट देखते हैं कि क्या होता है क्या नहीं होता टीम अलूला के पीछे लग चुके हैं होरा स्पोर्ट और अलूला के जो इसका बचना तकरीबन सोलो प्लेयर है यहाँ तो एक अलूला के जो प्लेयर है वो बचाने आ जाए इसको
backup needs to come through, but currently no response really being seen from the rest of Alula. They're leaving him kind of high and dry as Jiggle from Aura is going to try and descend on this location too. Finally, they're into the vehicles and they're coming in for the rescue. But will it be too little too late?
बच गया
To the UMP juice.
और क्विक मर गया फर्स्ट किल जो हुआ वो क्विक की तरफ से अलूला की तरफ से क्विक को किया गया है ओरा स्पोर्ट की तरफ से तो देखते हैं कि भाई क्या होता है क्या नहीं होता अलूला जो है वो भी फाइट में आ चुकी है अलूला कहती है भाई लाइक और होरा स्पोर्ट के जो आखिरी प्लेयर है लेकिन जो स्काई है स्लीपी है और स्काई स्लीपी और जिगल है और जो आखिरी प्लेयर है नो प्लेयर वो शायद दूर है ऊपर साइड पे उसकी पोजीशन बहुत अच्छी है अगर वो किसी पे करो कर देते हैं दूर से अगर इनमें से किसी एक को नॉक कर देते हैं तो लाइक होरा स्पोर्ट का यहाँ मतलब रुकना रोक नहीं सकते अलूला जो अपना कुछ रोक नहीं सकते ये बहुत मुश्किल
engaged here into the fight, maybe not, maybe more preoccupied with some loot. They say, you know what, it's fine, we got this under control. They're not pushing, they're being timid. They have lost a player so early. It's not what you want to see. A very aggressive roll down coming through from Ahora in that. in that scenario. Did not want to let Quick get away. I thought maybe they had stopped off a little bit before, but no. They just kept on going, kept hounding that one down. It's worked out here. The question now for me is, as I always talk about,
अब मतलब अलूला की जो अलूला के बीच में और स्पोर्ट के बीच में फाइट अब रुकने वाली है नहीं। अब ये अपने आपस में क्लोज आ चुके हैं। इधर से ये है कि या तो एक हो रहा है नो फेयर की तरफ से नो कर दिएगा आर्चरी और ये फिनिश है, ये फिनिश है। दूसरा एक नो। अच्छा अलूला के जो एक प्लेयर है वो बहुत डैमेज आ रही है।
With the UMP looking to get those finishes, and they are on the run. Nasser trying to at least get some angles here.
ओ भाई वो स्पोर्ट भाई 4 किल कर चुकी आते ही, क्या बात है भाई। हैवी और सबसे पहली फिनिश होने वाली टीम में है वो है अलूला।
Again stuck in early on Miramar. 4 eliminations for the team, 1 apiece. Sleepy will get back to his feet and they can look to re-establish control back down towards
ठीक है। इधर अब इधर एडा स्पोर्ट और फोर फाइट जो है वो फाइट में आ सकते हैं। एडा स्पोर्ट प्लेयर पर लगता है फोर फाइट नहीं लेगी, या तो उनको आइडिया नहीं होगा कि भाई यहाँ एक प्लेयर है। मुझे लगता है भाग जाएंगे डार्किन भाग जाएंगे, क्योंकि उनको है कि भाई फजूल में इतनी जल्दी अपना किल दे देना या अपने टीम के साथ मतलब एक समझ लो कि टीम को जो है लेट गो या डाउन करने की वो बहुत बड़ी हो सकती है। तो इसलिए मुझे नहीं लगता कि डार्किन पे या फाइट में आएंगे, और देखते हैं कि भाई क्या होता है। 4-5 के IQ
Arena up on top, waiting to see when Godlike's going to wake up. They definitely need to.
अच्छा हीरा स्पोर्ट के रीटा और उधर लॉगमा गैलेक्सी के सैटर्न ये एक हाई ग्राउंड पे बैठे हैं, बट हीरा स्पोर्ट के रीटा के पास उस तरीके का हाई ग्राउंड नहीं जितना के निगमा गैलेक्सी के सैटर्न के पास है। और अब मुझे लगता है कि ये जो निगमा गैलेक्सी के सैटर्न जो है, अगर इससे जैसे आइडिया होगा कि रीटा आसपास है तो भाई ब्रो लिटरली ये तो होगा, ये तो फिर जाएगा। हीरा स्पोर्ट का जो आखिरी प्लेयर है जाएगा, बट अगर इसको आइडिया ना हुआ, उसको आइडिया होगा इस तरीके से ये बंदों की तरफ देख रहा है, फायर कर दिया इसने, उसको आइडिया होगा तो फिर ये क्या, क्योंकि उसने तो बैठ जाना इसके ऊपर, एम रख के बैठ जाना कि भाई एम रखो बैठो मारो मार दो। और अगर उसने मार दिया तो भाई इसको बचाना मुश्किल हो जाएगा, क्योंकि टीम ऊपर भी नहीं आ सकती, ये नीचे जाएगा तो नीचे हो जाएगा वैसे का वैसे। और भाई साइलेंस खत्म, दौड़ गया, गलत था डिसीजन।
And Furia may be able to get the res here for Enigma Galaxy. It is not a good start. In third place, you don't want to be losing players early, not like this.
और IQ की तरफ से प्लेयर नॉक किया जाता है। अच्छा IQ जो शायद फ्लैश को टॉपसी को नॉक करते हैं आप, वो मतलब दूर है, दोनों दोस्त हैं एक दूसरे के। निगमा गैलेक्सी ऊपर है, और मुझे लगता है यूरिया का जो प्लेयर है अयाला, उनको बिल्कुल आइडिया नहीं है कि ऊपर प्लेयर है।
Slipping. Now he's going to go for the 1v2. Gotta watch out for that.
और बाउजी की तरफ से IQ को नॉक कर दिया जाता है। क्या IQ बचेंगे या नहीं बचेंगे?
Push it back and forth. Finds the angle and catches the 1v2 against Furia.
He baited out so many of the shotgun shells.
अच्छा जी देखते हैं कि क्या 4-5 के टीम फ्लैश की टॉप में वाले दोनों एक दूसरे के साथ साथ ही पॉइंट्स में बिल्कुल पॉइंट दोनों के बराबर हैं। अच्छा बाउजी फिर नॉक हो गया, लगता है क्लोज रेंज की फाइट होगी अब ये। अच्छा ज़्यूस नॉक, अच्छा ये ज़्यूस फिनिश भी हो गया थे। ओ भाई 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 फोर थ्राइव जो है फाइट में आ गई, और इधर बहुत अच्छा खेला है कूप्स ने ब्रो। ओ भाई क्यूब्स अच्छा खेल रही है ब्रो, मतलब कूप्स अच्छा खेल रहा है फ्यूरिया के खिलाफ। पूरिया मतलब शायद आखिरी प्लेयर पर रहेगी अब आखिरी, और वो भी किसी तरीके से एंगल हरका का एंगल मिला तो वो भी जाएंगे फ्यूरिया के, मतलब क्योंकि दूर है। और जो इसका ओ भाई 1v4 कर दिया यार निगमा गैलेक्सी के कोच ने ब्रो। ओ ब्रो भाई 350 मीटर दूर मारा उसने, और इसको लूट भी मिल गया। अच्छा जी टीम फ्लैग जो है वो भी आखिरी प्लेयर बचा।
As 4 thrives are going to be the main benefactors of that, getting 3 elims. I think they're the team that's taken down all 3 players so far from Flash. Aurora
1v4 किया ब्रो बैंचो मैन
hills to the north side of it. They are not going to contest it just yet. So for 4 thrives, they now have to move in, because we did see a fairly hard east shift on this zone.
Yeah, that's eastern shift.
मतलब ये जो 4 थ्राइव अभी यहाँ से जा रही है सर्कल की तरफ, सर्कल को देखना पड़ेगा 4 थ्राइव IQ कैसे मतलब सर्कल में क्या करते हैं क्या नहीं करते हैं, देखना पड़ेगा सब कुछ क्या किया जाता क्या नहीं किया जाता। मुझे लगता है या तो किसी के अंदर से कुछ फ्यूल साल का वो रोना होगा।
As far as teams that are not here yet, you're going to be looking at Nosham Red Force. They're all the way down in Los Leones. They're still in the blue zone here.
अगर वैसे बात करें तो
Pushing the latest
जो है ना
into the
Coops,
circle.
वो उसके प्लेयर को लूट तो मिल गई है। अब अगर उसके पास गोलियां हैं, मतलब अभी 400-500 गोलियां और जून जहाँ ही बनता है जहाँ वो खड़े हैं, तो भाई बहुत अच्छे किल निकालने वाले कूप्स। एटलीस्ट मेरे मुताबिक 12-13 किल्स तो निकाल लेंगे मेरे मुताबिक, मतलब ये होगा बहुत मतलब हैवी चीज होगा। एक हाई ग्राउंड तो मिल जाता ना। अच्छा इधर त्यांबा दिखा रहे हैं, कल त्यांबा और वैटालिटी की बहुत सारी फाइट्स रही हैं, तो उनके पीछे देखा जाएगा तो वैटालिटी इधर सामने दिखा तो ऐसे
just going to hold out for the time being. See if you can hold down on these houses. Just trading shots. Ooh.
Oh,
Raazis found
भाई रैजी जो है वो AWM उठाइएगा भाई।
That's my favorite. The AWM. I want to see some snipes, man. Nothing gets me more excited than see a crazy flick headshot to turn the game around. Let's see what Razy can do. He's got the 8x too. Let's see what this replay. Coops, pow, gets the knock on the silence. Wins the clutch 1v1 here against the Yao. Look at the terrain usage from Coops here, just beautiful.
Yeah, that's what I was highlighting before, right? That shotgun bait coming through from Coops, peeking up quickly and back down, dodging the shells coming through, forcing that weapon swap. He knows that he's going to have the advantage.
ये नेड भाई बहुत awesome, ये awesome नेड था, मतलब कहते हैं ना हिलने का मौका नहीं मिला उसको, बिल्कुल भी चीज को हिलने का मौका नहीं मिला। फर्स्ट टीम जो है वो फर्स्ट टीम में दूसरी टीम फिनिश हुई है फ्यूरिया, पहली तो अलूला होगी ना।
It's a little unfriendly. Next circle comes on through. And that
देखो फोर्थ ड्राइव
towards San Martin.
फोर्थ ड्राइव देखिए, जैसे फोर्थ ड्राइव जो है वो गाड़ियों मूव कर रहे हैं और उसके आसपास जो है वो अरोरा गेमिंग।
And teams are going to start to crunch in onto the middle. It's roadside to the southwest of water treatment.
त्यांबा और एसपीजी की फाइट होगी और त्यांबा जो है इस फाइट को मतलब वो कर रही है, डोमिनेट कर रही है।
Themselves alive.
क्या करते हैं कि त्यांबा
just how tough it can be to move past this location.
ठीक है,
Yeah, smart there.
एक मतलब एक बंदा तो फिनिश होगा। अब त्यांबा मुझे लगता है त्यांबा जो है त्यांबा भी यार रुकना नहीं चाहती, बल्कि जून में है त्यांबा। एसपीजी है वो फाइट नहीं लेना चाहती, फाइट चाहती है कि भाई इधर रुका जाए आराम से कौन से अपना करता। पर एसपीजी वो प्लेयर है, उनकी गाड़ियां वगैरह जो है वो गाड़ियों को कंप्रोमाइज वगैरह कर दिया जाता है, खराब कर दिया ताकि
is pretty solid if the zone shifts away from them. The most important thing though is protecting those vehicles. It's very weak to that hill behind them. So they're gonna have to put them in some different spots just in case the zone shifts.
इधर कोई फाइट
It is
होती है या
that
नहीं
they
होती।
are sat right next to that is
देखते हैं कि कौन सी टीम जो है वो मतलब चार गेमों में फोर्थ ड्राइव ने निकाले थे 25 पॉइंट, मतलब समझ रहे हो 6 के साथ 6 जो कि 6 पॉइंट की एवरेज।
blockage of trying to get across that open ground, which is going to be difficult for Vitality unless they can find a big opener, crack the can open with that AWN, land that shot.
फोर्थ ड्राइव अरोरा टॉप पे नॉक कर दिया, टॉप फिनिश।
Oh, that's a huge one.
Aurora gets spotted.
370 मीटर दूर भाई।
Stuck into the fight.
भाई सबसे बड़ा इसमें मजा यही आता है, बहुत मजा आता है। अरोरा के साथ ये फाइट होगी, फुल फ्लैश फाइट होगी या बहुत हैवी
with 4 elims already on the card. Aurora going to be contributing to the points tally for fourth drives fairly soon, it looks like.
Oh भाई हैवी
a big boom through the window.
All dead हो गए, नाइस
Ain't got nothing in the face of fourth drives who look to mark the start to their ascendancy.
And the crowd.
वो फाइटें जो बहुत लोग होती है क्या फलक शॉट पड़ रही है या फलक गोली में तो नहीं आ गई।
Their name. This is what they want to see, and this isn't going to get just any squad here, folks. This is
6 kill कर लिए फोर्थ ड्राइव में, मतलब ठीक है,
crushing it here so far. So that's the 4th place team out. 4 drives and 6 now with 6 eliminations, looking really strong.
अरोरा गेमिंग जैसी एक अच्छी टीम को करना, और जिसके पास कल पूरा का गया कि एक मोमेंटम था। फोर्थ ड्राइव को शायद कल की वजह से या आज की वजह से मोमेंटम, मतलब कल की वजह से जो है ना वो मोमेंटम नहीं था, आज मोमेंटम मिला। आज जो मोमेंटम मिला है,
adrenaline moments, but you cannot allow yourself to drop off after
फोर्थ ड्राइव को मिला आज मोमेंटम, कल इनके पास मोमेंटम नहीं था और आज इनको मिलेगा मोमेंटम। ये चीज बहुत अच्छी बात है। रेड फोर्स जो आ रही है जैसे, और अगर देखा जाए तो आईक्यू जो है बिल्कुल दूर रहता है टीम से, और इधर सोईजी आ रहे हैं फोर्थ ड्राइव की तरफ से, शायद इन्फो ले रहे हैं, क्या कर रहे हैं अब ये देखना पड़ेगा। फोर्थ ड्राइव जो है यहाँ से फोर्थ ड्राइव का सुनिए, फोर्थ ड्राइव जो है यहाँ से फौरन निकलने की ट्राई करेगी कि भाई फौरन निकला जाए, फौरन के।
I was going to say 2 teams, but it's 1 plus another player. Tops the last player alive for Flash. That was done.
मुझे लगता है नगमा गैलेक्सी जो है वो फाइट लेने की कोशिश कर रही है। हाँ पक्की बात है, अलग जो है वहाँ से
Now fourth
वो
rise.
चले गए
Now,
बैक
I'll tell
साइड
you
पे।
one thing. When it comes to the finals, I'm already feeling a different level of aggression here. Like these teams are pushing immediately the second they feel weakness.
स्काई वर्सेस टॉमी की फाइट होगी, स्काई वर्सेस ओरा की
So
फाइट
Sky
होगी।
get an elimination in the feed.
मतलब निगमा गैलेक्सी को फाइट लेने के लिए यार रुकी पड़ी है, मतलब इन्होंने फाइट लेनी है क्या?
Just to that
जून मतलब जो है वो
bottom right
वो नहीं है।
side
Yeah.
of San
अब
Martin.
देखते हैं कि अपनी फाइट
This is on board with the fight in the northwest now as Horror are able to find Salme. They got that flush that
और
was
एस पावर को फायर
earlier.
पड़ा जाता है।
Godlike,
और
they
एस
are
पावर का यार रुकना बड़ा वो होगा, अपने प्लेयर के साथ मुझे लगता है जाके वो
his team and they
करेंगे।
should be fine out there.
ठीक है, अपने प्लेयर के साथ रीग्रुप किया जाएगा, मुझे लगता है कि यही चीज होने वाली है।
Between these two teams, maybe for the next minute or so. Oh dear.
Oh no, not like this.
That's a real bozo play right there coming through.
Yeah.
That is
अब देखते हैं कि फोर्थ राइव और क्या निगमा गैलेक्सी वाकई में फाइट लेना चाहते हैं या मतलब कुछ
He almost got away with
क्या
it
होगा?
too. You know what I'm saying?
मतलब हो रहा है स्पोर्ट को जून से वो कर रहा है।
Too good, right? Had to show.
फोर्थ राइव यहाँ मतलब ले रही है, वो हल्की
You
इनको
missed
क्या
this,
करा जाए
right?
क्या नहीं करा
That
जाए।
is where it's
तो
at.
let's see। मुझे लगता है कि आईक्यू यहाँ फाइट लेने नहीं देंगे, आईक्यू कभी भी नहीं चाहेंगे कि जब 6 किल निकाल चुके हैं फोर्थ राइव ने, फोर्थ राइव इतनी जल्दी फिनिश हो जाए।
For first place.
फोर्थ राइव यहीं कभी भी आईक्यू भाई बेस्ट आईजीएल है।
Crazy with the AWM starting to put in some work.
shouldering that can opener. Looks to try
Tiamba के साथ फाइट होगी
the
कल की तरफ
seams.
से वाटर
Tiamba's hold on the longhouse, but
ठीक है।
we know what Tiamba can do when they're holding down a longhouse, so we know what
Yeah,
they can do at least. Vitality.
ये क्या था? ये क्या था bro?
Find it,
What
the
is
red
this
comes
bro?
through.
What is
Ilu
this
is the
behavior
late
bro?
lead.
कितना waste
Healing done.
करना।
Razy is
और तियांबा के ईगल की जो फाइट वो है ना
But
पोजीशन है
stay
बहुत ज्यादा
on the
क्रूशियल
rooftops
पोजीशन
here
है।
is bold from QZZ. It may just work. but
ओ भाई भाई भाई
the
नाइस।
response is brutal.
ओ
Follow it up over towards Aching now. Only one.
भाई 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 क्या हो रहा है
Looking
bro?
to try and
क्या हो
hold
रहा
it down. With the
नीलू जो है
Molotov,
नेड़
it's
कराने
gonna
के
slow it out.
लिए लेकिन
Ed's got
नेड़
back
करा नहीं
through
सकते
from
नीचे
Axel.
उन्हें
Where's the backup coming from Eagle? He's too far away to get involved here. The nade dribbles down the stairs. Might prove to be difficult to get past there. Does go down. And the res is still yet to come through.
अब तियांबा जो है कि ईगल है ना वो बचा सकते हैं, आप देखते हैं कि क्या करते हैं तियांबा के। ये
Floor may just blast them apart, but Eagle
हैवी ब्रो हैवी। मिलू नॉक करता है राइजक को।
He's leaving it up to Milu, say you got this.
ओ मिलू नॉक डेढ़ से नॉक हो गया शायद, सब हल्का फुल्का उससे डैमेज से और रॉकेट रेड बॉल की
So that is
ओजी से फाइट हो जाती है। ओजी नॉक, निगमा गैलेक्सी के सैटन की नॉक।
unfortunate for them, but you know what? Vitality soaking up some good
अब
points.
फाइटें रुकने का नाम नहीं आ रही है, इस
The
क्वार्टर
Eagle has
फोर
blown away
फाइट होगी,
here.
मतलब यहाँ
It
फाइट
is
नहीं
not-
और ओजी जो है वो नॉक हो रही है,
Not entirely sure what he's
नॉक्सिंग
trying
रेड
to
बॉल
do.
से आता
Maybe wants to
नॉक हो रही है, फिनिश हो रही है, मतलब वो
The rest of your team is dead,
दोबारा
mate.
नॉक कर दिए गए एक के
About
ओपी।
that Vitality.
और यहाँ पर टीम वाटा है जो ये मैं
A really
नहीं
great
अच्छा था, इधर
opener.
फाइट में
With
थर्ड
that
पार्टी
AWM
कर
that
रहे
we
हैं,
were talking about.
लेकिन ये रिवाइव हो जाएंगे आराम से उनसे,
And he was able to
ये रिवाइव हो जाएंगे आराम
rolling with
से।
some big nades up to the top of the roof and a couple more positions beside. Amino looking to stop the run out from Vitality, and they will.
S2G फिनिश हो जाती है, नेक्स्ट टीम जो है फिनिश होती है, जो निकलती है वो S2G है।
Crazy shot.
तो let's see क्या होता है।
I know that there is an AWM somewhere around there. And oh, nice shots there. They know exactly where he is. They say, oh, you think you have this down? Oh, that headshot though. Said, okay, how about you highlight some of that?
मतलब तियांबा और टीम वाटालिटी, मुझे लगा तियांबा एंड पे है ना, तियांबा के साथ आखिरी प्लेयर है, तियांबा फिनिश होगी।
Dare you to go over that rock.
ये AW भाई लेके बैठा था, इसको आइडिया भी नहीं था कि भाई कोई AW भी चला सकता है ब्रो।
The shot from the shot.
ओ भाई नहीं बचेगा, एडमिन नहीं बचेगा, टीम उसकी बहुत दूर है भाई।
Stuff. They baited him into thinking it was a rifle fight as well. Trades, and then he was like, I'm going to win this trade surely.
ओ भाई AW वाली बहुत हैवी थी ब्रो, AW वाली शॉट बहुत हैवी थी ब्रो।
Down to 2 players alive after losing one earlier to Horror on that northwest edge. Oh, Tizzy, that's not good news. That's
Oh, Tizzy finish.
by 4 thrives on the southeast.
Now we're going to go ahead and see Vitality. That goes to show you, folks, the bolt action
जी।
can change the game for you. And it worked
भाई
out.
घंटे से बहुत अब
Clutching it up.
बहुत बड़ा एडमिनों का जो था ना वो बहुत, आप इधर
Gonna have to hold those
कैसे क्या रोक पाएंगे आप पुश, मुझे नहीं लग रहा कि मतलब एडमिनों की तरफ से जो अच्छा था, मतलब आई डोंट नो, मतलब जो भी है उनकी मर्जी होती है, बट जो भी मुझे अब
for free.
ठीक है,
Just trying
मैं
to
उनके जितना एक्सपीरियंस नहीं है, बट जो है उनको आइडिया था, मेरा पहला एक प्लेयर नॉक हो चुका है, अगर एक भी मैं भी नॉक होता हूँ तो बहुत मसला था।
catch somebody off
सही है,
guard.
थर्ड पार्टी करना,
Here we go into the end.
देखते हैं कि भाई क्या करते हैं क्या नहीं करते हैं।
Starting to close. And this is an interesting one. I mean, we still have San Martin in play. A lot of open field though as well. You can see Aaron getting
यूरोप की तरफ से नोक्सिम रेड फोर्स बहुत सारी टीमों की तरफ से एक करके उनके पॉइंट हासिल किए जा रहे हैं, तो मुझे लगता है नोक्सिम रेड फोर्स है वो सीधी जो है मुंह पे पुश करने वाली है टोटल के ऊपर। ओह फेडरलेस नॉक।
And now S-Power on the inside has more to say. The suppressor on the end of the
नोक्सिम रेड फोर्स की तरफ 4th राइव के प्लेयरों को नॉक किया जा रहा है।
loud with it, and he looks for more as well.
मुझे लगता है टीम और 4th राइव
S-Power, and he looks for the flushes to keep it going.
मुझे लगता है 4th राइव एंड होगी शायद।
Will not be in this fight just yet.
हाँ 4th राइव एंड होगी शायद।
And in comes the backup, Manya.
He hit him with the Molotov, and now Razak is down to 1 HP. And
4th राइव, ओ भाई पूरी की पूरी टीम एंड होगी ब्रो। 4th राइव शायद एंड होगी ना।
Coming through for godlike on the north.
4th राइव शायद आई थिंक एंड होगी बिल्कुल।
Taking enough out of them, but no.
आखिरी प्लेयर बचे हैं शाह।
Burning.
let's get this going. Are you kidding me? Day 2 of the finals starting off hot here. Multiple.
Nice, bro. Nice.
S-Power at the end of the day yesterday said the domination begins, and now it has begun.
Unleashing that luxurious hair, sweeping it left and right with the shotgun shells ringing out in the ears of his enemies. Vitality have no idea what hit him. Milu, S-Power, these longhouse shotgun plays, I'm telling you, man, there's something special about it. I love to see it. I absolutely adore it. With 5 eliminations now in the game, Godlike looking to keep their
भाई क्या देखने को मिल रहा था गोल्ड का 4th ट्राई यार बहुत बुरा हुआ। एक प्लेयर बचे हैं सिर्फ 5 पॉइंट है मेरे पास। अगर यहाँ प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट भी कोई 2 3 4 मिल जाते 10 पॉइंट के आसपास 4th ट्राई निकालती तो अच्छा था, बट स्टार्ट अच्छा था पर एंड जो है ना वो इतना अच्छा नहीं रहा। एंड जो है बहुत बुरा रहा है। तो देखते हैं कि भाई आखिरी प्लेयर कौन सा है। आई थिंक IQ तो नहीं है शायद, देखना पड़ेगा कि आखिरी प्लेयर कौन सा है 4th ट्राई की तरफ से।
So hot here. Coops had a 1v4 earlier. They're sitting with 4 points on the edge of the circle. Satan, I believe, does have a position. Oh, I think this is still out of zone. So
अभी वो एक चांस था, मतलब अगर देख रहा ना 4th ट्राई के 32 पॉइंट है।
This one's going to start chunking you down. So he's going to go ahead and healed up. Yeah, already getting shot. He's like, oh, I thought I was safe. Nope.
You thought.
अच्छा जी निगमा गैलेक्सी हेड
Down he goes.
हो गया 4th राइव के पास। अब मौका था 4th राइव अगर थोड़ा बहुत ज्यादा पॉइंट निकालती तो टॉप 4 या टॉप 5 में आ जाती। तो अलग की तरफ से नॉक कर दिया जाता है पावर को और पावर फिनिश।
I didn't say I thought it was going to be successful. It's
आखिरी प्लेयर बचे हैं तो माना भी फिनिश हो जाता है। अच्छा गोरल जो है 6 पॉइंट लेके जो है वो फिनिश हो जाती है।
on their route out of this game.
Hey, it's plays like that that could be the difference, right?
2 3 4 5 6 7 टीमें एक आधा जो है वो
like losing players early, still put some good points on the board on the back of that 1v4. Looking on over to Enigma Galaxy though, what are they going to do? They got their eyes set onto Ida.
भाई जो टॉप वाली टीम है जैसे निगमा गैलेक्सी वो अच्छा खेल रही है ब्रो।
Transition by Sky.
निगमा गैलेक्सी लाइक 4 पॉइंट हासिल किए हैं और अभी भी मतलब खेल रही है। ये अरीना जो है उसका एक प्लेयर भी उनका नहीं मरा।
And they should be
मतलब बहुत कंसिस्टेंट है भाई।
I mean, that was a long range assist coming through. Hodder on that north side. I think that's at least
ये नेड आया, ये नेड आया, ये क्या
really helpful hand.
3-4 का नॉक हो गया।
Evening Galaxy on 2. Ralph now in position to potentially look for the red.
चलो मतलब 8 पॉइंट निकाले हैं 4th राइव ने, लेकिन 8 पॉइंट भाई करेंगे नहीं। मतलब चाहिए 4th राइव को अब एक आधा चिकन डिनर तो चाहिए फिलहाल।
On the inside as well, which is going to allow Enigma Galaxy to get back to fighting form, and they're in the zone too. E-Arena in the versus Aura on the north side though.
Enigma Galaxy full मतलब वो उसके अंदर है जो कि
I think either are just kind of holding him out here because they realize the zone is coming and the edge of this might be outside of it, but let's see.
E-Arena और Aura Esports की फाइट होगी, अब जाके E-Arena फाइट ले रही है।
That crucial first knock. Rita trying to make some
क्या कर रहा है भाई?
The off angle here from Ida is going to be huge. Let's see what he can do from that spot.
Could have been huger, but I think he just dropped the nade into the sand dune instead of getting over towards the opponents there. Not quite as efficacious as you need to be.
का दूसरा प्लेयर
picture this fight across the map. Horror really suffering against the
I think Horror Esports जो है एंड में
they all over Ida on the run out now.
ये Horror Esports डेड हो गया।
And there is just a
और टीम फ्लैश का एक प्लेयर अभी तक बचा हुआ भाई।
A tide of lead sweeps them straight back in the door. They
देखते हैं ईडा स्कोर क्या करती है 2 पॉइंट है ईडा
I'm so shocked that they ran out like that. Let's see what Nick
Oh,
McGowan
bhai,
can do
bhai,
on this
bhai.
push. though.
टॉपसी भाई लग टॉपसी
In the front line.
कर सकते हैं भाई टॉपसी यहाँ से किल चोरी कर सकते हैं सबके इनके किल कुल चोरी कर सकते हैं बल्कि बैक स्टैब करें अगर निगमा गैलेक्सी को तो बहुत अच्छा होगा कि बाकी टीमों को तो थोड़ा सांस मिले ना भाई कि क्या हो रहा है
Shotguns out.
अच्छा 3 फ्लैश डेड होगी
Angles there, peppering up the side of Ralph. These guys are level 3 out of their minds though right now.
भाई यहाँ तो लेडम लेड हो रही
Goodness me, there's the
Top four में आ चुके हैं हम।
Irina taking shots across the way, but because of course Irina did clean up the fight with horror just a
भाई ये
moment
रीना
ago as well. Hot Jukes
बहुत चांस है यूएलएफ और ये रीना तो ये तो फाइट यहाँ निगमा गैलेक्सी को तो बहुत हर्ट करेगी कुछ ना कुछ अगर एक प्लेयर भी निगमा गैलेक्सी का तो चाहता है तो बहुत मुश्किल होगी
going to continue to put the pressure down, but
और भाई पीछे यूएलएफ आ गई
Galaxy are taking shots from across the way. They get rid of Ida, but now Ulf step into their shoes, take down one Turkish team, another one's here to play.
Hello, Catch is right there waiting for you. Aaron's gonna have to turn around though, throw a smoke down, trying to be able to get up Solus. Nigma Galaxy though, great start, 8 eliminations so far. Ulf had 9.
Solus तो गया भाई.
But hey, Irina's gonna have something to say about that. They're gonna go ahead and start throwing some util.
I think it's Irina.
Ulf are gonna have to decide where is the biggest threat here, and it's gotta be Irina.
15, 20, 15, 16, 17, 18 पॉइंट
Pick up his teammate, but Irina's
पॉइंट ज़्यादा हुआ तो बहुत पॉइंट का फर्क बहुत डिफरेंस लिटरली इतना डिफरेंस हो जाए और
so much more free and easy for them. They could take control
25-30 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस
June all the way out to their west side, but with Coops still in action, they are penned in here. Solus bleeding out, and Irina can start to establish that chokehold on them.
Oh, vehicle coming on up. Here come the mollies too.
ये मोली बहुत गलत है मोली गलत है
here. Scarface on the other side is getting peppered as well. He's gonna throw some
I know.
but Ulf just
Irina की तरफ से
Irina
और ये नॉक ये फिनिश
that's gonna
नहीं
pepper
बच गया अच्छा
real good. And then
और यहाँ भाई क्या
Galaxy as well.
ओ भाई ये टाइम था निगमा गैलेक्सी के बाद वो पीछे हो जाए बट चिकन है ये इनका ये रीना का चिकन है
of them sweeping out to the west that really came back to bite them here. Tony K layering down some more now, and Nick Galaxy with a 2 versus 4. Well, Coops can do it on his own.
ये चिकन जो है वो निगमा गैलेक्सी का नहीं हो सकता यूएलएफ कह रहा हूँ ये रीना का ही चिकन है वो हील अप कर चुके हैं उनके पास जून का कंट्रोल आ चुका है वो जो है वो आ चुके हैं इधर से जैसे उनको आइडिया होगा कि ये यहाँ बैठे हैं वो आगे इनके ऊपर फिर नहीं रुकेंगे वो
Looking to apply it here. Coops with the headshots. Gets peppered up a little bit though in the process. The thing is that these guys are out of position big time. It's going to take a miracle for Nick Galaxy to do it. But we saw one before. We could see it here again for the 3rd time in this game.
That would be pretty insane. That would probably be the most 1v4s we've ever seen in a single match of competitive PUBG Mobile at this level.
निगमा गैलेक्सी जो है वो जोन जब फाइट हो रही है यूएलएफ की तब अगर आपसे बैक स्टैप करते ये रीना का तब बहुत बड़ा फाइट
open concrete.
अब नहीं हो सकता निगमा गैलेक्सी ने मतलब वो किया बहुत अब इनके पास जून का कंट्रोल है वो 2-2 का सपोर्ट और ये बहुत मतलब हार्ड करने वाला
Now, if for some reason
तो देखते हैं भाई क्या होता
है 2 of these players now, okay, yeah, Schweppes is going to move on over, play that mid range. I like that. You know, just better safe than sorry. Use your numbers advantage, use the blue zone, and Irina should have this locked down.
Yeah, they're playing this very, very safe. Irina looking to try and convert from the top of the tables to a chicken dinner at the start of today. It would be so incredible for them to open that kind of a lead.
या तो वहां से निकले ये जो लेफ्ट साइड है रीना की
साइड पे बैक साइड पे about it before. Schweppes
जो थोड़ी बहुत ही बची है उधर आ जाना फिर
to get the 3rd title of PMWC champion. The only player in the world with that opportunity.
Oh, here come Irina. They're going to go on the push, but they're going to get aggressive. They take down Coops. It's just Raouf, and that is it.
Irina भाई चिकन निकाले bro. Irina बहुत हैवी खेल रही है bro.
And they were on top of the leaderboards here, so that's going to push them even further beyond.
And they played that north side well. They rotated through. They weren't over aggressive.
बहुत लेट रोटेट किया Irina ने फिर किल निकालने मतलब मेरे मुताबिक शायद इनके अगर 5 और तकरीबन 10 पॉइंट है 20 पॉइंट के आसपास का चिकन डिनर है इनका
Nothing that Nick Galaxy can do. The flex out I think was probably okay, but was pretty bold, and I liked it. I liked it towards the end there. But Irina, they should be happy to kick things off today with a chicken dinner, but we've seen them do that before. We've seen them do that before in record-breaking fashion. I do not want a repeat of what happened for the rest of that.
देख रहे हो यार हैवी
Keep that pace, and it is.
यहाँ लोगों को मेटा का फर्क पड़ता है पाकिस्तान कह रहा हूँ इंटरनेशनल टीमों को मेटा का कोई डिफरेंस चेक करा भाई यूज यहाँ जो है वो SMG चला रहे हैं कुछ भी चला रहे हैं लाइक वो AWM चला रहा है ये वो चला रहा है भाई सही है.
There's still the capacity to close that gap, but yeah, very happy with that opener. It felt controlled as well in a way that I think that the big rondo that they had didn't quite feel like it was as much their agency, even though they were proactive and they were doing things. This felt like it was much more Arena's victory.
Yeah, I mean, the Thai squad coming in so hot here off the rip. They're looking strong. And let's see if they can continue that dominance here in a bit.
ला भाई पीछे से क्या है शोर आ रहा है शोर अच्छा जी
Apparently, it's impossible to say rough twice in a row.
Rough?
Twice in a row.
Rough.
Ooh, good boy!
Get leapfrogging ahead and continue this bleed out for Genji.
Careful if they get too close to that terminal market area. Godlike knows that there's going to be a lot of people wanting to go for shots onto the most notably 17, who's going to have to be making some moves.
Nice.
Bounces, rolls in good, gets damage.
Smith, he is one of our
Gas station, they realized one of the players from SUG. Oops, so good in the CQC though.
It's going to be tricky. I would say too. With the Molotov burning, it's going to slow it out, but there's the off angle coming through from Axel. Where's the backup? Coming from Eagle. He looks for more as well. 3 players fall at the feet of S.
Vitality, that goes to show you folks.
That
could change the game for you, and it works out here. AWM clutching it up. Now you can see the rest of it.
गोडल की फाइट होती है भाई ये तो जो है वो क्या कहते हैं इसका ओवर करके ना ओवर होके जो है ये प्लेयर जो है ये घुसते हैं मतलब कहते हैं ना ओवर बने हैं ये बहुत ज्यादा ओवर होके घुसते हैं अब ये देखना भाई
doing some little pre-fire shots onto some windows looking to possibly catch somebody off guard. But here we go into the end game. Stage 5, circle starting to close. And this is an interesting one. I mean, we still have San Martin in play. A lot of open field, though, as well. You can see Aaron getting in some headshots onto So Easy. And now here comes Team Vitality on the push.
They're looking to roll around. 2 players now remain for Godlike.
Yeah.
Federalis leads the charge into the position.
अब यहाँ गया गुस्से
Molotov on the window.
गोली कराई हैवी ब्रो हैवी मतलब इधर हैवी था क्या हैवी 1v2 1v3 ब्रो हैवी क्या बात है भाई हैवी क्या भैंस क्या मार रहा ब्रो ये क्या मार रहा माफिया भाई क्या मारा ब्रो और ये आखिरी 1v4 कर दिया माफिया को 4 भाई भैया ठोक दिए भाई कसम से यार ये क्या किया है माफिया लिटरली ब्रो
Let's get this going. Are you kidding
me? क्या किया भाई 1v4 कर दिया टीम उन्होंने कुछ सोचा कि भाई टीम वाइटैलिटी जाएगी क्या भाई तोड़ दिया भाई तबाह कर दिया भाई टीम वाइटैलिटी को ना यहाँ तबाह किया भाई लिटरली तबाह किया भाई लिटरली तबाह कर दिया सोच रहे हो 1v4 है जो टीम वाइटैलिटी के ऊपर
Pertama-tama mungkin dari peralatannya ya kok, karena peralatannya di sini benar-benar bagus, benar-benar disupport banget. Saya senang banget bisa difasilitasi buat bisa jadi co-stream di sini. Dan untuk viewers di live chat, mereka semua senang karena melihat peralatan yang proper ada di sini.
First of all, I just want to say this is like the best equipment I have ever found. This is like a full equipment.
Immortality मतलब वो तो उसका समझ रहे हो क्या?
So it's just like a very
जो last आप जो group stages में थे ना शायद गोडल के group stages में थी या पता नहीं सर्वाइवल स्टेज में है दोनों मुझे याद नहीं है बट वो टॉप पे बैठी थी और पता नहीं कितने बहुत अच्छा डोमिनेट के साथ खेली थी नहीं ग्रुप स्टेजेस में थी गोडल के ग्रुप स्टेजेस में थी और वो बहुत हैवी खेल रही थी और मैं तो इधर तोड़ दिया मैं कोई हिलने भी नहीं दिया
กูหันหลังสมองนะเอาเลยนะขวาตัวเดียวที่เหลืออีกตัวซ้ายก็จอดนะมีเกก็มีซ้ายสุดอะตัวเดียวตรงนั้นตัวเดียวให้ผมดิไอ้ก็เจนเกอร์ลึกกันเราเกอร์รอได้คิวป่ะตัวท้ายอะได้หมดเลย
E-Arena coming in hot, wanting to maintain that first place. And boy, what a start for this team here in day 2, even though we're going to be playing some matches from day 1. Still, E-Arena, this is what we've been wanting to see, especially when you teased us with the 29 eliminations.
Yeah, I was like, we cannot afford to see a flash in the pan performance from E-Arena, but man, they delivered. I will say, the reason why they won is some teams doing some mistakes, right? We'll dive into it a little bit deeper here with Natura, but man, E-Arena putting up the 10 placement points from that chicken dinner, 10 eliminations on top of that. They were already number 1.
Yeah.
And now they're creating a gap.
Yes.
Hey, it seems like this tournament might be the chase after the White Rabbits.
Absolutely. Like, you've got Enigma Galaxy coming in here. They were in 3rd place coming into the 3rd game here, so they've done a bit to extend that gap a little bit more. But you've got Ulf, you've got 4 Thrives. Those kinds of teams, they're also bringing some heat to the game here, Lace.
Yeah, I don't know what you guys are going on about still this first 29 match. Did you guys have eyes yesterday? E-Arena, have been performing the entire time. This ain't even
Enigma 15 और ULF 14 और 4 Thrive 8
so much
उसके बाद
progression
7 5
every single match. It's been amazing to watch. Yeah, we're going to revert back to that, you know, that huge.
टॉप वाली दोनों टीमें भाई हैवी खेल रही हैं मतलब नेट टू नेट है इतना मतलब उनके तरफ डिफरेंस नहीं है उनके अंदर ना समझ रहे हो
has been king.
Yeah, and for Enigma Galaxy, it's all about that.
6 पॉइंट कूद के 2 पॉइंट और के एक सैटर्न के लोड शायद शुरू में मार गया था ना मुझे लगता है लोड लोड तो वो मार गए थे फ्यूरिया के आसपास फ्यूरिया से जब फाइट हो रही थी फ्यूरियस के साइलेंस ने जो है लोड को मार दिया तो इसकी वजह से उसका पॉइंट नहीं निकला बाकी पूरी टीम ने मिलकर देखो 6 2 8 9 पॉइंट के साथ मतलब जो सेकंड नंबर में फिनिश किया 9 और 6 कितने हो गए 15 पॉइंट अभी था बहुत अच्छा खेला मतलब लाइक यार बहुत ऊपर वाली जो टीम है बहुत अच्छा खेली है और नीचे वाली जो टीम है वो आज सेकंड लास्ट डे है मतलब कल लास्ट डे होगा ना कल जब मतलब इंटर होंगे ना हम कल के दिन में तो पता चल जाएगा भाई क्या और ये 1v4 भी भाई है ओह भाई 1v4 बहुत हैवी था भाई
Didn't he just, I mean, I wanted to replay this because look at what he's able to do here. This guy is a machine. The angles, the quick he's using these angles. He gets that one. He realizes that Razak is coming around, gets that elimination, and then he knows he doesn't have time to heal up, so he throws the Molotov in there, tries to come out, tries to get these angles going, and that is gonna.
ओह भाई क्या हैवी था भाई ये 1v4 भी था मतलब कुछ ऐसी चीजें हैं जो इस वाले मैच में देखनी है बहुत मजे की लाइक देख रहे हो बहुत हैवी वाली
global level Molotov coming out from his power. He is showing he has what it takes to be up here.
Absolutely, I love what we're seeing from him today.
तो बहुत मजे की चीज है जो मजे की
as well. I love what we're seeing out of 4 Thrives in this last match. 4 Thrives being very aggressive, especially with being able to chase one of the other teams. Talking about chasing too, we got a chance to see Enigma Galaxy versus Ida towards the end as well. It doesn't matter, Max and Lace and Aptura, if it's Pachinki, it doesn't matter where it's at. Enigma Galaxy has their number, but when we're talking about some of the other teams, 4 Thrives versus Aurora, we gotta mention that because it was so quick and then with them.
We're not going to talk about Aurora. We're not going to talk about it.
I'll talk about Four Tribes though. Look, they had such an immense sort of split hold in the hillside while Aurora was sort of making their rotate, and it was only a matter of time before they were able to do that. And what we were also touching on yesterday is that so obviously when they get that first contingent following up with the fight, their pacing is back to what we want. So it's very unfortunately they did have IQ at the southern side in zone whilst that contention was going on. Nongshim Red Bulls was sort of running up the eastern side, so they kind of like fell a little bit short there trying to move in because there wasn't much cover for them to sort of progress through that. And I mean, then it was just down to, you know, a little solo, and unfortunately he was found out because Top actually was sitting on top of a building, and that's probably the best spot and the only spot that could have been played.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very, very, very happy with Fourth Tribes. T24 especially coming in clutch there. He's back on that long range with the mini. He's back supporting his teammates really, really well. And the whole squad is just looking very, very different from
थोड़ा सा मोमेंटम पकड़ना शुरू कर देना, एक आधा चिकन निकाले ना कोई अच्छे से साथ, तो भाई बहुत मजा आएगा। फोर्थ ड्राइव आ गया छठे नंबर पे,
That's right, Fourth Tribes being able to jump up that leaderboard with
पॉइंट चेक कर रहे हो कितना डिफरेंस है।
Arena with the win starting to create that max, and this is something that we're going to have to keep a close eye on.
तकरीबन 70 पॉइंट है और 40 पॉइंट का तकरीबन डिफरेंस है भाई। 40 पॉइंट का देख रहे हो, मतलब एक मैच नहीं होने वाला। लाइक
chicken dinners, they're non-games. Like they're sure they're a little bit low on the place. Things, but you know what? You can still get 2 chicken dinners over the course of what is that 5 games. That's an insane win ratio. So it kind of takes out of the equation the consistency.
फोर्थ ड्राइव एक भी चिकन निकाला नहीं है। फोर्थ ड्राइव
one team I really want to
ना फोर्थ ड्राइव टॉप में आई है, टॉप 2 में भी नहीं आई अभी तक।
Should have been at least bare minimum a podium finish. Yes. But the moment E-Arena just he started pushing up on the mountain, they crumbled and they give the high ground position for free. I think Horror really threw that game.
They're not the only ones. Ulf did the exact same thing. They did the exact same thing here. Hopefully they don't do it again.
Horror threw that game, but I did like the aggressiveness that we get a chance to see out of Horror, and I'm hoping that it's going to continue on here. Let's see what's going to be happening on the second Miramar.
Second Miramar शुरू होने में बस अब some split of the second का डिफरेंस है, मतलब कुछ सेकंड के अंदर ही जो ये शुरू होने वाला है, तो देखते हैं भाई क्या होता है।
We already seen multiple 1v4s to start us off here. I think we're just getting started. A whole bunch of matches left to go. My next to the legendary John Allen. 1 game down and a whole bunch more to go.
Oh yeah, we've got our second Miramar today, of which we're going to be treated to 4 Miramars over the course of today. We're going to end on 12 matches played total of our 18 match set. We're going to set that smash boundary. A lot to play for today. And if the arena can continue to perform in the way that they are, that smash boundary is going to be so far away from everybody else. Yeah. It's not even going to be worth thinking about.
And that's what they're going to be doing. You heard Max say it earlier. Everyone's going to be chasing the here in this tournament.
और मिरामार देखने को मिलेगा ना, समझ रहे हो?
Beauty side of things.
तो अभी ये चाहिए कौन सी टीम क्या है ये देखने को मिला।
Happened. Unfortunately, they got
ये भाई की तबीयत खराब है क्या?
That one, it is what it is, but a bounce back is imminent. That's for sure. First place, $500 million. Second place, $250 million. So a lot of money is on the line here, folks. Now let's see which team is going to push themselves and try to catch E-Arena.
It's not just about cold hard cash, it's about that warm feeling in your heart when you realize you are the new champions here at the PMWC at the EWC. Alpha 7, don't know where they've gone, they must have gone home or something.
तो देखना पड़ेगा मतलब क्या करेंगे, लेकिन लास्ट 1v4 जो है वो गोल्डन को बहुत ज्यादा लाइक एक पुश तो दे गया उनके मोमेंटम में। तो देखते हैं कि भाई वो अपने वो क्या करते हैं, वो उनका क्या है मतलब मोमेंटम बैक होगा या नहीं होगा, तो ये देखना पड़ेगा हमें।
Yeah, let's see which team it's going to be here. Southern here on this one. So we're mixing things.
पहले नंबर पे जो है वो नॉर्मन है, मीलू है दूसरे नंबर पे, क्यूजी भी तीसरे नंबर पे।
So after this one, if it wasn't hot already, we're going to get Toronto.
देखते हैं कौन सी टीमें कहाँ उतर जाए, इस मरतबा क्या होता है। मुझे लगता है सर्कल जैसे है ना, या तो बिल्कुल नीचे चला जाएगा या बिल्कुल ऊपर चलेगा, ठीक है ठीक है। तेल वाले की तरफ या वाटर ट्रीटमेंट वाली साइड पे चला जाएगा या बिल्कुल ही नीचे आ जाएगा पानी जिससे बनेगा। तो ये जून जो है मतलब वो नहीं इसको कर सकते।
Honestly, I really want to give this squad so much props. I mean,
वो सर पे मुझे लगा ना, मैंने कहा ये मतलब यही कहा था कि ना कबरोरिया की तरफ जो जा सकता था।
Yeah, over on it certainly was the main feature of their early games. Fortunately for them though, Ida didn't do anything other than just sort of give points to them, it seemed like. So it was kind of only really one map where 4 Thrives actually third partied it in that hot drop, where Enigma Galaxy didn't actually have a pretty okay start to their era girls, right? So for me, it's definitely Ida that needs to move today, but we'll be seeing that later on. And they have been able to profit quite nicely. I mean, you get those 4 points right at the start of the match. That's a good profit already, right?
चलो जी, निगमा गैलेक्सी के जो प्लेयर हैं वो तो आ रहा मतलब सारी टीमें जो वो खुश वो करने लग पड़ी हैं। तो काफी सारी टीमें जो जिनका ड्रॉप है वैसे भी उसके अंदर जोन के अंदर ही और सर्कल के अंदर ही होने वाली है। तो 4th लाइव जो है होगी, ये सारी टीमें होगी बहुत सारी, मुझे लगता है जो 4th लाइव होगी, उसके बाद ओजी हो गई, उसके बाद जो है बोर्डल, ये सारी की सारी सर्कल में होने वाली टीम है। ये रीना के साथ फाइट हो सकती है भाई 4th लाइव की।
A7's not here. They're taking El Boso, which is one of the highest loot areas, if not the highest, in this map. So they're going to be very, very well kitted. Great plays this tournament so far. And yeah, you know, we were talking about them in Aaron Gale. Ida did feed them essentially, but you still got to beat them. You know what I'm saying? And
भाई मरने वाला है bro, नहीं।
Everybody up.
अब ये देखने पकड़ने की कोशिश करेंगे। भाई क्या है, इन्होंने ट्रिगर डिसिप्लिन दिखाया, कितना भैंस क्या पकड़ कर बैठे हुए थे गंदे लोग। चल कोई ना, देखना पड़ेगा।
What more could you ask for? Unfortunate there for 4th Rise to be losing a player like that. That's a little bit careless.
चलो जी कोई बात नहीं, होता रहता, पहला प्लेयर 4th Rise की तरफ से कराया गया। और यहाँ अगर देखें तो
not to be Arena causing problems already this match.
Man, Arena making it happen.
अभी सबसे पहला 4th लाइव का प्लेयर जो है, उसके अलावा कोई टीम किसी फाइट में नहीं आई है। 4th लाइव जो है वो अब कहीं ना कहीं जाके जगह होल्ड करेगी। और 4th लाइव जो है देखने का करती है। और यहाँ देखे तो औरोरा गेमिंग के जो प्लेयर है लूट कर रहे हैं और ये जून में है, मतलब अभी तो इनको अभी जून में जाना तो है, मतलब तो जून यहाँ सर्कल हो जाए 8 यही रुक जाएगा, तो ये नहीं होने वाला, जाना तो इनको पड़ेगा।
Their goal should be to just set that point threshold so dang high that nobody can possibly smash in the final day. Now, so far in the history, we've seen
team mortality भाई, या टीम mortality जो ना, मैं इनसे मतलब मुझे कोई आइडिया नहीं है कैसी टीम है। कल मैंने इनकी गेम देखी थी जब त्यांबा के साथ इस बंदे, इसका एक टीम था, उसका प्लेयर था, पता नहीं मुझे भूल गया कौन सा था, नाम भूल गया भाई। कल क्या उस प्लेयर ने हगा था, मैं भी उस तरह का गंदा नहीं खेलता भाई जिस तरह का ये उस बंदे ने खेला था, लाइक लिटरली ब्रो। समझ नहीं आई मुझे कि भाई ये किया क्या भाई। ये वाला ट्रक जो है ना, लूट ट्रक, ये बड़ा भाई फायदे की चीज है भाई। अच्छा ये यहाँ देखे तो ओजी आ चुकी है। ओजी अब ओजी जो है, ये ओजी यार, ओजी को फॉर श्योर अपनी जो है स्ट्रेटजी चेंज करनी पड़ेगी भाई। ओजी को बहुत अपनी जो है वो स्ट्रेटजी चेंज करेगी पड़ेगी। ओजी अगर अपनी स्ट्रेटजी चेंज नहीं करती, ये बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है, क्योंकि ओजी सेकंड लास्ट पे बैठी हुई है 10 पॉइंट के साथ, 4 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस है लास्ट पॉइंट टीम से। यहाँ S2G जो है वो आइडिया नहीं है कि यहाँ, मुझे लगता है इन्फोल एरिया का अगर यहाँ मतलब कोई है तो कर सकते हैं, देखते हैं क्या करते हैं, क्या जो है सामने वगैरह और ये कुछ कर पाएंगे या नहीं। अच्छा इन्होंने 2-2 का स्प्लिट किया ना।
The halfway point of this tourney though, so they still got plenty of time to bounce back. But if they want to win this thing, they've already kind of burned through the bad games that they can.
अच्छा कैमरा भाई इन्होंने सही वैंस की तेरी पीछे कंजर खाना लगाया हुआ भाई। अब चुप कर जो मैच देखने तो आराम से पहुंचे। अच्छा त्यांबा जो है, त्यांबा के मीलू जो हैं जो आ चुके हैं इसके ऊपर, और त्यांबा के जो मीलू हैं, देखते हैं भाई क्या होता है।
into the finals off of it.
Well,
but they got
पहला मैच ही भाई ऐसा था का मतलब मजा आ गया भाई, लिटरली बहुत मजा आया पहले मैच.
Yeah, but that's the point, right? It's a huge, massive, incredible game. Wow, brilliant, bright lights and billboards, sure. But then they weren't able to do much after that. So it was a big.
अगर हीरा Esports है वो
coming through from the arena and to that end, wanted to really up that game, keep that momentum going. This is a much better scenario, which is kind of
Esports जो है ना लास्ट गेम में Esports से मैं जो एक्सपेक्ट नहीं करता, अच्छा नहीं खेला Esports
to the one that we saw in Rondo.
अब गाड़ी
quality
क्या किया, गाड़ी थ्रो करके भाग के हो भाई, गाड़ी को टक्कर मार के ले जाओ.
Yeah, and we got to be honest too. I mean, these guys very luckily made it here into the finals.
अब सर्कल में जगह लेने की कोशिश की जा रही है गोडल की तरफ से, तो देखते हैं कि भाई गोडल क्या करती है, किस जगह पे पोजीशन लेती है.
For all the Wolves fans out there, they're like,
अगर इन दोनों को टीमों का कॉम्बिनेशन बन जाना का मतलब समझ रहे हो,
you know what, the team that made it
गोडल का और ओजी, समझ रहे हो, मतलब गोडल और ओजी का कॉम्बिनेशन बनाया जाए, सही है तो फिर सही है. मतलब इसमें अग्रेसिव भी हो और इसमें पैसिवनेस भी हो. पैसिवनेस आधा मतलब वो पैसिवनेस ओजी की तरह और आधी जो है अग्रेसिवनेस जो होगी वो गोडल की तरह, तो बहुत अच्छा होगा. गोडल अग्रेसिव तो है बट पैसिव नहीं है, वो बिल्कुल भी वो सर्वाइव नहीं करती, वो घुसती है, मारती, मारो या मरो. बट ओजी जो है वो भाई कहती है पैसिव रहो, बिल्कुल ना घुसो ना मारो ना मरो, सीधी बात है. तो ये चीज मतलब थोड़ी सी बैक फायर कर रही है ओजी को और गोडल को. फोर्थ राइव को भी बहुत सारी चीजें बैकलैश कर रही है, जैसे बैकस्टॉप कर रही है. मतलब फोर्थ राइव जो है वो बिल्कुल भी सर्वाइव कर नहीं रही. पूरे इस वर्ल्ड कप में उन्होंने एक भी चिकन डिनर नहीं निकाला, देख रहे हो, मतलब लाइक एक भी चिकन डिनर नहीं निकाला पूरी टीम में. तकरीबन 12 मैच 18 मैच हो गए, 18 मैचों में एक चिकन डिनर भी नहीं निकाला, क्योंकि बहुत बुरा साबित होगा फोर्थ ड्राइव को. अगर फोर्थ ड्राइव को चिकन जीतना है, लाइक सोच रही है कि भाई मुझे जीतना वर्ल्ड कप, चिकन के बगैर ब्रो कोई गुजारा ही नहीं है. आप चिकन करना पड़ेगा, आपको एटलीस्ट 2-3 चिकन करना पड़ेगा.
Hopefully that you can find with the rest of it.
Absorb
the impact of
कौन सी टीम को जूम सपोर्ट करेगा ये देखना पड़ेगा भाई हमें.
And speaking of height, right?
हाँ भाई क्या बहुत सारी टीमें जो बाहर में भाई, बाहर रह गई बहुत सारी टीमें, लाइक बहुत. अब अगर यहाँ जो है वैसे तो हमें दिख रहा है बहुत क्लोज टीमें, अगर मैप देखते हैं मैप
trying to take a similar spot to what they had here. Arena, like, yeah, why don't we go to that same spot we were at last time? We won from there. We'll take that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit further west. It does keep a lot of those crater fields areas in, but it is.
Aurora Gaming ने Furia के चीज को पकड़ लिया और ये फिनिश भी हो गया.
Spotting a
Furia के चीज भी होगा और नहीं निकमा का चोरी कर लिया.
One game, he's going to find.
ये भाई फुल स्टॉप छत पे चढ़े हैं भाई, क्या बात है.
Definitely be aware of his location this time.
ये तो भाई बिल्कुल छत पे चढ़े हुए हैं, मतलब देख रहे हैं हल्का सा भी हिल नहीं रही है.
That's not a good feeling. That is not a good feeling.
Yeah, that's Miramar for you. It's tough. I mean, you're trying to rotate, and losing players on rotation is a rite of passage here.
ये गोडल की फाइट होगी, गोडल की फाइट आ रही है भाई.
One guy there waiting for you.
बट देखते हैं गोडल क्या है, वो यहाँ फाइट लेगी या मतलब नहीं लेगी, ये देखना पड़ेगा. लेट्स गो ब्रो, लेट्स गो, देखते हैं कि भाई क्या होता है. हुआ स्पोर्ट ने अलूला का प्लेयर को नॉक कर दिया और
ends up taking out quick from Alula.
I mean, they did it last time very early on. This time it's taken them a couple more minutes.
हाँ मतलब बिल्कुल इन्होंने वो किया, बोला ये फोन के अंदर है ना,
transition down towards that south.
ये देखना पड़ेगा कि फोन के किस साइड पे, और स्पाई के पास बहुत अच्छी पोजीशन है, और अगर वो सामने वाली भी पहाड़ी के ऊपर भी होल्ड कर दी जाता, लाइक देख लो ना, फिर तो हो रहा स्पोर्ट एटलीस्ट मतलब अच्छे खासा किल निकाल सकती है अगर सही से पैसे को अच्छी खासी उनके पास. क्या होगा टीम मेंटालिटी की फाइट में फ्लैश बहुत स्ट्रगल कर रही है लास्ट में. मतलब वैसे तो पॉइंट पेज में पॉइंट मिले हैं, लेकिन 3 पॉइंट नहीं मिले, एक आधा 3 पॉइंट जो है T2-4 उन्होंने दिया था. ये देखते हैं कि भाई जो है बाकी टीमें और ये सारी टीमें क्या करती हैं, कैसे.
Federalis driving outside of the zone here, maybe looking for another vehicle. Seems that's what they have their eyes on here. No
ULF अरोरा गेमिंग की फाइट हो चुकी है और अरोरा गेमिंग के रिकॉल पकड़े गए हैं, जोल भी पकड़े गए हैं और यहाँ मुझे लगता है ओरा स्पोर्ट जो है वो थर्ड पार्टी करेगी और सारे गए आखिरी प्लेयर बचे हैं अरोरा गेमिंग के। अरोरा गेमिंग खत्म, अरोरा गेमिंग खत्म। और यहाँ अगर अरोरा गेमिंग जो है वो भाई ओरा स्पोर्ट जो है वो
in the shadow of Nick McGalaxy on the west side. You just can't move. This is an easy set through. Ulf have got this roadside compound. They got quite a decent amount of cover. It's Horror who sit on their north.
भाई इधर भाई हैवी वाली आपको कुछ मतलब शुरू है दिन देख रहे हो, कोई 1v4 कर रहा है, कोई 1v2 कर रहा है, कोई 1v3 कर रहा है, लाइक मजा आ रहा है भाई आज का दिन बहुत मजे का, स्टार्ट ही बहुत अच्छा हुआ।
They don't pretty much have to move very much.
ओ भाई सर्कल शिफ्ट हुआ और सर्कल ने स्कोर किया जिगल होरा स्पोर्ट्स के भाई, होरा स्पोर्ट्स। अब होरा स्पोर्ट्स पे बहुत बड़ा चांस है भाई, बहुत बड़ा चांस, समझ रहे हो? होरा स्पोर्ट्स यहाँ अगर अच्छा खेलती है तो भाई बहुत अच्छा होगा। होरा स्पोर्ट्स यहाँ चिकन कर सकती है जिस जगह पे वो यूएलएफ के एरन फंसे जाते हैं। कैम्बा क्या करेगी अब यहाँ सीधा
down,
मरेगी मरेगी। मुझे लगता है ऊपर से जो है ये
coming through from Solus, holding in the face of the push. QZ wants to turn it around, but Solus has more left in the ammunition. Wow, will find
वो Solus नॉक करा एक प्लेयर को।
QZ with the M249 is being hunted. Catch steps into the fight as well to assist his teammate, but there is still more to do. QZ
हैवी ब्रो
falls.
Solus 1v3 कर गए भाई, Solus 1v3 भाई, 1v3 क्या देख रहा हूँ आज मैं, क्या देख रहा हूँ यार भाई 1v3 भाई। गेम हो रही है भाई, भाई होरा स्पोर्ट ने क्या होल्ड कर लिया। भाई 7 किल के साथ तीसरे नंबर पे आ चुके हैं और बगैर किसी टेंशन के भी आज जो है वो टॉप पे भी आ सकती है, टेंशन नहीं होनी अगर ये टॉप में आता है। तो आगे जो है ये यहाँ आगे ऑर्डर कहाँ जाएगी क्योंकि आगे जो है वो क्लियर है, गाड़ी इनकी कंप्रोमाइज है तो देखते हैं भाई क्या करते हैं, किस तरीके से करते हैं करना पड़ेगा। और जिकल किधर से लोग ये होता है
they couldn't quite find their way through it. There was no way that they could navigate.
Team Vitality और अलूला की फाइट हो चुकी है।
Solus, that is a monumental clip bomb. Not quite a 1v4, Jukes, but it was pretty damn.
Team Vitality फाइट हो चुकी है, Team Vitality छठे नंबर पे है भाई और अलूला जो है वो 14वें नंबर पे। देखते हैं भाई इन दोनों टीम कैसे मतलब ये प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट का सीधा डिफरेंस है, तो देखते हैं क्या करते हैं भाई आप।
And still finding himself good movement here.
ये देखो ये पहला नॉक, पहला नॉक सोलस की तरफ से टीम मेटालिटी और अलूला की फाइट हुई है। भाई भाई दोनों हो गए अलूला की तरफ से, अलूला और ऐसी जो है उसने कला का नॉक किया। एसपीजी जो है पीछे से थर्ड पार्टी कर रही है, अलूला जो है क्या बचेगी यहाँ देखना पड़ेगा। एसपीजी यहाँ थर्ड पार्टी कर रही है और अलूला के जो यासिर हैं क्या वो फेदरलेस को किल करना चाहिए, किल इनको बहुत मुश्किल है। जैसे ओजी होगी एटा स्पोर्ट इनके लिए बहुत मुश्किल है ऊपर जाना, सीधा 60 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस है, मतलब 2-3 लगातार निकालना पड़ेगा या समझो आज का पूरा दिन ही डोमिनेंस उतारना पड़ेगा इनको तब जाके। और विस्कार की तरफ से नॉक किया आरू जो नॉक करते हैं ठीक है। उधर देखा जाएगा अच्छा ये इधर लगता है नॉक फिनिश कर दी जाएगी, आप क्या होगा अब ये देखना पड़ेगा। तो टॉप की दो टॉप कर रहा हूँ आखिर की दो टीम में उनकी आपस में फाइट होती है, टीम फ्लैश की फाइट होगी है उसके बाद स्पोर्ट जो है एंड है भाई। और यहाँ थोड़ा क्या करा जानी
Rita now the last to stand. Aru in attack.
किंगा के आखिरी यूटा इनको आइडिया नहीं, किंगा के प्लेयर आते हैं यहाँ नीड करा, ये इनके लिए बड़ा मुश्किल होगा। ये सबसे पहली जो निकलने वाली निकलने कोई गाइस
And
और ओजी के यहाँ 4 किल हासिल कर चुके हैं ईला
That's going to be the 15th place team so far.
और बहुत गंदा मतलब
Here we
वो
go. It's the White Rabbits battling it out against Fourth
भाई
Rise.
भाई
30K getting the flushes. It's all up to Falak and it ain't
ओ
going
भाई
to
फोर्थ राय
E Arena just putting in that
चलो
work.
भाई
And they're going to keep
भाई
their
एक पॉइंट भी मतलब बगैर किसी प्लेयर को गवाए पूरी की
nicely done. We saw
सेट कर
Razy
दिया
doing a lot of work against Alola. Hang on a minute. This is a solo.
सारी टीमें बहुत सारी टीमें
Solo against
स्ट्रगल कर रही
Alola
है
on the north side. Where did that come from? Razy moving off on the north as a
बहुत
solo.
गंदा खेल रही है भाई
3 eliminations. Razy
स्ट्रगल इतना कर
putting
रही है
the points here for Team Vitality. The Indo squad looking good here as they're going to be pushing into this next zone. And we're looking at this next circle as it is just south of Crater Fields. You got OG on that southern end right next to E Arena. That battle should happen out any soon. And now you got Enigma Galaxy right next to Ocean Red Force as well. Let's see how they're going to play this out. Coop's got 14 that long range headshot.
I'm also looking at S2G on the northeast side of the circle right now, Jukes. They have to push in, and as a 4, do you go in the shadow of Aura, or do you try and sweep down and push past Flash? But it is a difficult approach for S2G, and they do not have long to make that choice. I feel like they are committed much more up to the north edge and could potentially challenge Horror on that northern side.
भाई एरिना की तरफ से मार देगा
this is gonna play out.
नहीं
Schwepp's got
किया
the
जा रहा
high
लाइक
ground as well.
मार तो जा
This is
सकता
still only stage 4 here, folks. And
था
Mino does get
गोडल के
godlike
मार देता
and
ये
flush.
जो है वो गोडल के
So it's only gonna be 2 players up for the
वो
side.
अपने 2 प्लेयर को गवा चुके हैं
OG in the same boat.
OG अपने 2 प्लेयर एक ही
driving around just trying to get some of the intel dots nearby. You gotta watch out for that.
और ओरा स्कोर जाए S2G के प्लेयर को
the high ground are trying to catch S2G out on the rotate here. He's able to put some suppressive fire, keep him away for now. Kamikaze's buggy is smoking. Get popped out of here by No Fear.
That is a scary sight, pressing the ridgeline, No Fear. Spiking the heart rate of S2G as they try and make their way in. They did have to make that choice in the end. But moving in, they've managed to get 3 through and into a position which is at least tenable, but not really super beneficial to their long-term prospects. In the circle though, which is good, not the same can be said for Enigma Galaxy, E Arena, Flash, Ult.
जिगल का पीछे जो पोजीशन है ना जिगल का पोजीशन इनको आईडिया नहीं कि पीछे इनके जिगल
But if they keep making the start with Razy still doing bits, hang on a minute, no, that was over the sky. So Horror.
और आरू को ओ भाई अपन फाइट हो
Long Ranger on the north edge, Vitality. Okay, this is the replay of the 1v, I think 3.
Yeah, there we go. Yasser catches him out as he knocks out the vehicle. And then beautiful use of that ridgeline. Razy just taking apart those mistakes. Man, making it look easy there.
Yeah, that was pretty clean. Swaps out to the bayonet as well for the final moment. I wanted him to run it through there a little bit. That would have been the coolest. But
बहुत हैवी भाई आज का दिन लाइक स्टार्ट होते इतना हैवी रहा है ना भाई क्या बोलूं भाई इतना मजा आ रहा मतलब स्टार्ट देख रहे हो 1v3 1v4 सारी टीमें 1v4 कर रहे हैं बट और प्राइवेट स्ट्रगल कर रही है बट क्या कर रही है अब ये देख बाहर
applying that suppressive fire on these teams trying to find a way into this next zone. Crazy soaking up the points as a solo here for Team Vitality.
I mean, since he's been a solo, he's got 4 eliminations. He's weak.
Aura Gaming को भी एक ही player देता है, Vitality के एक player देता है. उसके बाद बाकी सारी टीमें कोई 2 के साथ कोई 3 के साथ और मोस्टली टीमें जो 3-4 के साथ ही बची हुई हैं.
Horror are basically unable with 3. That's a different conundrum altogether. Ult could potentially have an opening road towards them if they don't go down in this spot, because Sleepy has got that angle. But if Sleepy gets knocked, if he gets spotted,
भाई पता नहीं क्या बकचोदी चल रही है ये बीच में देखो ना स्टीम का रोला है मेरे नेट का रोला नहीं है मेरा नेट वैसे चल रहा है सही से चल रहा है इसमें इतना कोई रोला नहीं है इसका ये रोला उसी का ही है
Right up, he does.
चलो जी
Wait. He does. big fight.
Oh, okay. Nick McGalaxy here getting rolled up on. They're fighting on the southwest side as Hyunbin steps into the cauldron of this fight as Lord gets peppered from the back lines in the arena. Third party, the end of that fight into the card for Nick McGalaxy. And now they're down to place out this early. Good news for the arena, who are now on 6 eliminations. And third party in this occasion tries to hold. Second as well. With a long range they're now down to just one. Sweats on the back line.
मजा आएगा ना अगर एक टीम डोमिनेट कर रही है तो क्या मजा आएगा मजा नहीं आएगा
be good enough. Furia with the fourth party able to clean up the fight. What a shot though from Hyunbin there. Tried his best, but what could he do with that kind of pressure? Now Yao looking to apply some even more pressure onto the side of E-Arena.
यहाँ जो टीम फ्लैश की फाइट भी हो चुकी है E-Arena क्या कर रहे हैं भाई चोरी जाती है यार
Sleepy has got that angle, but if Sleepy has got that angle, but if Sleepy leaky like it's Razy on the side with his ghillie suit. Play it smart, finding the angles.
Razy playing it very, very quiet. Finds a little spot to hold himself in for now. But he's so dangerous. He's got that ghillie suit. Not quite the best camouflage he wants.
That's the green one. Not great.
It's the green one. But you know what? He's looking to get that green for his team. This is how you do it right here. You know, able to get some confirmation, some sneaky confirmations on some knocks. Meanwhile, STG got a little car wall set up here.
Silence up into the ridge line. Jiggle.
और यहाँ वैटालिटी के रेडी भाई ये जब साइलेंस को दस्ता जानना साइलेंस भाई उधर ना चाहिए साइलेंस भाई ना उधर चाहिए यार ना चाहिए भाई ना चाहिए उधर उधर गया तो वापस नहीं आ पाएगा ये याद रखो उधर गया तो बच नहीं पाएगा भाई
Up they go.
ऊपर जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं.
Better watch out. They're coming for you. Silence driving up the hill little by little.
I think Razy's going to get spotted here. Igor is going to run straight into it potentially. Oh, maybe not. Darts back a little bit. Away from the peaks. This negotiation on S2G isolated right now on the southeast side of all of this, sort of all just playing in the same spot. Looks like they're trying to start to move out now, which I like. I think it's the right decision. And we've got solos from Aurora, solos from Ulf, as well as Orangutan. Orangutan will be the first of those to go down, but does take a fair chunk out of loss before.
अपनी बैग तो क्लियर कर ली यार ये अच्छा हुआ कि निगमा गैलेक्सी और इरिना मरी तो है ना बस काम तो टूटी बैग जितना खेल रहे थे उतना पॉइंट से शिखर है जो पीछे वाली ये टॉप वाली सारी टीमें मरी एक प्लेयर इनका बचा हुआ तो एटलीस्ट मतलब थोड़ा सा तो होगा ना नीचे वाली टीमों को थोड़ा सा मिले 6 मैचों में इन्होंने तो तबाही में 74 पॉइंट 74 का बल्कि 78 पॉइंट यार
Don't forget about Doc though, Aurora all by himself. He's still there. You can see him. He is just holding that spot and starting to soak up some placement points here. Only 6 teams remaining.
The thing for Aurora right now is that they know there's a solo on the north side, which gives them a little minor advantage if there's going to be a third-party fight between them and Furia. Razy's angle might not be known. From Eren, who is their solo from Ulf. And finds the flush as well, so S2G now down to 2 players. Jukes, there's a lot of solos here, but they are out.
Yeah, that's for sure. They could win this whole thing if the timing ends up perfect for them. You can see nice shots there from No Fear. Oh, instant confirmation too. MSG's really hurt.
Oh, he's going to throw the pan there.
Yeah,
no.
that would have been nice.
Pulls the pin on the nade.
Take some of this. How about some of that? Long nade. Not able to get the finish. And Looks like S2G should be able to get the reses here. Does he have a Molotov for another nade? Because, I mean, he has the high ground. He might have the arm to get there.
It doesn't look like they're going to go for it. The res likely to be coming through now. For S2G to keep themselves alive as 2 players. It's Razy that I've got my eyes on still from Vitality. He's gone so far. Come such a distance, Eren. Most likely the next solo to fall. Igors has flexed out and is very close to Doc for Furia. That could be a dangerous spot if they're caught unawares. Oh, he's hopped out as well. Doc might just be able to get away with a free elim here. There's a nade in his hand. This is not where you want to be for Igors. If he doesn't hit this pin, if he doesn't get out of the way, there might just be a free knock, but he's into the vehicle again. And I think he's read into it. He's up into the wall now. Doc has to hold his little shack out in the open.
Silence and Furia.
Waiting
for this fight to happen. You guys are going to wait up to the last second here. The zone is closing. Okay, Jiggle. I think so. Crazy. Gonna have to make a play. Great headshots, but Sleepy. Great teamwork there to get the shut down.
Jiggle stalling on the buggy slip, but just didn't quite finish off that spray. And the backup from Horror, of course they did know he was there. As I was saying earlier, after losing a player to him was good news. Oh, another solo goes down. That will be the final solo out. So we are playing 3v3v2 as Furia in with a chance here to put that chicken dinner on the board. Same story for all 3 of our teams. Like suppressed in their area.
Yeah, but they're suppressed on the leaderboards too. Right? So literally all these teams really need this game. It's gonna be big points regardless. You can see right now, yeah, 8th place, 11th place, 12th place. It's gonna help them out big time. Let's see what No Fear can do with that high ground. This is stage 8, folks. The zone will be closing into nothing. Once that zone pops, Sleepy applying that pressure on S2G. He's got the intel now, knows exactly where they're at. He's got a couple nades. Gonna go ahead and use that high ground to try and get the shots. But some big shots on the Aura. That's No Fear eliminated. That angle being gone is critical.
A really nice pick up there over onto the high ground, as well as Jiggle going down. Leaves Horror now just on the 1 player alive. Furia want to regroup, and the descent comes through from the last remaining player for Horror, Sleepy, who has broadside on Lost, but he's not taking the shots just yet. I think Lost spotted him just before he ducked behind the ridge. And he has to drop down a little bit further to be a bit safer. Spots Lost, gets a headshot, but doesn't quite get that full-blown knock just yet. And then they roll. Sleepy finds the other though. He finds his teammate and maybe a 1 versus 2. Furia now sat with their players rolling across the open zone, and Sleepy finds another. 3 players now left for it to deal with. But there's a P90 outside. He's behind those trees. I don't think it's going to work. No siree. Brazil able to find the chicken dinner here, and Furia fight back.
It's about time. We knew that chicken dinner was only gonna take a little while, and it happened to be just 2 matches here into day number 2. So Furia get the win, and the crowd is pumped up for their team here. A huge win for the side of Brazil.
Absolutely beautiful stuff. I think it was 9 elims towards the end, something in that region. It's a massive jump for them, as we talked about on these longer game sets. 18 matches, a game like that can really give you the foundation that you need to jump up to be in contest. With E-Arena going down fairly early, with Enigma Galaxy going down fairly early, a couple of elims on side for these teams, but that is going to put a dent in the gap, and that's exactly what you need to be doing. Keeping that mindset on side of every single game, the points we profit, that is 1 step closer to the title.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is right there. Nice play though from Sleepy to be able to get that 1v2 on S2G. Gets a couple more points on the board and some extra placement points as well. But you know what? The board is gonna be the leaderboard. Gonna be balanced out. Guess where we're headed now.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a little bit toasty over on Rondo next, which is very, very exciting stuff. We've already seen, what was it, 2 1v4s, at least 1 1v3,
yeah,
a couple more. Why not throw them in there? It's basically just what happens at this stage. But yeah, I mean, the Razy solo 1v3 on the north side there, beautiful. The impact had also cannot be ignored. If 4 players were alive for Horror in those final circles, I think they win that.
Yeah.
Without Razy having that impact, it completely changes the dynamic. It allows Furia to be so much more free and easy on that western side. The suppressive force of Horror on that north edge is so much assuaged. So I think that that is a very, very important part of that last game that maybe flew under the radar for a couple of people.
Yeah, you got to be hyped up for Razy. 1v3, then finish him with a 1v2. And you guys got a 1v1 and watch the rest of these matches coming up in just a bit.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion.
Chasing the sunrise, boots hit the ground, hear the battle call. Loot up, lock in, we're ready for it all. Every street, every door, searching for a little more. One squad, one dream, nothing's ever what it seems. The circle's closing in, can you feel it on your skin? Heartbeat like the drum, the final fight has come. Fight till you make it, never gonna break it. Stand your ground and take it, right into the fire. Fight till you make it, every move can change it. Higher and higher, we're reaching for the winner, winner, chicken dinner. Fight till you make it, fight till you make it.
What's happening, everybody? Jackie Powers here, joined by 2 absolute legends of the Sidemen. We got Ethan and Toby in the building, just arrived in France. You enjoying your time at PMWC here at EWC, boys?
Absolutely. It's my 3rd year on the trot coming to this. So yeah, really excited to see what today's got on offer.
First time here in France, so actually we're really excited.
What, just generally first time?
No, not generally, but this in France. Like, normally it's like in Saudi, but here in France it's exciting.
You enjoying it though? Getting on with the vibes? Bit different, right?
Yeah, we got in early on the train this morning, so took a little bit of waking up, but I think we're into the swing of things now.
You always look fresh. Both you do. You've come out giving it. You got the style on the go, so I can't complain, boys. But there you go.
You're showing us up. Yeah. Can we get a fit check, please? Fit check.
Great.
Hey, look,
you look unreal.
Beige.
The turtleneck, he looks amazing. The watch strap, look.
Wow.
Ugh.
That's what we do. That's what we do at PUBG Mobile. We've got a bit of a different vibe on the go. I know you love a bit of PUBG Mobile yourself, but you've been enjoying the chicken dinners? Caught any of the glimpses of the games?
I haven't caught any glimpses just yet, but they're going crazy as we speak. We've got a little glimpse of a screen up there, and I can't wait to watch some of it.
It's going to be big. I think we've had a lot of interaction from the fans this event, which has been cool. A lot of different nations. It's been super loud. We've had drummers. We've had like cymbals. Mate, I've seen instruments I've never seen before.
I thought it was a football game. I heard it. It was crazy. I can't believe there's drums at an esports event.
That's unreal.
They've kind of been getting sick with it too. One of our commentator talent basically used to be a drummer.
Oh,
so he's been sat there every game, mate. He's watching in the background. I just want to get involved. I want to teach him a new beat.
He's loving it. He's loving it.
You any good on the instruments yourself, pal?
Me, no. So Jizzle, however, he has an own producer back in his day, you know.
I dabble.
Hey, we got to get you in there. We could cook something spicy up with the fans.
No. It's been a long time.
EWC anthem? Come on.
I don't quite have the same rhythm as I used to. You know
it could be a nice tie-in. We'll get that in for the next charity match, no?
Maybe.
That's what I'm saying. That would be sick. Look, it's going to be a good time. We got about, all of today, so about 6 games overall today, and then tomorrow we go into the finals, last 6 games. We got some big orgs here, boys. Couple big names. You got like 4 Thrives. They're coming out, showing up. Vitality, legendary esports orgs, right? Orangutan as well. They've come in bossing it.
Orangutan
all the way.
Come on, orangutans. Listen, this ginger bearded beast.
My orangutan.
Yeah, come on. Go on, the orangutans.
Oh, mate. I hope they do you justice.
Yeah,
they've been looking good, honestly. They've been looking good. So we're saying orangutan chicken dinners all the way.
Let's go.
All right, let's see what happens, boys. Always a pleasure. Any
mate.
Final words before we send this one back?
Up the EWC, up the PUBG Mobile. Bosh.
We'll see you later, guys.
Thank you, Jackie. And I agree, Jackie, that you look good today. You look good every single day. And so do we. Joined by Lace, Calaris, Natura, and once again, the 7WG. But we got to talk about Furia, that last match. The Brazilian aggressiveness was there, and boy, did they show it.
Didn't they just? I'm so excited. Furia's back. Let's all jump. No, but he's just gone. Okay, my show now. Furia, right? Furia was on top of it. I really, really enjoyed how they were actually able to play that so well, right? You've got the duo of Ayala. There we go, I got it.
Yeah.
Ayala and Silence, both of them just coming in onto that third party against Nongshim, then over onto EA, just wiped them completely, no point about it. The 2-2 split coming up onto that the western side, making sure that Furia couldn't, making sure that S2G couldn't go around to the south side, but also pressuring Hora to actually push into S2G at the same time. Very, very well played. Good control of the teams, good control of the zone, and the timing was really good. They backed it up with firepower as well. You're seeing 9 eliminations, 19-point game is exactly what they needed.
I just absolutely love the fact that they sort of, like you were saying, they had that sort of western side of the mountain. Hora had such a great setup though, right?
Yes.
So I was getting a little bit scared in the I guess final moments because that zone closing in pushes them off the mountain. But Highguard's just down there scouting for the entire team, able to get that little 1v1 out of the way and then handling that site so that when they obviously descent down the mountain, Sleepy comes down the mountain further through this and just cleans it up easily. Their timing today, Neptura, why are we Furia fans? So backing you up. That was just such a smooth play from them. And when we're used to just seeing them get in a vehicle, charge down, whatever, this is more strategic and smart from them. Very exciting.
I was scared for Furia, though. I thought we were going to see some drive-bys that we ended up seeing from them yesterday that ended up backfiring. But for Hora Esports, I got to give them even more prop scale because they had a 3-1 split on that mountain that ended up working out perfect, especially when the circle didn't go their way.
There's multiple facets to it, right? Hora, when it comes to them controlling that kind of mountain, La Cabrera is somewhere they oftentimes go to. They've actually abandoned that and gone to Valdemar on most of these Miramars. They had to abandon their loot phase quite early to make that extreme wide rotate based on those sort of shifts that were going north to get onto that mountain fast. And I think they really understood how to hold down on that location well, to the point where they were having to deal with certain circumstances that they didn't want to have to, like trying to cordon off Ulf as they're trying to move forwards as well. So an very impressive game here by Hora, absolutely.
It is. S2G as well, being able to collect some points in this last match too. And one team that was able to collect even more points that definitely needs them, Orangutan. Collecting 7 eliminations. It's something that we've been wanting to see out of this squad, being able to frag out a little bit more. I know yesterday we saw the passiveness out of OG that we're so used to seeing, but being able to just bounce back. And it's actually not Aru by himself. It's Atanki coming out with 3 eliminations.
I mean, it's great. I mean, I think in the group stage we saw more from WizGod than from Atanki, but he's coming in really, really nice. Ara, the IGL, also stepping up as a fragger as well, which is really, really nice to see. So very excited to see, very excited to see what we're going to be looking at into the next Rondo, for instance, right? Getting the that momentum on the Miramar is like 7 eliminations on a Miramar already. What's Rondo going to be holding in store for them?
Feels weird that we're doing Rondo, not at the start of the day.
It does, doesn't it?
But anyway.
It's like, okay, well, mid-day.
Mid-Rondo.
Mid-Rondo. It's a mid-Rondo.
You know what it reminds me? I said it earlier and I'll say it again. It reminds me when we used to have Sandhog at the halfway point, where teams that weren't performing well, that would kind of use Sandhog to just spark up their day. But talking about Rondo, let's look at the top teams right now from Rondo. You got Enigma Galaxy up there. Aurora Gaming so far really hasn't had the best start to the day, especially when we're looking at the Miramars. But going into Rondo, we saw what they were able to do yesterday, and I'm hoping that Aurora is going to be bouncing back here.
Yeah, you'd like to think so, right? I actually do think that there's definitely been lulls in some of the performances internationally as well, and obviously this team for a long time, when we were that alpha gaming, etc., and things like that, everyone was hoping that eventually they'd hit it big, eventually be able to get one of those big titles. Actually, coming into that day one, I thought to myself, wait a minute, is this the time? Is this the time Aurora Gaming actually finally makes it happen? Because they were able to be up towards the top. They've slipped a little bit, especially with the arena looking as well as they have done so far. But mate, there's still a chance. There's still hope.
Yeah, for Aurora right now, 34-point gap. So I am hoping that we're going to be seeing some insane gameplay out of them, especially going into Rondo. We have seen E-Arena put up 29 eliminations. Can anybody get even close? We saw the aggressiveness out of Furia with the third parties too, but we got to talked about Enigma Galaxy been performing well as well. And what I really enjoy about Enigma Galaxy so far is the way that they've been getting those placement points outside of their win. You can see them being able to be consistent.
Exactly. They've got 14 placement points outside of that win. So they are really making sure they hit that podium time and time again, backing it up with eliminations. And again, this is something that I saw yesterday from Enigma Galaxy, is their timing is on point. Coops is back in his prime, it feels like, and the whole team is rallying around that. So the timing is really good. The synergy is very good. They're holding, they're waiting, they're making other teams play for them instead of doing all the dirty work themselves. It's a really, really nice control play that we're seeing from Nigma, and it's working out beautifully.
I mean, I just want to quickly touch on Ulf, because we were a little bit worried about them at the start. We're like, what kind of plan do they have going forward? It's good, it's wins, it's that, it's not, it's dropping. That one, the vehicle sent. They're actually in like a 2-2 split hold, and they were like, what do we do? Let's take the vehicle, let's wedge Tiamba up against that, and able to sort of decimate that entire squad. Obviously the rest of the team sort of joined in that position, but look, they're making split decisions quickly when that moment comes. Is it bad that these decisions have to be made incredibly quickly because they didn't plan it out beforehand? A little bit, but look, they can capitalize on it.
It is. One team that I'm going to be looking to hopefully capitalize here in Rondo as well when we're talking about eliminations is going to be none other than Tiamba. Tiamba has been quite slow today. We've seen them just going down that ranking, and it's a team that needs to be able to bounce back, because guess what? Yesterday, it was all about eliminations. Yes, they do end up having some placement points, but it wasn't of the likes that we know they're capable, especially with what we saw to Survival.
Yeah, Milo and QZZ have looked fantastic throughout the entire tournament, right? And Milo really rose to the occasion after QZZ was able to get that MVP title on previous internationals. I do think that, yeah, it's been a bit of a slow start for them, but regardless of that fact, there's definitely an opportunity for them to get back to fragging power, fragging potential that we've seen from them in the past.
I'm just looking at Coops right now. He's locked in. Raouf just going around, circling his chair. Satan as well. But Coops, it's all about Coops right now. Hopefully somebody else will be able to step it up from that team, as we're going to be going into Rondo. So Hot Jukes, John Allen, take it away. What is Satan looking at?
Here we go. We're headed into Rondo, the match to put some massive points on the board. As if Miramar wasn't crazy enough already, it's about to get even crazier.
Maybe it's just something about the start of the day, Jukes. Maybe it wasn't Rondo all along. It was just the first games. Maybe this will be the calmest Rondo we've ever seen.
They brought that Rondo energy off the rip, right?
Yeah, they're used to it. Fresh off the breakfast, ready to find their dinner. And that is what we're going to be looking to find here for one of our teams. It will be the case. Maybe a massive early game. We saw it from Milo yesterday. Huge. And the rest of Tiamba as well. Huge start to the day yesterday. Not quite as powerful in the game so far today. So hopefully for Tiamba, they can find that resurgence here. And if you're an Arena fan, you're hoping that they can continue to make their strides forwards and keep that White Rabbit chase going.
Gotta be able to separate yourself from the rest of this lobby, and if you're gonna do it anywhere, it's Rondo, that's for sure. I mean, we've seen a 39-point game in this tournament. Oh man, well that turned things around from. Look at Team Vitality though, averaging, 4.33 limbs per game, 1,000 damage. It's a great average here. The thing is if you want to win that $500,000 at first place, become the champions, you got to do something special consistently. So I'm interested to see, right, how these teams are going to fare now that we're playing Rondo for the third match of the day, right? Are they going to be able to keep that aggression up throughout the entire day here? And who's going to be the kings of Neox Factory?
Oh, could be. Or, indeed, somewhere else if Flamepath decides. So we don't want to be going to Neox Factory. In general, when you're talking about podium competitors, you're talking about teams who are looking to get about 10 points average. 10 to 12 points average tends to be where we see at the end of these game sets a first place type scoreline being. That generally is a great indicator that you're performing at the level that's needed to rise above the rest. So hopefully our teams will be able to keep that on side, and being able to get, as we were seeing, sort of mid-4 elims average, being able to complement that with placement points is very, very important. There are a couple, I think, of teams who have a distinctly higher average on those elims than others, but it is definitely something that you need to be focusing on to join up at that 10-point average, because right now I think quite a lot of our teams are falling short of that metric.
That's a fact here. And if you want to be able to get in that metric, though, this is the place to do it. You can see these players are locked in, they're focused. They understand what's at stake here, just how important Rondo is for your total tally. We only played 3 times in this whole finals here. And this being the second one.
6.3.
Yeah, 6.3 average from Tianba, man. This squad have been really, really consistent here. A night and day difference from their group stage performance. And this is the Tianba that we know and love. We expected them to do very, very well here. And it's only a matter of time. I think they get that right position going, and then we see them get that chicken dinner.
I mean, we want that survival stage, Tianba, right?
Yeah.
To be able to jump up and compete with the very, very best. Furia, fresh off of their chicken dinner, their numbers don't quite display that sort of a storyline just yet, but it is a great start for them to be able to add that one to their tally. And again, it's a real great mental boon to these teams to be able to find a high-scoring game and to be able to close out that game. Sure, maybe the point swing isn't huge depending on how many seconds into those final circles you last, but I feel like there is nothing more relieving than finding that chicken dinner, than converting it. Even if you ignore the 4 extra points you get just on placements alone, it is a massive mental fortitude booster. And you need to keep your head on straight because you are going to get into something crazy very early on. I know it, I love it, it's Rondo and it's ready.
It's ready, these players are hyped up, they're ready to go. I hope y'all guys at home are ready as well because man, this is just getting started. As the plane is taking off, we're headed to Rondo. Ooh. Okay, we got a little double plane path action here.
Okay, so Neox Factory is accessible from the easternmost plane path, and to be fair, from the west one, but it's unlikely you want to go there because the teams in the east plane will hit the ground so much faster than you. It's much more likely if you're going to hot drop, you go to Yulin, and the same is true vice versa, right? Yulin is further along that plane path. What this is going to do is split these hot drops up. It's going to make them slightly less chaotic, Jukes, but more teams may want to go for them because of that.
Yeah, and those teams that normally like to go to Neox Factory, if you're in that other plane, you're going to be there late, so that's going to put you so far behind. So teams are going to have to adapt on the fly, switch drop locations, and make these decisions very, very quickly here. And you can see, these squads are out. Top players right now. Scarface from Ulp, okay, 16 eliminations. Mormon right behind him, and of course, Milu right there as well.
Yeah, Scarface on those damage numbers as well, right on the heels of Milu. Look at that, only 20 damage points behind. We'll see if that changes very quickly into this match because teams are now starting to touch down in towards Neox Factory. They'll be grabbing those weapons. Yulin also will now be occupied, and things are going to get hairy quite quickly. As E-Arena already taking a knock, Tianba as well have already lost one. E-Arena, by the way, generally preferring to drop out near Stadium, but the plane path they're on didn't assist with that. We saw them hunting down solos in other matches, those solo outposts that are near those recall towers, which are a major feature in Rondo. They were the team to take that dynamically to that fight in a way that we haven't seen from many others. Oh no, S-Power goes down to a guard.
Not good. Schwepp's hurt and gonna get caught by a beautiful angle from a cop. And that's what happens is that if you're just so used to dropping in one particular area, switching it up here, sometimes those little angles can catch you off guard. And OG putting in the work here. Gonna be keeping an eye there on the side of Pull. Ooh, does see Aaron. Now we're gonna switch on over to another fight. Here comes Furia. Applying that pressure to Aura. Sky bandaging here. Waiting to be able to find those angles. He's got some good weapons here, but Ayala gets caught.
A nade forces Sky to reposition away from the corner. Does take a little bit of damage, but that'll be okay. Remember, the recall towers here in Rondo allow teams to get their players back up and alive, so early fights are the norm. Silence rolling around the edge of this corner, trying to suppress Sleepy, but the UMP in hand gives him a little bit of confidence and the nade to back it up. Flings across his sightlines. No Fear does go down on a trade, and now Ayala's looking to break wide to change the tune of this fight, and looks for more with Chief at his back. Sky on a sliver of HP just about finds the retreat, but there's a re-engage around the corner.
Chief would have had that, but he ran out of ammunition. Now he's going to have to make a play. Ayala there with the assist, and great work for the side of Furia. They're going to go ahead and take out Aura, put some early points on the board, and they should be able to pick up Silence here. Now they're going to start laser focusing towards the side of 4 Thrives. 4 Thrives creeping in on this one. A little late to this third party, and now they're going to have to battle a pretty kitted and well set up Furia.
Fourth Rise. They've got some loot on side as well, though not too many nades. In fact, no nades for T24. Neox Factory's been popping off as well. I think Ulf bore the brunt of a lot of damage pouring on their way. You see some elims coming through from Orangutan. Doing bits, but ooh, okay. Ulf may have a little bit of vengeance here, as Eren is still in the firefight. Tianba with their position on the south edge. Spot Tizzy sending away, but Tizzy wants to re-engage on the door frame. It's not going to work out well for the first spray, but suppresses the angle. QCZ with the nade cooking. Drops around the corner, but Hyunbin evades the damage.
Nongshin Red for super aggression here. Looking to get some of them early eliminations. Hyunbin with the laydown, wide on the open! Catches QZZ with the spray. Just keeps that suppressive fire on that window, catches him on the re-peek, and a great turnaround there. Two superstars battling it out. Now Tizzy, oh, look at that instant peek back. These angles, Nongshin Red Force so good at these CQC angles, man, and Hyunbin putting in the work, forcing Tianba to have to do a full res on their team.
Getting those flushes nice and quickly. Nongshin Red Force with 2 elims. They're up to 4 now, but they've got another team to try and deal with. Orangutan sidling on into the fight. Tizzy using the bus's cover. There's a nade from a tanky, but the pin goes back in. And Eren, the solo left in the situation for Ulf, is going to find the backlines for Orangutan and slow their approach towards this Nongshim outpost. The 2 players they've got there can just live a little bit longer, but a tanky keeps the pressure up, and Orangutan keep marching.
Man, great movement from the side of Tizzy and Hyunbin. They are outplaying so many of these players here. So good at this urban fighting. Their peaks, their timing, just impeccable. Wizgod, though, with that nade, looks good. Tizzy jumps away and gets peppered only a little bit. Pulls the pin again. And you can see they're utilizing those doors so well. But how about that nade? That one looks good.
Ooh.
Tizzy jumps away from it once again. He's not falling for that one.
I like the attempted utilization of the smoke to stop the vision on the nade arc as it was coming on through. But Tizzy read that one nicely. Knew exactly what they were going for. That nade doesn't connect either. Still has a couple more. The shotgun around the corner. Steps in for it. Wins the trade. And immediately Eren snaffles that point away for Ulf. He's up to 3 elims there on the inside. This guy's doing bits. The rest of Ulf are happy to hang out near Danqing on that south side and let Eren roar over in Neox Factory, as it still has yet to conclude. Aurora, I think, still have a solo in that spot as well. And Eren does finally go down to Godlike, who have rolled up into the fight in Neox Factory. A late approach as they were forced away over towards main round.
Now you can see T24 trying to find some angles here. Zypha, ooh, quick shotgun here. He's got the right-hand priority. He should win this. He does. Catches Ayala. And now, shots happening back and forth all over the place here. But Zypha's gonna have to make another play, but suppressive fire. Was that IQ? Yeah, IQ on the other angle, doing a great job of applying that pressure, that headshot. It's gonna be the end of Furia.
Furia, though, well, in this location.
In this location, correct, yes.
Igor's on that south side, very far away from Yulin right now, means that they can get that full reset. The recall towers are still available, and at the moment, only 1 player is completely down. I think that's about to change as well, as Admino gets back to his feet. Aurora with top. The man on the spot only needs the 1 shot to take down Salme, and now he wants more. S-Power with the nade, can't quite connect on towards top, but he spots him running up, has the nade cooking. This could be perfect, needs it over the top, a lot of damage, and the spray to convert. That is good for Godlike.
Great work from S-Power there, right? Just staying calm, collected. He had that nade locked and loaded, just goes, chunks it, and just uses his weapon to take down top. So we're gonna see some recall action happening. Everybody pretty much back up for the most part. Only a few players still eliminated. And now you know what? Why don't you guys do us a favor? Get in game and go ahead and pop some of the lucky spins right now. Hopefully you can get one of those exclusive 2026 PMWC tournament sets. So you can be styling and looking good like a lot of these players are. Let's see how S-Power is going to look, though, in this 1v1 against a tanky. It is India on India action here. That's that Molotov. Oh, yeah. He's like, all right, I'll hold the stairs for a little longer.
Hot footing away from that doesn't take a tickle, which is a good result. Hard southeast shift on this next circle. Pushes us down towards the southeast side. Keeps that northern area in the west of Danqing as well. Ulf very happy about this. I think their hill there is probably going to play quite well for them, I think, Dukes, and that is a great result for them, given they're in third place right now. E-Arena in first place. They haven't had an impact on this game so far. They were pushed away very, very quickly. There's that power. Holds the corner, but yeah, there's a third-party angle. Well, a second player on the opposing team angle coming on through. That should be recallable. Manya may opt to go for the recall at the forward position. So
let's see क्या होता है कौन सी टीम
कैसा खेलती है सबसे ज़्यादा पहली बार behind it.
अरोरा गेमिंग
like 1v1 bro.
पूंजी के 5-5 ना भाई.
Not today. There's money on the line here. We gotta make this happen. Now looking on over the rest of the fight though, we got Vitality end up holding a building here. They're gonna be popping some shots on over to Enigma Galaxy. Satan trying to drive away, trying to be able to survive here. Lowered in the same position. Enigma Galaxy on the full rotation. And Satan does end up getting caught. Eliminated.
Very much now on the western side of this circle. A lot of teams forced into a fight that is unfavorable. Leaves them exposed.
फाइट लेके 3 किल करके मतलब वो अपने सारे प्लेयर जो गवा के दोबारा से अब आ चुकी है. अब वो मतलब लगता है कि फाइट नहीं देंगे.
May have a forward position on one recall as well, I believe. So they could look for that. Actually, it might be E-Arena who have got control of it out on the east side. In the meantime, 4 Thrives with their 3 elims so far have a position near Yulin.
चलो जी अब देखते हैं फोर्टी जो है अपनी जगह जो है उन्होंने होल्ड किया. मुझे लगता है 4-5 पे यहाँ होल्ड कर
so critical. This is the map. Put some points on the board. OG have 5 eliminations. Aurora have 5 as well. So a great start for a few of these teams. Now it's about how you're going to end. Enigma Galaxy down Satan on that rotate. They do end up finding a spot in this next zone. Pretty central one too, just a little bit on the southern side of it. But we never know where this next circle is going to go.
I mean, Ulf really have got a brilliant position here.
और यहाँ जो है वो
as well.
टीम चांबा जो है वो हो चुकी है. टीम चांबा के आसपास अगर हम देखें तो कोई एनिग्मा गैलेक्सी जो है वो दिखती है हमें. और देखते हैं कि इनके अंदर कब तक मतलब ये दिखाया जाता है कि कब इनके अंदर फाइट है. E-Arena का मारो भाई.
Thrives continuing their hold on the southeast point of Yulin.
ओजी और पोर्टल की फाइट हो रही है. टंकी तरफ से माना को
suffering once more at the hands of Orangutan, and E-Arena are actually pushing up to try and third party split that fight on the north edge and maybe hound down.
भाई ओजी इसको मारो भाई. E-Arena को खत्म करो भाई. इनको नहीं छोड़ो भाई.
Indeed, for a lot of these teams.
ऐसे तो मुझे पसंद है टीम, लेकिन डोमिनेंस नहीं चाहिए कि बहुत जल्दी इतने पॉइंट हासिल कर ले.
Take that all day long. Possibly even looking for a back-to-back chicken dinner here. And Aurora, though, that's going to be the team they're going to have to fight because Aurora's going to be pressing into that hardship side location. Tianba, QZZ knocked. Doing a great job to throw down those smokes very, very quickly here, trying to pick up their superstar player. Coach trying to
तो देखते हैं कि भाई क्या होता है. और यहाँ जो है वो माने की तरफ को निकाल कर दिया. माने निकाल के 3 प्लेयर ही बचे हैं. टोटल के 3 प्लेयर ही बचे हैं. और यहाँ की भाई एसपीजी का प्लेयर जो है बचा
really in with much
shots.
A lot of recalls coming on through. Almost everyone in the lobby getting back to their feet. Going over towards S2G from Coop.
वो ट्राई की जो टीम मेटालिटी के प्लेयर को नॉक कर दिया जाता कर दिया जाता है.
Those shots were on point.
तो देखते हैं भाई की होता है क्या होता है भाई. टीम चांबा जो है जोन होल्ड पकड़ते हुए अब देखते हैं कि भाई क्या होता है.
Tian was locked in as well. They're just trying to get themselves in a good solid position. They're in 4th place, 48 points. Not bad.
टॉप अगर टीमों में देखें किल के हिसाब से तो ओजी टॉप पे है और 40
they're the big threat in this
यार. E-Arena मरे यार. मैं नहीं चाह रहा कि ये टीम दोबारा से मैं कहता हूँ ये 5 पॉइंट भी ना निकाले. लगातार इनको फ्लॉप होना है भाई. ये फ्लॉप होगी तो टीमों को फायदा होगा. ये गलत है. मतलब अगर ये टीम बार-बार परफॉर्म करेंगी तो कौन है भाई.
It is a difficult position to try down. And can they get much further forward? I'm not entirely sure, Schweppes. Oh dear, the flames already licking the front of the bonnet there. And that is going to be an unhealthy vehicle. Not really too reliable when it comes to moving next. but they are safe for the time
अगर ये
being.
74-75 पॉइंट पे हैं, नीचे टीमें जो है वो दो टीमें जो 2 या 3 नंबर पे जो
around the mountain that sits between them.
बाकी सारी टीमें
I
भाई
think are going to have a difficult time moving in as well. Either they could swing out into the blue zone very, very quickly.
रूला क्या अपने प्लेयरों को
Rejoin
रूला के जो प्लेयर है पहले
You're basically committing to going down in the next zone.
Yeah.
It's just not going to work out.
डैमेज दिया जाता है रूला का प्लेयर
And Ida need to have a monster rondo.
अगर मैं पहली जो तीनों टीम है ना जो निकमा गैलेक्सी और ये जो एरिना है ये तीनों मरेंगे तो फायदा होगा
Down a player.
ये भाई
We're going to be using some of that
टीमों के लिए बहुत ज्यादा नुकसानदेह
This
ये अब इतने पॉइंट निकाल लेंगे बाद में वो क्या
Rondo starts off so aggressive.
ठीक है समझ रहे हो
Slow down here in the mid game. His team
तो ये चीजें जो है बहुत ज्यादा नुकसानदेह होगी
and then it's going to get red hot here in just a minute. Let's see where this circle goes. We're going to see a crazy Southern hardship again. Will it center up? That's going to be huge for these teams, and it does favor the south side a little bit.
तो भाई ULF
This
जो है
is
वो
news for them. Their west side is fairly free.
क्या भाई ये क्या
Either do opt to regroup on the south side, which I'm not entirely sure about. I feel like that may be a misplay.
तो इधर फ्यूरी और एसपीडी फाइट होती है एसपीडी के प्लेयर की तरफ से जो फ्यूरी के प्लेयर की तरफ से नॉक कर दिया जाता है
Finding out how difficult it can be, Furia extracts.
तो देखते हैं कि भाई कौन सी टीम कैसा खेलती है कैसा
They
नहीं
do get to the center of this one.
अगर हम देखें बात करें तो भाई कोई भी टीम खेले या करे जो भी लेना देना नहीं बट यहाँ बात आती है एरिना और तो मैं नहीं कह चाहता कि भाई
this location, and I think they know the jigs here, but they don't have a lot of time to play
वहाँ
around.
फ्यूरी की फाइट होती
It's
है और
really
के साथ
taken
और
away,
उसके आगे
and a
तो
bounce on
बहुत
the
बंदा
not
नेट
good.
का काम कर दिया
Yeah, kind of a little bit of a self nade there. I don't know if
या नेट कराते हुए और यहाँ एरिना का प्लेयर एक प्लेयर डैमेज नहीं हुआ मुझे लगा होगा और टंकी की तरफ से नॉक कर दिया था
They're going to be sharing this location
प्लेयर
for
के
now with
सिर्फ पॉइंट बने
Irina.
हुए दूसरी टीमों के लिए
This is
एसपीडी
pretty
के आखिरी प्लेयर बचे हैं सिर्फ
I'm surprised
सारे प्लेयर
they're
जो
battling
फिनिश
this
हो
out.
चुके हैं मैं कहता हूँ कि ये एरिना के लोग हो इधर एरिना के 2 या 3 प्लेयर लोग फायदा है
I mean, all the
बड़ा
fights
फायदा होगा वरना बहुत गलत
like on the south side.
है ये एरिना का प्लेयर नॉक
Ooh, I think a vehicle explosion there.
नहीं बच गया
Took Tony K down. No, it wasn't a self. Don't worry. I would have clocked that one. It wasn't explosive. The nade just falls short of the deployable cover.
हल्का सा आगे लेट में के यार
Find the mark.
हल्का सा आगे
Sorry for Nongshim Red
हल्का
Force.
सा एकेओपी नॉक कर दिए जाते हैं कामिकाजे
Not
की
quite
तरफ
connecting here.
और एकेओपी फिनिश भी कर
Orangutan try and crash into the middle against S2G.
और माना नॉक कर दिया आईडिया
Orangutan actually as S2G are going to go down fully. These recall towers are pretty much done and dusted. Only a couple more seconds to get them used.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to be able to use it
भाई
on
मंच
stage,
थोड़ा सा तो अच्छा
especially
करो
if
ना
you already burned a lot of your recalls.
टीम वाइटलिटी की फाइट हो चुकी है टीम फ्लैग और
See right now, Crazy is able to get a nice knock there on the tops with a
कोई
nade.
टीम भी मतलब अच्छा नहीं
Another
खेल पा रही
one would return as Bose catches Federales. And now here comes Win in the vehicle. Possibly just trying to get some information. He gets some for sure. Pops out.
मुझे याद है मैक्स मैन जो है उसने कहा था कि भाई
Raise that
फ्लैश
got the shotgun S12K. Oh, gets knocked.
भाई क्या करा है लाई लिफ्ट में भाई
Put in the work here.
फ्लैश को बिल
Hey, we know what
स्ट्रगल
Racing
कर रही
do,
है
but
बहुत
it's not
ज्यादा
going to do it this time around. Vitality go down. Flash playing on with 3. The
अच्छा जी अब देखना यार ये रीना को मारो भाग
every elim will stick. There
रीना के
are
साथ
no
मुझे पता है
recalls
भाई ये
available. The arena somehow managed to
ये
get
6-7 पॉइंट
to this
निकालेगी
circle.
तो
It's kind
टीमों
of
को
crazy.
प्रॉब्लम है मैं नहीं
So
चाहता कि ये हल्का सा
great news. Hopefully they can make that one.
गोडल जो है वो दो
Side, you've got Godlike, Ita, and Furia all looking for position. Yeah, this is a replay, I think, on how Tony K went down.
Yeah,
he
that's what
ran
I
into the
thought.
buggy. He ran into the buggy.
Yeah, well, it was that cover flare that ended up busting up that buggy, and it was just inching it little by little and just did enough damage to pop it. So you gotta watch out where you drop those cover flares.
Hey, no harm, no foul. They're all alive. That's what matters.
और चांबा का प्लेयर
Over the top over towards Nick McGalaxy though, from Tianba, who have
देखना
actually
पड़ेगा
from this north side of their compound. Nick McGalaxy have been hiding here for a
हमारा ये क्या हो गया रहा
an overwhelming force for them.
गैलेक्सी के दो प्लेयर नॉक
Isolated away from the rest of the team. All for trying to push in from the east side, and somehow Scarface does go down here. Finally,
और यहाँ जो है टीम चांबा जो है यूएलएफ की
there is not a little bit of damage, and it's Four Drives chiming in for third party from the west side.
QZZ
और टीम चांबा के मीलू की बैक साइड पे अगर देखा जाए तो 4-5 जो है
getting shot
करने के लिए आ
from
चुकी है
4 Thrives. Yamba now are fully pinched. You got Four Thrives looking at one side, Ulf looking on the other, and this is all outside of the
Four Thrive की बैक साइड पे देखा जाए तो वो
looking so strong in this game.
Four Thrive को ये तो आइडिया हो जाएगा भाई Four Thrive थोड़ा सा हो जाएगी थोड़ा क्या समझ रहे हो कि थोड़ा उनको
on the northeast side as well as on the south edge.
Four Thrive
One of those warriors, Ida, managed to get a couple of elims on the angle, but they trapped themselves behind the water. Ramping up that one, it takes so much wind in the circle, you just don't continue that speed, you don't carry any momentum in towards the circle. And they found out all about it. Furia were a roadblock for them, and they may have dragged Furia down with them, but for Emerald,
इधर निगमा गैलेक्सी के जो प्लेयर हैं वो बचे हुए हैं निगमा गैलेक्सी के लोअर लास्ट पे हैं यार भाई ये यूएलएफ और ये क्यों बची है ये अरीना यार मारो भाई इनको खत्म करो यार ये क्यों है कि जो मैं तंग हूं
on the drive in now, gonna have to force to just fully send it
और
over.
ड्राइव मार दो नहीं
Up here, sacrificing players one by one. Milu, oh, with a bad drive. And now it's up to the player. Oh, he does end up catching 1 point. So Tianba hold on just for a little while longer.
Staying alive, staying in the thick of things. The arena going to be able to push fully up and over with Ulf suppressing his angle. He can survive for just a while longer. And Ulf are going to have a tough time actually pushing towards this one with the suppressive fire coming in, but Haking does go down. That's very long shot down from the south side. Close to max range, I believe. Yeah, 393 meters there, Ayala.
Ayala and Furia are putting in work here. 10 points on the board so far. Right behind him is OG with 8. They definitely needed those points. And here comes Furia, pressing in through the south side, moving in little by little, making sure that there ain't nobody near him.
भाई देखते हैं अभी क्या होता है यहाँ 40 जो है वो साथ के साथ लेकिन यार बहुत आराम से बैठी है यार कोई उसको हाथ भी नहीं लगा रहा ये एंड में निकलेंगे और एंड में निकल के बखार के साथ वो करेंगे मतलब चिकन भी कर ले तो 10 पॉइंट निकल जाएंगे या लास्ट पे भी आ गए तो 6 पॉइंट निकल 7 पॉइंट ही सही है 6-7 पॉइंट ही तो नहीं चाहता कि भाई
it is of course the kiss curse position though, because you do have to leave it at some point. Well, almost certainly you're going to have to leave it at some point, and that is where things start to get a little bit muddy.
If this zone shifts to Aurora, they're getting like 20 points this game. Plus. I mean, this is the spot to have. But it is quite on the edge here. This is the time to get lucky in the map that you really want to get lucky on, that's for sure. Meanwhile, the red force catching cheap out from Furia.
Shot in around the sides of those silos. It is pretty resible though, Furia, I imagine. The circle does move away from Aurora though, and up towards the north side. This is a lot of open ground that maybe Four Thrives could try and leverage, but there's not a lot for them to try. You can see just sweeping out to the west, it's wide open. You're going to need those cover flares, so it depends how many they've got in the back pocket. Create some of your own blades with that destructive terrain. What they're going to be needing to do to control that north side. In the meantime, Furia still on the south side.
Doc. It's hard to throw some nades and they know they got to get moving here. They got those vehicles, they're smoking. Go down. That's huge for the side of Aurora. And Doc trying to little by little. Oh, saw that crate. I need that. I got 300 rounds. I need more. I need that util. And he's going to find at least another drink because he was out.
अरीना भाई अरीना को मार दो यार
अरीना को मारना
नहीं मारना
gets spotted out in the open.
IQ जो नो को पता लगा
such a difficult area to try and move into. The question is timing, and for IQ he gets caught a little bit too early. And there's really no cover. But it is such a majority on the circle. If you can establish any sort of position out there,
I think the budget
so much control, and Aurora still able to use the playground that they're playing from. They have great sightlines to control that. But Four Thrives will be able to move in. Aurora are also going to have to move. Oh, beg your pardon. Have to move.
Yeah. One thing though, this is Rondo, and if you want to cover, you gotta make your own. Use those cover flares. Use your terraforming. And make it happen. You can see Ulf with the position that they've created for themselves. You got trying to see some elimination. No fear going to be laying down, trying to see if he can catch that pixel. He sees him. He sees him.
वो थोड़ा भाई
puts some
competition होगा तो मजा आएगा ना competition ही नहीं है तो फिर मजा किस चीज़ का
Aurora rotating back in towards the compound, looking to extract more point value from these elims. Tourniquet him down, and the rest of the team answering with a volley of fire. Emre, by the way, from Ida, still alive. Solo, who managed to sneak his way. I imagine this position. They allow him to sit there in their buffer zone.
बहुत सारी टीम में जो है ये रीना को इतनी सारे रीना के पास जो है वो समझ लो कि वो है एक वो है बहुत हैवी वाला कवर है जैसे कि ये अगर फोर्थ राइट पंगा ना करे तो यूएलएफ मार सकती है
going nuts. They see their team with 11 eliminations so far. And there goes Aurora starting to throw some nades. They are in this next circle, so they're just holding the spot for now.
Just holding it down. Slowly marching forwards. Nongshim Red Force making it very difficult for them to move up and through this compound. They can get a knock, they can open away. Be an opportunity for them. There's trades back and forth across every single angle. Nongshim also have shots towards Horat, who are trying to make their way up on the western edge. Oh, it's a nasty ascent up this hill. There is a complete broadside from Hyunbin. He's got that DP, a lot of ammo in the tank, and a big north shift comes through.
The circle goes up to the top and away from all of these teams. So all of them are going to have to start moving. Hyunbin, he realizes it. He's like, oh, we're in trouble. We need to just start getting some eliminations here. It's going to be almost impossible.
I'm looking at this circle. It's a fourth right now. Who are, in some ways,
फायदा हो जाएगा यहाँ मजा आ जाएगा भाई 4-5 को अभी फाइट नहीं लेनी इसलिए 4-5 को अभी बिल्कुल भी फाइट
it could be pretty tricky for everybody else to march forward, but it seems like they found some sort of
nice इसको मारो ये रीना को
honestly you gotta just throw the smoke
खत्म nice heavy bro
down south. Let's get
मारो यूएलएफ का नो प्लेयर नो
later for first and second place, because this is a feeding frenzy here on the south side, as all these teams are just desperate to try to find a spot into this next zone.
मतलब भाई देखते हैं कि भाई क्या होता है क्या नहीं होता यहाँ 4-5 के प्लेयर पकड़े जाते हैं कैच की तरफ से और क्या 4-5 अपना होल्ड कर पाएगी या नहीं बचा पाएगी नहीं बचा पाएगी लेकिन अच्छा हुआ कि हीरो ना गैलेक्सी फिनिश होगी यूएलएफ को मारना चाहिए नहीं यार और नहीं
eastern side and crash into fourth right, but with the Cypher going down with 2 players left, actually only 1 player left in action. It's only IQ up on the north side and Fury sweeping up over on the inside of the compound. Ayala on the corner, Dodge goes down, they move out to the east, but Fury now 12 elims, they're looking for more. Solo Jiggle, the only thing standing in their way of controlling the entirety of this compound.
Make that 13 elimination, Fury on the air, Jiggle up on top, player Aurora though are just waiting for
Aaron को फिनिश कर देता है Aaron जो है वो
gotta be a little bit careful with that cover player. Close, Chief.
तो अब आप IQ जो है पलक को बचा लें तो बहुत अच्छा होगा
try to make the play in the 1v2. It's Igor to shut him down.
और फ्यूरिया जो है वो ज़ैफा है
Solo
ज़ैफा जो है क्या बचा पाएंगे ज़ैफा
sent his way by Nongshim Red Force. Now at the Orient Aurora as we transition up to the north side, and 4 thrives. I mean, they lost so much on that push forwards, and it's just like you now, Hazaifa. I don't think you're getting back over to him, mate. And he does go down. IQ. 14 eliminations for Nongshim Red Force, 10 for Aurora. This is a big game. Anyway, you cut.
That's gonna win it. Who's it gonna be? It's Aurora versus Nongshim Red Force. Yolk gets knocked. That could be the volley. But Nongshim Red Force is just gonna hold that angle. So easy catches top as well. So just knock after knock back and forth. That's gonna really hurt the from both these teams. Level 2 vest pretty beat up. Sees an angle though. Hits the headshot onto Chizzy and gets the knock.
How do you do it? Reaper's goodness. This is the open ground I was talking about before, Jukes. It's just so difficult. There is that sloping ridge in front of Nongshim as well, that means they really kind of only have one angle to go. And it is fully covered off by Aurora.
Yeah, it's because Aurora is shooting some dang laser
अच्छा
beams
जी,
at the end.
बट अरोरा के पास जून का कंट्रोल 1-3 का जो स्प्लिट है ना इनका बहुत हैवी है, लाइक पीछे से जून का वो हो रहा है इनका जो है वो
Gonna have to battle it out with Aurora because Aurora are on fire.
और यहाँ से निकलेंगे रीफर नॉक कर देगा,
Now they have the number.
बहुत हैवी वाला स्प्लिट है इनका, बहुत मुश्किल है नॉक्सिम रेड फोर्स के लिए।
They're just stuck. They're stuck in this.
एक आधा प्लेयर अगर नॉक होता है ना अरोरा का भाई ये ठीक है, अब सही है।
Evens out the battle with that huge knock on the
चलो।
zone. Perfect timing.
तो देखते हैं भाई क्या करते हैं।
Which means that in order to get them back up, they need to break forwards. For Aurora, they need to expose themselves. That makes it more likely. We're in a 3v3 clean. Hyunbin suppressing the corner of the rock there, looking to try and put the back behind.
इनका डॉग बिल्कुल नॉक कर देते हैं नॉक्सिम रेड फोर्स के। दो प्लेयर नॉक हैं, एक
on the angle. That is reasonable, but it's going to allow them to move forwards incrementally, making their way, making their approach here. Reefus don't dare step up.
Hyunbin is just an absolute beast with down plays.
9 stage 9 का ओ टॉप को भी नॉक कर दिया था दोबारा से।
Hyunbin is on fire.
Uh-oh.
Making it happen for his team. Applies that suppressive fire on Reefus. Reefus cannot afford to get out here. If he does, he's gone.
अब देखो अरोरा गेमिंग जिसको पता नहीं कोई क्या क्या कहता है भाई, उनकी तरफ देख रहे हो भाई, वो भी स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं, मतलब किस तरह की हैवी लोग भी किसी टीम को भी मतलब तुम अंडर एस्टिमेट नहीं कर सकते। और Zeol finish. अरोरा गेमिंग के रीफस भी लो, दो प्लेयर बचते हैं।
His way, and Nongshim Red Force are giving this an excellent go. Moving forwards, they make it to the rock, and they are just out of range. The nade goes forwards. Only top remains in the way.
ये नेड एंड होगा भाई नॉक्सिम रेड फोर्स का चिकन।
Turning the tables on Aurora. Aurora.
Top remains in the way, and the Molotov burns him. Takes him down from that location. It got so messy around those silos. Those compounds really tricky.
लेकिन अरोरा गेमिंग भी अच्छे खासा किल निकाल चुकी थी, उसके बाद सेकंड पोजीशन पे आई है, तो मुझे लगता है कोई दूसरी पोजीशन के आसपास आ गई, मतलब शायद तीसरी पोजीशन पे इनकी होल्ड हो गया होगा और दूसरी पे देखने को क्या करते हैं।
In the way for Aurora, if they'd have been able to deal with that a little bit earlier, maybe they could have had more presence there and stopped Nongshim Red Force from getting as far as they did. But a brilliant oversight on the compound of Nongshim Red Force. The South Korean side managed to navigate that one brilliantly.
I mean, that's as fair as a fight as it gets here, folks. I mean, I think out of all the fights I've ever seen Aurora lose, I think that is the most frustrating one for them because they know he just got outgun skilled. Us, Aurora, the Mongolian super squad. What happened? Hyunbin with those laydowns, making the plays, the pop off. Absolutely well deserved. I mean, that was just disgusting.
Locking it in with the daps. That's what you're gonna do. You gotta be pumped when you get on Rondo, no less, with a big Elim count. That is a breath of fresh air for Nongshim Red Force, hoping to get another global level title as well, to convert from their recent win.
Sneaky. I mean, Nongshim Red Force, when they
won, they were on top of the leaderboards
until literally the last game, right? They stole that tournament. And
आज के दिन के पूरे 5 मैच रहते हैं भाई, देखते हैं क्या होता है। क्या भाई टट्टी बेंच वर्ल्ड कप है इनकी तरफ से।
These leaderboards are going to look dangerous.
It's going to be exciting. Remember, E-Arena, Enigma Galaxy, again, going down a little bit earlier. That's going to close the gaps once more.
भाई अच्छी बात है ना, ये दोनों छेती मरेंगे, कुछ 4 से 5 मैच मरे भाई। देखो 3-4 मैचेस में छेती मरे भाई, तो तभी फायदा होने वाला है।
From the delays that we had yesterday, the 8 matches today are going to test these teams' endurance.
We still got so many games left.
I'm so excited.
This is just Toronto. We got 3 more Air Gales, 2 more Miramars. How's Aurora gonna roar back though? That's gonna be my question. You know, Doc, he did not like that one. They did not like that. Yeah, they're like, there's no way we can beat here. I mean, using that terraform that wants to be a professional player.
फजूल वाली हरकतें तो नहीं ना करनी भाई, मतलब समझ रहे हो कि भाई एकदम बगैर किसी जो है वो कोई फाइट के बगैर किसी मतलब समझ रहे हो कोई किसी उनके अंदर वही ना हो,
where they're going to pick those heads up, hit a few crucial knocks.
मतलब कंपटीशन है ही नहीं, तो फिर वर्ल्ड कप का मतलब क्या हुआ वर्ल्ड कप?
like you say, and it is a really interesting feature. I think it's probably, for me, the most interesting feature of Rondo is the impact of those, well, actually, maybe two, but the impact of having destructible terrain, being able to carve out those little divots, those little defilades with explosives, as well as the deployable cover flares. I think those two features make Rondo so interesting in these late game stages.
Yeah.
And if it weren't for those two features, I don't think either team would have been able to make it towards the end there. There was so much open ground, but they had to close it down, and the team to do it was Nongshim Red Force. We'll see you in a few.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out,
चलो भाई let's see क्या होता है क्या नहीं होता रे क्या होता है भाई.
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it.
Okay.
Powered
देखा कर दे हैं बातें तेरी.
As the first Pakistani team to qualify for PMWC, reaching the world stage was already history. But once the matches began, they proved they had not traveled there just to participate.
But he's found Mafioso, he's got the flush. As well. Nucky, no! How can you do it to him? They want that first place, well, you're gonna have to prize it from his cold, dead hands. Squashed with a chance now, and he's able to close it down.
Four Thrives finished second in the group stage, going directly into the grand finals, and eventually securing 7th place in the world.
Last year, PMWC taught us to be more aggressive and more consistent to win this championship.
Their journey began at the PMGO Season 1 South Asia Finals, where they handled the pressure of playing at home and claimed the regional championship.
Now sending shots around the corner, so much damage done, and it's ended. Four Thrives get themselves a chicken dinner and secure an unbelievably good position.
That victory sent them to Jakarta for the PMGO Season 1 main event, where they would face teams from across the world. And on the opening day of the grand finals, Four Thrives took complete control.
Possible, but IQ's down, and T24, we're a 1v1, weapon swap with the Gets it done, and Four Thrives!
After 6 matches, they had collected 3 wins and 82 points, building a commanding lead at the top of the leaderboard.
After the 3 chickens on PMGO finals day 1, our confidence boosted a lot. Like, we didn't felt any pressure and we knew we are going to win because we had a big lead.
The second day brought a different challenge. Every team in the lobby was chasing them, and every mistake could reopen the championship race. They finished with 122 points, 77 eliminations, and 3 wins to become the PMGO Season 1 champions, securing their return to PMWC. Last year, they arrived as history makers. This year, they arrive as global champions.
Nothing has changed for us. Our hunger is still the same. Even you can say we are more hungry for this PMWC trophy. We are even more confident than before. We have more experience. We believe that we can be the team who can win this back-to-back global trophy.
Four Thrives have already shown that a Pakistani team can reach the world stage. Now, Four Thrives head to the PMWC at EWC 26. Ready to prove that PMGO is not the rise.
ये नौकी को भूख लगी है, इसको ट्रॉफी की भूख लगी.
I'm nading it, okay? I'm nading it.
On the Tassia, bro. He's low. I don't have. Nice shot. Nice. Last one on me. On this. No, two. No! Get the loot. Go left, guys. Please, go left. One guy right, one guy left. Easy. They're 2 knocked.
Zone will kick them. Zone will kick them.
Hamilton!
Okay, I'm running up on him. Play time.
Behind the car. Kitleyim ben. Riske atmayacağım.
Bir daha
Taşla yatıyor galiba. Mermi çektim.
Tarıyorum Cemal, full tarıyorum. Mermim yok ama.
Mermim kalmadı.
Lan gidin vurun, alana salacak.
Nice oğlum. Nice.
เฮ้ยขวาตัวนึงตายเราไปนอนอยู่
นอน
कल वाले मैच के पॉइंट ना अभी तो देखना पड़ेगा कि क्या होता है जी
กดท้ายกดขวาเฮียไม่วะ
This rondo would be the match to just kickstart a bunch of the teams that weren't performing well in this first two Miramars, and one of them being Aurora, showing Kalaris one of the biggest throws that we have seen. They look so good until the end.
Everything was lining up so well. They threaded the needle down on the south to be able to get between Godlike and Fury. They're playing it fantastic. They're able to hold the position, cautious of where Horror was, and then maybe flex out on that west side. But Max, who played an amazing game.
Like, you can't hate too much on it. Nongshim Red Force had some insane shots. Hyunbin in particular, the way he was able every time to allow his teammates to push forward, and he would cover them, but he wouldn't just be cover fire. He would literally tear down every single player on Aurora Gaming. I think he knocked out top twice in that final fight.
I'm not happy about it.
I'm very happy about it. If Kalaris is angry, I'm having a good day. So yeah, but like as you said, it was great rotations overall from Aurora, but the gunplay from Nongshim Red Force is what redeemed the game for South.
Completely opposite from what we saw from Nongshim.
ये भी मुश्किल नहीं है क्योंकि जितने पॉइंट निकाले नॉन्गशिम रेड फोर्स ने टॉप पे आना भी कोई बड़ी चीज नहीं है मतलब ये नहीं कह सकता कि यार नहीं आए होंगे कुछ भी हो सकता है कुछ भी हो सकता है
You guys, I'll be that support player, I'll be the fragger, but I will let you guys go first.
I mean, it wasn't just this final fight for Nongshim Red Force that was amazing. It was the parking bay control, dealing with anybody coming from silos, fighting into the circles as well. This for Nongshim Red Force was a masterclass of control.
Like with E Arena especially.
Yeah, the thing is that Arena was executed so well, it was so snappy, so quick. But the fact that they survived that fight in the city, right? Get outside the city, fight against the team with 4 thrives, then win the fight to Aurora. All of that, basically, while still keeping as a 4-man team, is insanely impressive at this level of play.
I think there's very few teams that can make it look that good.
No, because, and this is the thing, is this is one of the teams that can go from 0 to 100, right? They here and then they unleash the beast. I mean, look at these eliminations coming in. Players so even.
अब इसका ना मतलब वो करना पड़ेगा.
And they just are able to just turn up the
मतलब पॉइंट देख के थोड़ा सा चलते हैं.
Go for it.
Especially talk about Hyunbin just being able to be the frag out power for this squad. TG as well has been stepping up. It's good to see that all the teams are in this one. One of the biggest questions we have for Nongshim, especially in this last 2 days, have been those placement points. And for them to finally get over that hump, getting that chicken dinner, considering that the Smash rule is going to be in play tomorrow, this is going to make them really happy. I know you're really happy about it.
I'm loving it, seeing Hyunbin and the boys getting so many points on board. But before this game, right, the placement points were at an all-time low. We just didn't see very many late-game finishes from this team. But the fact is, and as we just saw on that graphic, right, they got eliminations on every single player. Apparently, Eren is your MVP of the game, and he had some really good fights. One of those onto 4 thrives. So good plays here from Eren that I didn't expect. I thought it would be definitely one player from
Well, Tizzy, the fact that he did 1,200 some damage from the parking bay. I mean, it's one of the highest spots in that circle. Never mind the silos that exist there. So it's a great spot to be able to have those engagements from.
No, it was very good indeed. And mentioning Ulfred, because they were in an altercation with 4 thrives, and looking at the circle, I was like, okay, well, Nongshim has to deal with. You've got 4 thrives having to deal with.
जल्दी बताओ ना. Point तो दिखाओ.
Just have the complete west side kind of to themselves. Get that long range third party going, which is that's their MO. We saw them do so well. While they probably should have had that. They were long distance. They were able to have that long distance, put some distance between them and other teams. But for Nongshim, for them to actually third party over onto Ulf in the 4 thrives fight, just as 4 thrives were kind of getting cleared up. That is true.
They do.
They do.
Ida has something personal with
They do. It's so true. It's so true. But Nongshim really showcasing how great their timing is.
दिखाओ सही point table का मसला है point को दिखाओ किधर आगे
team that we've been following as well.
Can you show us the points brother
4 thrives in this last match. They were
यार
controlling
7
a
WG
lot
भाई
of that north, but they were too split even though they weren't man down. And this is something that we were harping on a lot yesterday from them, having unnecessary splits at times. They were being pinned down by Aurora though.
They were being pinned down. It's a very difficult portion of zone. I don't think we've seen it be played that much, and so when it's so open like that, it is difficult to try and have the control that you really want. But yeah, there were some changes that could have been made to that.
I think you hit the nail on the head. I think that when you look at how Nongshim Red Force had to play it, in a very similar area, you see how flat that area is. There's a lot of times where people get stuck in markets and urban situations, and then you're thinking to yourself, okay, that team on the outside is going to be able to hold them off. But you saw how flat it was. They couldn't put pressure onto anyone coming from their 4 thrives. They were there in a good spot, but they were there too early.
Yeah, actually looking at another team I feel like did really well this game is actually Furia, right? Able to jump up here in 4th position, get himself a total of 60 points, 2 points behind the podium held down by Enigma Galaxy. But this game, how they were able to jump around the teams in the southern side against Godlike and also the side of Ida, and then getting in the city and sweeping teams. Sure, they don't get the win, but highly impressive from Furia. Building up their momentum, they're a streaky team, and now I feel like the podium is where they want to head towards next.
That's back-to-back games too for Furia, being able to just show that aggressiveness, getting those eliminations as well, maintaining themselves within the 4th place. Because one thing that we're kind of looking at is E-Arena starting to create a gap with some of those teams. That's something that 2nd place, especially of esports, they had 2 outstanding mirror marks, and in this one we saw Eden being able to get the MVP.
I just want to bounce off what you said about Furia with the 2 good games, because I didn't like them moving into that silo location. I thought they could potentially backfill the west side after coming in super late on that south, but hey, they proved me wrong. I think that they really showed great presence of mind, great kind of control when they were moving through, and were able to take the gunfights well.
Yeah, it was very nice indeed. I was watching them kind of how they were moving, because some teams like Aurora, right, you have your position and you and just stay there. Mobile, very proactive thinking. You could tell from how these guys were moving. Yeah, just very proactive, and that's what you want to see in the middle of a city fight like that.
Yeah, we did see the second page there for a quick second, and I want to highlight one player from Godlike. Man, S-Power is putting up like so many great clutches. We had some clutches early on Miramar. He did it here on the hot drop right versus top. He was cooking the grenade, got the damage, forced to find CQC. I really do believe that my favorite player from India, by the way, normally is legit. But I gotta say, S-Power is putting some global level fights here. He is looking highly impressive, and right now I would say the best player in India by a significant margin.
Yeah, it's not even close, honestly, especially with S-Power. Now all we need is to see what the Nongshim players were able to do, which just wasn't just one player. We need all the players from Godlike being able to step it up. But as we're gonna be heading into the first Erangel, let's send it over to Barney and Luti.
Luti, what an absolute treat today is.
I mean, 8 games, that's so many clutch can happen today.
I know, 5 more maps to go,
yeah,
so much more PMWC action to come. But I tell you what,
tell me,
we wouldn't be anywhere if it wasn't for the fans, right?
Of course, they're coming from all over the world.
That's right, and we've got some right here in the Gadia City grid as well, so why don't we check in with them?
Okay.
Okay, you want to check in?
My side is better.
Oh yeah,
I'm pretty sure my side is better.
Calm down, okay. All my fans on this side of the building, make some noise!
Nah. I think we're better. Please, from my side, make some noise!
Yeah, okay, now you know what you gotta beat, guys. Now you know what you gotta beat. Okay, I see some Furia fans. Everybody, Vasambaruya!
I see. I have 40 fans right there, and I can see in their own language as well. It is time. Shorman Show! Look at them going. They are crazy.
Okay, you know what, Luti?
Yeah.
I'll give you that one.
Yeah,
you can beat me 1-0. But we'll check in a little bit later today. Casters, who do you think won that?
I think the fans all won that. You know, I'm going to be completely equivocal, yeah, that's everybody won because we got to experience the energy that is going to be put towards this match, the first of our Erangels today, a triple billing. As we sidle over towards match 8 with Nongshim Red Force able to close down a clutch chicken dinner in the final moments of that last game. Now they turn their attention to the grassy pastures, and maybe we'll get an answer to our question about a couple of our other teams, Dukes, because of course the thought on everyone's minds when it comes to these Erangel situations is, what is going to happen in Pochinki?
Yep.
Is Enigma Galaxy going to be left alone, or is EDA going to continue down their futile path?
Well, that's the question, because the only other question is Enigma Galaxy going anywhere else? And the answer's no, I'll tell you that. So we're gonna see what's gonna happen on the side of Pochinki. But who's gonna get these points, man? We're heading on over to good old-fashioned Erangel. We got 3 of these matches today, and this is the first one here in day number 2 of the finals, live here in Paris, France. This is the PUBG Mobile World Cup.
It's so American of you to say Paris, France, as if anybody was laboring under the delusion it was Paris, Texas. Come on. That ain't happening. That ain't happening.
It's about the same heat, though, I'll tell you that right now, because it was hot outside today.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's been pretty hot in these games as well, as we are channeling the sun. Even when it's hiding behind the moon, cheeky little sun, you know, got to get him back. We did indeed, but we are going across Erangel once more. The plane path splitting the middle in the most horizontal flight I think I've ever seen.
Right, that's as dead center as it gets right there, literally, right down the middle. And you can start seeing these teams start to spread out. Top players, Aaron right now leading the charge when it comes to damage. But man, those leaderboards changing things up. E-Arena still up on top there. Enigma Galaxy down in 3rd, Wolf right behind them. But Aurora and Nongshim Red Force pushed themselves up. Now you can see Nongshim in 5th place with 59 points. That's a much more comfortable position. But we are starting to see some point gaps already starting to be present. This is the most important day here, folks, because that's what's going to set that smash point threat. And E-Arena have a nice little gap here, so they're a little bit comfortable, but it ain't over yet. They got to keep that aggression up all day long.
Now, you know what? I talked about it before, right? E-Arena, chicken dinner towards the start of the day, and then what happens, right? It's that question of then what happens. Oh, by the way, EDA, not in Pochinki. Enigma Galaxy will be left alone. It is a Gatka split drop for EDA.
Oh,
thank you.
Time.
Thank you so much to all the coaches, to all the analysts, to the players. I love it.
Shout
I love
out to
it.
everybody, dude.
Yeah.
Shout out to everybody.
Shout out to you.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? Shout out to Naruto.
Oh, yeah.
Get that Ninetales Furies Og, baby. You gotta get it here quick before it's gone. Because the Naruto Uzumaki event is still going on. We had a nice little show match earlier. Got to see some of the A7 boys once again. And man, putting in some work. Dropping them jutsus. Them ninjutsus. Substitution jutsus.
That's what I've been told. That's what I've been told they're called. Absolutely. Beautiful stuff. I mean, we saw that show match earlier today, which was
always
a good time with it.
Calaris,
and you know, Alpha 7 have to win something.
Yeah, they gotta win something.
Let's see क्या होता है.
You know, anytime I get to hear Calaris have the show match, it is incredible. He loves to do those, so I'm so glad he was able to get one in.
He looked pretty good with the headband as well.
Yeah, he did. He rocked the red one too. I was like, man, this guy is styling today. Should have kept it on all day, in my opinion.
I think he has.
Has he?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
I
right,
saw him
he
backstage.
has.
He was running with his arms behind his back. Yeah. He does that everywhere now.
Wow. I like it. It's a good look. He should hold on to it. Speaking of good looks, right? Ulf looking pretty good today. I mean, they're in 2nd place. They've been getting a ton of eliminations here. It's gonna be interesting to see how this whole thing fares out. I want to see kind of how teams develop their mindset here going into the day specifically, because I think a lot of squads just need to understand, like, hey, this is match 2. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got Rondo out the way. Now it's Erangel.
Aaron doing a lot of work for the team on Ulf right now. The elims he's been able to find, picking them away from a lot of different scenarios. He's been able to extract just these sneaky little flush seals once or twice, as well as the rest of Ulf doing a lot more. They had a really solid position during that rondo. There were some difficult south shifts that forced them off that high ground mountain quite a while into the zones, which kind of took a little bit of momentum away from them. But the fact that they're able to convert and get a decent line on that game was pretty great, and getting that match MVP title as well for Aaron. So yeah, in second place, good news for them. One step closer to E-Arena. It's a very tight grouping over towards the top side of these tables still. I mean, there is a bit of a drop off, I think, you know, from ninth all the way up to second. It's fairly flexible still, given the number of matches we still got left to play, but it's going to get a lot more solid, and teams beneath that, I feel like you're stretching a little bit far now to try and catch up.
Yeah, I mean, there's still plenty of time, right? I mean, we got to look at the math of it. I mean, there's a lot of games still left to be played. I get where you're going with this, though, right? With how these top teams are performing, it's getting real scary here, right? So if you want to be able to make a run for that first place, you got to start performing here, right now. Especially for that 9th place on down. It really is starting to get chicken dinner time.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we've seen teams go, you know, back to back, triple chicken dinners. So for all you guys that are fans there of, you know, 4 Thrives, Vitality, Flat, S2G, all the squads down there, you know, give your team your energy, right? Start spamming the chat. They need that positive reinforcement here, because they are not even close to out of the running. We got a lot of matches left to go, a couple good wins, and boom, they're at the top.
I'm looking right now at what Enigma Galaxy are doing this split. We saw it from them in the previous stages they played in their group stage. They leave 2 players in Pochinki. They send 2 players out really wide. We've been denied the opportunity to see this happen over the course of these grand finals because of the hot drop with Ida. But now they are unleashed. They've been able to not only get the early loot truck and try and get a little bit of a duplicate on that as well, but they have been able to send out that early duo scout to be successful. They sent out towards an hour before on a game that they were able to win in the end, and they now have a side in the fields that stretch out to the north of Quarry. But still, there's still a variable line across the middle of this. Waterproof, and don't let the eagle fly.
He's going to go to the lobby. That's the first devastation. Catching it. And that is devastation for this lobby, because, I mean, E-Arena are red hot today. Just straight aggression, putting on some points on the board. That 2-2 split you called out there from Enigma Galaxy is great to see. See how well it works. Yes, they're putting that 2-2, yeah, because if the zone goes on over to the east side, they got a position locked down. If it goes on over to the west, they got a spot. So, depending on where the zone goes, but at the same time, it's difficult to get there. That's going to be the big Aurora, military base, they're going to push themselves up.
उसके बाद 9वें नंबर का जो है वो इतना अगर कहें बात तो वैसे 5वें नंबर से लेके 9वें तक कितना डिफरेंस है, उससे ऊपर डिफरेंस है, मतलब ठीक है 7वें से लेके जो 9वें तक डिफरेंस नहीं है, उससे ऊपर काफी डिफरेंस है। आप देखना 58 से लेके फिर 77, यार ये 77 वाला पॉइंट मुझे दुख रहा है।
Real glow up into the survival I think it's safe to say, but here it's not quite been as consistent, and that's probably likely to the fact that you're adding the top 10 teams back in, right? You're coming back into the directly qualified. Tiamba, it's great that they've gained that confidence. This is not the Tiamba we saw in their group stage, but there is a little bit more force to come up against, and that's I think what they're trying to come to terms with.
This lobby is wild. It really is. I love to see just the progression here.
तो देखते हैं भाई क्या करेंगे। अरोरा गेमिंग जब भी वजह थी 4 थ्राइव आगे कैंपिंग किया होना 4 थ्राइव से 2 प्लेयर आगे जाए जोन में। ओ भाई ये जोन इधर इस साइड पे मुझे लगता है भागेंगी, ये इस साइड पे जो जाएंगी ना, मतलब जो पानी वाली साइड पे, वाटर वाली साइड पे, ये देख लो इधर जोन बना है, मतलब जोन उस साइड पे जो इन्होंने जोन में होल्ड ले लिया बहुत अच्छा होगा। निगमा गैलेक्सी के खूब पकड़ो 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 इसको पकड़ो भाई पकड़ो 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 छोड़ना मत हैवी भाई कुछ तो अच्छा हुआ ना भाई निगमा गैलेक्सी एक प्लेयर तो मारे चलो इनके पास पूरी फुल फोर्स तो नहीं रहेगी ना
Another team, the rest of his teammates to actually take that fight. So for Enigma Galaxy, this is the worst case scenario. They've left Satan alone side. Ralph and Lord unlikely to be able to push on through. Ooh, Ulf losing Aaron though, as they rotate out to the west as well, is a pretty big pickup for the lobby to be able to find that one. And in the center of this, it's starting in E-Arena.
यहाँ देखते हैं कौन सी टीम क्या है जैसे हो रहा है स्पोर्ट पकड़ी जा रही है बार नोक हो रहे हैं एक नोक है
Run, Satan, run. He's all by himself, just trying to find a position for the rest of his team. But the rest of his team is rotating on over.
है तो पोजीशन घटिया ही भाई यहाँ बहुत गंदी पोजीशन है यहाँ क्योंकि यहाँ रखेगी पीछे से इधर थर्ड पार्टियां हो के मर जाएगी
The other duo from Enigma Galaxy, it looks like they're trying to go around the south. And the Benny Hill music was playing in my head. They were chasing each other's tails and neither one able to catch it. But it's going to be a set straight through the middle. I mean, it's a repair play. On the needle there for IQ.
भाई हैवी तो क्या नोक दिया भाई IQ की तरफ से
Nice little pop.
सीधे 3 हेड
Okay, 14's on the push. Here come 4 Thrives now. Battling it out. Huzaifa up close and personal. Axel driving away, using that hovercraft to find an off angle. That's going to make things interesting. Vitality going to have to make some plays though. E-Arena catching out Raouf, so that 2-2 split not working at all. Bounce nade.
Oh नहीं
From Huzaifa.
अच्छा जी IQ नोक है
4T turning
और यहाँ जो है दूसरा नोक है भी पीछे से STG आ गई लगता थर्ड पार्टी ना हो बस यहाँ
And you pay the price.
T24 does get flushed in the meantime. S2G third partying this from the south side. Hot Jukes Razak is in the hovercraft, but it starts to go up in flames.
Oh, heavy. ये कुछ अच्छा किया अच्छा T24 शायद फिनिश हो चुका ना हाँ T24 फिनिश है
They are no longer in
Welcome to Suplex City, baby.
अच्छा टीम फ्लैश जो है वो हंट कर रही है और स्पोर्ट को
4 eliminations taking out Team Vitality with a great shutdown there.
निगमा गैलेक्सी 2 प्लेयर नोक हो चुके हैं फिनिश हो गए ULF 1 और E-Arena का भी 1 नहीं है ये बहुत कंसिस्टेंट खेल है भाई मुझे खतरा है कि ये टीम चैंपियन ना बन जाए बगैर समझ रहे हो ना कि बगैर किसी जो कि ये मतलब किसी किस्म का कोई मसला ही ना हो इस तरीके से चीजें बनना मुझे मतलब बहुत टेंशन होगी क्या सर्कल बना भाई क्या सर्कल ने शिफ्ट मारा और तो थोड़ा बड़ा स्कोर तो किया लेकिन जगह अच्छी कोई नहीं है भाई ये मुझे पसंद नहीं है ये जगह मतलब ये जगह बैक एंड पे थर्ड पार्टियां होगी यहाँ बहुत गंदी पोजीशन है मतलब
as well as Everest being a roadblocker on the northeast side of it, it creates this lineup. So teams funneled into this south side, so a circle like this actually benefits the majority of the lobby.
Yes, it does. Yeah, I mean they were already all set up in this position. The zone going here, super beneficial. This is a huge
Aurora Gaming,
and it's a battle of contention. Aurora starting to push Nongshim Red Force. It's a rematch, and Nongshim Red Force win once again.
No doubt in my mind, that's how it should have gone in that last match. They
Red Force भाई ये इनको क्यों ये टॉप वाली टीम है भाई क्यों इतना हैवी
and that does that mean that Aurora are living up to the definition?
चांबा भाई चांबा इधर आई है वो करने भाई इनको ले रही है थर्ड पार्टी होगी क्या यहाँ इनकी फाइट हो रही क्या तो देखना पड़ेगा भाई यार कोई पॉइंट हासिल किया अरोरा गेमिंग फिर से भाई जॉब कर गई
and take control of an area on the south edge of this circle. Putting pressure onto S2G, stopping Godlike potentially moving in as well as Flash off in the distance.
I've had the pleasure of being able to spend some good quality time with the players from Aurora, especially after their performance at PMGC. And I'll tell you one thing, I know these guys, they are fuming right now.
Well, you know, it's not infrequent that Doc wins the MVP awards.
Last game में चिकन निकाला इसमें अच्छा खेल रहा है.
Yeah.
And
टॉप की टीमें मतलब बहुत कंसिस्टेंट खेल रही हैं भाई ये रीना जो है बहुत से फाइट ही नहीं ले रही फाइट नहीं ले रही है एंड में जाकर फाइट लेते हैं सीधा ही चिकन निकालते हैं या फिर इस तरीके से और फिर 7-8 पॉइंट का चिकन निकल आता है.
Now 14 teams are remaining. We got Aurora, Vitality out. A couple players from some other squads out as well. Wolf did lose a player early on. But E-Arena, 2 eliminations. They are
ठीक है, टीम फ्लैश इधर आ गया, देखते हैं सर्कल कहाँ जाता है। 33 सेकंड रह गए हैं, सर्कल स्टेज 3 का सर्कल है, स्टेज 4 का सर्कल बनने जो जा रहा है, और देखते हैं कि भाई स्टेज 4 का सर्कल मतलब क्या होता है क्या नहीं, कहाँ बनता है। टीम फ्लैश वेट कर रही है कि किस जगह पर सर्कल जाता है, उस साइड पर दिया जाता है। अच्छा, ओजी की थोड़ी अच्छी पोजीशन है, मतलब अच्छी पोजीशन।
The west side that went so quickly kind of devastated them. If it hadn't been as hard, it basically almost any other circle, it wouldn't be anywhere near as devastating for them. It was just so nasty because everybody started flooding west almost immediately. Of difficult circle shift.
Circle बहुत
pretty nasty, but yeah,
बहुत खुले का सर्कल है भाई ये,
completely blocked off.
बहुत खुले का सर्कल है यार ये, बहुत ज्यादा। अब फाइटिंग अब मतलब बहुत जल्दी सारी तकरीबन टीमें खत्म होने जा रही हैं।
Maybe they need a hot drop.
वन करीब जो है वो बहुत सारी टीमें तो इतनी जल्दी खत्म हो जाएंगे ना भाई, क्या ही बोले।
But you know, Ida pretty happy with themselves what they did right now because they have that catching position. They are one of the only teams in the northeast side in these open fields.
And they get blessed here in this circle, and that just goes to show sometimes a hot drop is good to avoid. Satan all by himself. Oh, he's so in trouble. It's on fire. That Murado, he's gonna have to pop out, lay down.
मर गया ये।
Red Force, right there. This is like
ये मर गया भाई।
worst location he be stuck in too. Not good. Well,
तो देखते हैं भाई क्या करते हैं।
Enigma Galaxy.
Enigma Galaxy फिर से डेड, पर नॉन्शिम रेड फोर्स के बाद चांस मिल गया उसको ना।
Terrible for him in this position, right? You have this little defilade, you're kind of covered off from the buildings out in the open. The nades, though, from non-ship force does make it all the more terrible.
That looks pretty terrible.
Oh, nice. Up does make it harder, but he's still got a little bit of fire in the belly.
Less terrible now.
मतलब फिर टीम फ्लैश की फाइट होगी है गोडल के साथ, एक प्लेयर नॉक कर देगा भाई, खत्म। सो इजी खत्म, खत्म कर दिया। निगमा गैलेक्सी टीम होगी खत्म। तीन टीमें जो लॉबी आ जाती है, फैटालिटी, अरोरा और निगमा गैलेक्सी।
The reason that they were able to do so is because there isn't so many teams out in the open fields, right? And if it happened a little bit later, maybe that would have changed. So I think I read a little bit too much into that to call it enough cover. But either way, he does go down.
6 shot though.
One of the very few players to be able to knock Jumpen on that trade though.
Yep, really nice.
Just saying.
Just saying, indeed. Not an easy feat.
Hora.
Wow, what happened to Hora?
They tried to roll in from the west side and it didn't work. I think that's.
अच्छा, ये इधर फाइट, वैसे इधर फाइट हो सकती है ईडा स्पोर्ट और ओजी के बीच में, और ईडा के पास मोमेंटम नहीं है, मतलब समझ रहे हो, ईडा के पास ऐसा कोई खास मोमेंटम है नहीं, तो ईडा के लिए प्रॉब्लम होती है। और ट्राइब नॉक होगी यूएलएफ की तरफ से, क्या नॉक होगा यहाँ क्या रहा है इधर से जी। नॉन्शिम रेड फोर्स अच्छा किया भाई, अच्छा है भाई, इसको फिनिश होना चाहिए था। नाइस 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 नाइस।
In this zone, and that's why so many teams, they want it and they want it bad. S2G on the push, they know that that wizard tower is weak for this.
अच्छा, ये इधर सौम्य की तरफ जो टीम फ्लैश जो है वो स्ट्रगल कर रही है। अच्छा, टीम फ्लैश जो है वो डेड वाली साइड यूएलएफ की फाइट हो रही है, 4 ट्राइब के साथ बार अलग नोक हो रहे हैं। आई डोंट नो, पता नहीं कहाँ है, बट देखना पड़ेगा भाई। ये रीना फिर से भाई, इतने किल भाई, कितने किल करेंगे ब्रो, बस करो यार, इनको मारो भाई, क्या कर रहे हैं। कोई टीमें इनको बहुत खुला छूट दे रही है, इनको किसी किस्म का मतलब वो मिलेगी तो ये करते ही रहेंगे, मतलब समझ रहे हो। हो भाई भाई, इधर गोडल की फाइट पता नहीं किस साइड पे हो रही, गोडल बार बार मतलब वो हो रहा है।
Next zone, where's he going? If it centers up, it's going to be disgusting as that field is wide open. Okay.
Is it like a rule that the circle has to touch the edge of the previous one in this game?
Just hug it.
It's just like, yeah, I just pick a point around the circle. I attach myself to that. See what we're going to go for. Another hard shift is crazy, but it's a crazy fight unfolding for Godlike as they find one, try and trade it around the corner with Team Flash, and Tops goes down.
Team Flash dead.
Grind of that.
और गोडल जो है वो 3 प्लेयर के साथ बात की है 4 पॉइंट के साथ।
4 points on the side of Godlike. Haven't had the highest of starts here.
टॉप की 3 टीमें जो है वो
on the board though. OG. Other Indian
नंशिम रेड फोर्स, यूएलएफ और ये रीना बहुत अच्छे दिल के साथ था भाई, बहुत खतरा है ये, मतलब
Still a lot of matches left to be played. This could be that start for them to take charge. Few good games, all it takes.
There's fewer and fewer matches though getting played. Alola try and roll up, try and take this fight with S2G. But it's not going super well for them as they haven't even been able to find that knock on that. Down the hill, he was able to survive on a sliver of HP, gets the healing done nice and fast, and S2G can transition now without Alola.
Jamba जो dead हो चुकी, Jamba end में पहुंच गई
is already sending
out. टर्नी की तरफ से फलक को नॉक कर दिया था यार ये ना खत्म करो यार ये नहीं तो ये टीम के लिए मतलब चैंपियनशिप आज ही जीत जानी इन्होंने वरना आज एंड खत्म होगा सब के लिए.
Yeah, and that's it for
क्या फलक लोग बच पाएंगे?
We're holding this wizard tower here, but it is now outside of the circle. They're gonna have to get.
But revive हो जाएंगे, revive हो जाएंगे मतलब ये ओजी के साथ इतना मौका क्यों दिया गया? लाइक मुझे समझ नहीं आई कि ओजी इतना क्यों चांस दे रही है इनको. I don't know.
But the pressure is imminent. Now comes Scarface. Scarface.
ये अच्छा भाई इसको नो करो भाई ULF.
That's gonna
find. तो ULF फिर भी पॉइंट पे थोड़ा डिफरेंस मतलब उतना तो है ना कुछ. But ये ULF तो ये अरीना तो 80 पॉइंट पे भाई.
Trying to possibly gate this. I almost ran right into that nade. That was dangerous.
Solo remaining.
Oh, he's gone knock हो चुके हैं भाई. इतना मौका दिया ना भाई आप बहुत गंदा है उस बदल डिसीजन था पुश ना करना. 2 प्लेयर नॉक थे, 1 प्लेयर आखिरी प्लेयर बचे थे. ओ भाई नॉकिंग रेड फॉर दैट
in the grass and puts it down. Snake out of action.
ULF के साथ फाइट हो चुकी है.
Huge. Now they don't got to worry about that anymore. But now they got to worry about Godlike as they got one of those players up close and personal. Gonna switch on fights all over to this fight though as E-Arena
और USP बहुत सारी टीमों की फाइट हो रही है. ULF, E-Arena और 4th Thrive तीनों की आपस में फाइट हो रही है. इधर 4th Thrive तो बच जाएगी अब ना मतलब और Soulless जो है नॉक फिनिश हो चुके हैं.
Now playing on as 2.
बचना जिनको चाहिए था भाई वो ये सच कैच नॉक टर्नी के ने कैच को नॉक फिनिश कर दिया.
Of elims from Ulf.
अच्छा किया अच्छा हैवी भाई हैवी कुछ तो अच्छा होगा तो फायदा होगा ना. ये नाइस.
You want to be able to slow them down.
I mean, you want to, sure. You absolutely do, but the question is, can you? With Tourniquet out, you're right, without that P... Oh, wait, hang on a minute. I think Joker was able to recover the P90 just there.
Scarface को आइडिया नहीं है.
Was able to pick up...
IQ को फायदा आइडिया नहीं है Scarface यहाँ है.
Shift again.
What is going on?
It has to touch the previous circle.
It's a roll.
Oh, फलक लोग Scarface की तरफ से.
Something about this game. 4th Thrives, they're going to have to leave, but they may have to leave one of their players behind as Falak has taken a knee. Scarface down low. Last player alive for Ulf. A nade over the top from IQ.
Low.
Good bounce. Rolls under. Right behind the wheel arch and it's right in his face.
Nice, heavy.
You can't chew that.
Oh man, he ate that one. And 4th Thrives on the move. IQ going on over to Falak. Gets the
nice. बहुत अच्छा. क्या ज़ैफा लोक ना होता नहीं लोक नहीं होना यार. यहाँ लोक नहीं होना यार. नहीं चल कोई ना. तो अम्बा की तरफ ये रीना को फिनिश किया रहा तब है. ये रीना मरे तब है भाई क्योंकि इधर ये फिर भी जाते 6 पॉइंट निकाल गई ये रीना.
May not be the worst idea. Maybe try and push through 4th Thrives. Continue on. Challenge S2G's backstop. Maybe. Oh, it's a difficult approach. No matter which way you cut it. But for E-Arena, they're already on 6 elims, Dukes. They're already into the top 6. They're having a good game, and everybody from 2nd down to 6th has already gone down.
Oh, Schweppes spins out and gets punished for Lock Bear.
Oh, heavy,
That's Mormon up. IQ, got to make a play here. You need to stop E-Arena. They have been too dominant so far. They are putting in work. They take down Falak. Now Mormon gonna have to run away. This nade looks good from IQ though.
Oh, heavy bro! Fuck Banter! No!
Okay, so they are drawn a little.
माँ की आग ज़्यादा बैन जो टॉप पे बैठी क्या कम बात हुआ बने?
From Falak, I think on that roll from E-Arena.
1v2 था, heavy 1v2 था भाई.
Unfortunately not able
लबकी.
But IQ was, and he was able to put a 10th elimination on the cards there for 4th Thrives. They have been blasted.
S2G भाई क्या इधर
क्या
करेगा? Fight. IQ क्या करेगा ये देखना पड़ेगा.
Flower of their success has bloomed. IQ now rolls over the top, steps up with Aching, and he springs out.
Oh no, कोई ना. चलो कोई ना.
Take the top
6 में आया 60 पॉइंट के साथ.
And breaches them up to 60 points.
Oh, and now he gets it. I'll take that buggy. Thank you very much. As he's going to go ahead and head into the...
चलो कोई ना भाई जो टॉप की टीमें मरी हैं ये अच्छा है.
I think he is.
S2G जो है वो नो फाइट होगी ईदा ओजी और S2G S2G की ठीक है अगर सर्कल की बात करें तो कामिकाज़े की तरफ से विस्गॉड को नॉक किया जाता है विस्गॉड को फिनिश भी कर दिया जाता है और वो फिनिश जोन मतलब अच्छा खासा जोन का वो था टंकी भी नॉक क्या कर रहे हैं ये लोग क्या कर रहे हैं ये लोग भाई क्या कर रहे हैं ये लोग खत्म भाई क्या किया इन लोगों ने
starting to make some noise here in Arizona. It's S2G versus EDA.
भाई मैं मतलब क्या किया समझ नहीं आई मुझे
out in the open though S2G
जी ने क्या किया समझ नहीं आई बिल्कुल समझ नहीं आई सारो किसी तरीके से या तो देना सीधा फ्लैमिंग दे दो या करना है तो किसी इस एंगल पे जाओ ताकि बच्चों से सीधा आगे गाड़ी रोक दी खुले में उनके पास शायद चांस ही नहीं था उसके बाद
The zone didn't touch the edge.
Oh my goodness.
सीधा इसको एंड पे है ना ये वही टीम है एंड वाली टीम सबसे एंड
and full level 3 gear. Oh man, that is just so good on the side of S2G. Gotta be careful though, he's gonna be hiding behind this tree. Cannot afford to get knocked, but they have full control.
ईदा के पास सर्कल नहीं है
EDA have to move out.
ईदा ईबोर्ड का सर्कल नहीं है S2G के पास सर्कल है होल्ड है
Really need to kind of
go for the vehicle rollout and try and crash it.
और ईदा जो है वो सर्कल का होल्ड लेने की कोशिश कर रही है इस तरीके से ई सर्कल का होल्ड ले जाएगा ये क्या नॉक हो पाएगा रीटा नॉक होगा ये नॉक रीटा गया
Not great for S2G, but
there
is finally an answer. And Emre charges in, but the ammo count is very, very low there, and they've already lost 2.
Emre जो है वो नोस को फिनिश करेंगे पक्की बात है नोस को फिनिश किया जाएगा इसकी तरफ
Yeah, I don't think that point. All right, well that's a consolation prize.
दो प्लेयर हैं 2 वर्सेस 3 की फाइट है देखते हैं क्या होता है
He's only got 21 rounds left.
In the mini 14.
And Kamikaze's full level 3'd out. That's going to be a hard knock.
I mean, there's plenty of ammo left in the back pocket there.
Oh,
Kamikaze. Oh, what a line.
अब हुई ना बराबर की फाइट अब हुई ना बराबर की दोनों टर्की की टीम है भाई देखते हैं अब क्या होता है
Seemed like they had complete broadside here, but now we're in a 2 versus 2. Emre steps back into the blue. Baits Sulke out for the peak, but doesn't quite confirm. He's still down on his belly though. Stands up, goes for the fight.
Oh, last.
But Sulke puts it down. A 1 versus 2.
2 भाई 1 versus 2 क्या होगा अब देखते हैं क्या अपनी टीम किसी एक प्लेयर को बचाया जाएगा इनको.
Hit the gas. Starkin coming up close and personal. It has to G with the DVS.
S2G चिकन चलो. देखते हैं भाई चलो ठीक है छुपता वाली लेकिन फिर भी अगर देखा जाए ये रीना 6 पॉइंट निकाल गया जो कि तलवार की तरह लटका दिया भाई हर मरतबा आते हैं एक जो मतलब अपना काम कर रहे हैं मतलब हर टीम में अगर एवरेज देखें तो 5-6 पॉइंट निकाल रहे हैं जो कि बहुत प्रॉब्लम है के लोगों को
but they survived deep into the match, Jukes, and that is a good result. I feel like they were able to do well. I know that they were able to do a lot more than they've done in any other Erangel over the course of this tournament.
Yeah, or any other game in this
tournament. This is huge.
Honestly, a good finish. They were stuck in those buildings. That's a hard one to win. I just personally would rather see them just try to pursue a knock or just randomly sending it in. I think that would have been the play. But you know, to each their own. Sometimes you got to go for it. It could have gone either way. But S2G, I mean, they're so good at just popping people out of vehicles that it just made it hard. But we did see that solo player from EDA really put in work towards the end, almost turned things around for them.
I mean, Emery was doing a lot over in the open field there. I feel like what happened there was that they got information on the back lines on towards where Lost was, and they were able to flow out that way, and that's what they went for in those final moments. Maybe a little bit over-invested on the angle though.
Let's listen in to hear what they have to say
on match. चलो भाई देखते हैं क्या होता है. यहाँ अगर मर जाता है S2G का ये भाई बहुत आसानी थी बिल्कुल चासा यानी कि भाई इतना मजा आना था ना मैं बता रही हूँ
I saw them, nice.
That sounded really chill. That sounded really chill, relaxed. They felt in control. I could smell it.
Oh yeah, they knew that was their win. Yeah, let's get high, folks. This is what it's all about. The best of the best on the planet, battling it out for some major money. What a game. S2G finally get their win here, and we still got a whole bunch of more games coming up.
S2G ने कितने पॉइंट किए हैं, दूसरी ने कितने पॉइंट हासिल किए हैं, बाकी टॉप पे कौन सी टीमें हैं,
26, I'm the 7WG, I'm joined by the record-breaking man, Snacks Gaming. Snacks, how are you enjoying Paris so far?
I'm in amazing. Bonjour, and representing India here doing the watch party. I'm the first Indian ever to host a watch party officially from the S tier tournament, World Stage, World Cup. First Indian ever to do the watch party, and I'm super proud that these 8 boys, the game they showed in the group stage, the way they qualified, the standard they have set, because we don't get to play regularly these lobbies, and the way they adapted these lobbies and the way they qualified made us proud, and that's why I'm here.
That's the biggest one, the way that they have adapted to the lobby. I feel like it's one of their biggest strengths too. We saw that with OG, we saw it with Godlike as well. Talking about Godlike, no more hot drops out of that team. They started performing a lot better here in these last matches.
In the group stage, as they said, they did try to experiment the drop fights. I mean, they had a lot of drop fights, but initially for the first day of the group stage, they didn't felt good after taking the drop fights. They switched the playstyle, and now they're playing safe for the initial part of the drop. Then after that, if they survive 4-man, you have seen the players' potential. The way his power clutched. I mean, I feel like it's going to be the clutch of the tournament. The way he played, the gunpower these boys have is insane. I just want them to stick together, play 4-man together, because in this lobby, it's all about team game. It's all about the way these teams isolate fights. And I wish they play together and they bring something really good performance back for India.
And I'm hoping that's going to be the case, especially with the first round that we just saw, and then on the upcoming matches as well. I think they will be able to bounce back. I have Godlike finishing in top 5 and OG finishing in top 10. Damn. What are your predictions, brother?
I mean, I just want them to do good, because we don't know the struggle they have been going through. We don't know the grind, how much grind they have did. Everything answers only through the gameplay. I wish we get top 5 for both the teams. It's going to be a huge thing for India, because again I said we don't get used to play regularly in these lobbies, and we get more opportunities because of these boys. And all these players watching from India, all these esports players watching from India, they'll get inspired and they'll feel motivated to do more for the country.
100%. Joining us. I hope you enjoyed the rest of the show, and I hope that the Indian teams continue to step it up. Back for some more PMWC at EWC 26. Great interview with Snacks Gaming. I'm glad that he was able to make it here to Paris, EWC 26 for PMWC, the grand finals. But let's talk about this game, because S2G, we finally got a chance to see S2G the way that we have been wanting them to, pretty much having to grind out that circle, having to push people away like they were able to do with Alula.
It was clearly a Turkish wombo combo right there. First and second place got Ida getting himself to second place finally, right? Can talk about that a bit later on. But yeah, S2G, beautiful fight onto Alula. There was Godlike, there was also Nongshim Red Force, and they were all vying for that one Harry Potter tower down on the Southern Edge. And overall, the fighting capabilities of S2G have been soaring in the finals, and we just see more consistency, which is what I was hoping to see from this roster.
Yeah, I mean, I really enjoy right now the classic Kamikaze, which is now canonically known as just the full center as a one player, and then just dominate from there. And the thing is, Kamikaze can get it done, which is super interesting. He just exerts a lot of control. Soul K from the backlines on that anchor, super cool. Wouldn't call it a wombo combo. I wouldn't be comboing Ida with S2G. That's not fair. I'd have them separately. You know, S2G, you know, maybe up here, then Ida maybe down here, something like that.
I feel like that was the only time I could really say it, so that's why.
Sitting at the end giggling at you guys. Can I just hand it over to IQ? Can I just
yes,
like, an MVP right now? Because holy guacamole, the clutch insanity from IQ right now. Obviously, you know, we kind of want the rest of Fourth Thrives to join in on that action, but the clutch ability and also the decision making and the macro calls from IQ right now is insane. Also, the opening fights and frags that IQ is doing. We obviously saw it on the rooftop. I think I blinked. I think me and Max just kind of blinked, and I was like, wow, that was the fastest kill I've kind of seen. Like, it's insane the performance coming out of a single player right now.
Yeah, we saw it. We saw him being able to get that first knock on Vitality. I ended up jumping off my seat, Max, because that was such a good opening, and it was actually the decision making, as you were just mentioning, Lace. The decision making from this squad is something that we keep kind of questioning, but they were able to just send it right away to Vitality without even thinking about it. They were like, one knock, let's do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good decision making overall. We're just trading mics all over the place. But no, it's lovely to see that IQ gets that opening knock with an insanely accurate burst spray. Right, that was just a beautiful execution, and the team is like, well, we have the man advantage. Might as well send it and actually get that engagement. So yeah, IQ's just been spectacular, not just in terms of the eliminations he's able to get. We're just trading stuff right now still. But also in the terms of the opportunities he is able to create for the entirety of his team. And when an opportunity has been made, man, they just fully send it.
They do fully send it. Let's take a look. Actually, I want to see Fourth Thrive stats so far, because this team is one that has been picking it up so far today. They've been getting those eliminations. I want to see a little bit more placement points out of this squad, especially for this last match. IQ is not just Falag too, Blank, because that's one thing that we always talk about Fourth Thrives. Falag, who Saifa has been able to step it up to when we ended up thinking about PMGO, T24 is that player that just really hasn't been performing that well. I'm hoping is going to start picking it up.
I mean, T24 has always been a really good player, right, overall, which has been nice to see. But you're right, Huzaifa putting a lot of work here. IQ, you were talking about clutch ability, with the macro play as well on. I mean, he's making some good calls right now. I think for this game, you know, getting deeper and deeper into these matches is a really, really important thing for Fourth Thrives. There was a lot of love from the crowd there as well, which was great to see. Also, going to just say, why have you got a heavier mic than to all of us? Your mic, like,
here, let's switch it.
What, you want yours back? King Mike.
So I can talk to Tomash.
This one's like less. Ooh, better. Yeah, this one's light, you know, light on my feet on the desk. You can call this a desk. It's more of a couch. But yeah, overall, I think I completely agree with you. Macro-wise, looking great. I do just want to kind of bring it back to Tiamba right now. They did drop in.
Max, don't leave me hanging. Come on.
Oh, sorry.
Hey, please go on.
Let's chat about Tiamba, right? We had a lot to talk about them today, didn't we, Lace? But they've dropped in a new sub now in Shallow. Milu's out for the time being. I think that the team definitely slowed down in a big way. It is hurting them a lot. We're not seeing those snap decisions anymore.
Yeah, it's not even like that they're trying to do something a little bit different. It's now just their strategy is not working for it's insane to see. They're still making the same strategies, the rotates, but when going into a fight now, they seem to be losing it, which they're playing their same game, but it's not working out for them. So I'm seeing I'm picking up what you're putting down here.
Me too. And one team that's been picking it up, especially here in the last couple of games too, has been OG. OG has been able to step it up. We saw them finish in the top 4 situation right there. And they've been seeing, we even saw them in Rondo being able to get eliminations too, switching it up a little bit more, using the Rondo, since they're able to revive people, trying to be more aggressive, Max.
Yeah, I definitely didn't see the aggression we witnessed from them back in their respective group, right? It kind of fizzled out. They've been more passive from time to time. But no, here actually a really good 2-2 split, maintaining that high ground position up north and sending 2 players down. I understand the reasoning behind it, but at the end, pushing that compound is incredibly rough onto Ida as we check out all of the winning teams of today. But I do want to highlight here before we do wrap up this desk, man, Ida finally gave up the drop onto Nigma Galaxy. Oh my goodness, thank you so much.
It's good, right? You know, getting a second place off the back of that is cool. I was almost expecting them to clutch up there. But
yeah, Ida, sorry, I'm thinking about Fudia because I saw them being able to get that chicken dinner earlier in the day. But Ida, yes, I agree with both of you. I'm glad that they finally just stopped doing that hot drop and decided to change the mentality because they were in last place before they decided to make that change. One team that's currently not in last place and is wanting to challenge that first place is none other than Fudia, and I believe Kalari's got a chance to talk to them.
Hey guys, of course I am down here on the stage with Ayala as I have him after this great performance here throughout day number 2 of the finals. My first question here for Erangel is, sorry, Miramar even I should say, in the second Miramar. You guys had great space control to be able to eventually get yourself to that win. So talk to me about that late game and what threats you might face.
Queria perguntar como é que foi o jogo de Miramar para vocês, né? Ali no final, como estavam se sentindo ali no late game?
E aí, tudo bem? Esse jogo aí a gente começou a partir do chifre, só que a gente não desistiu e continuou querendo. A gente vem esse jogo mesmo estando em trio. Então a gente foi jogando juntos e a gente conseguiu ganhar a play.
So it was very nice play. We managed to get it through with 3 players, so it was really important. Decisions, and we could get it.
उसके बाद क्या था? Helmatino.
You guys eventually entered into the silos, the urban area, and things like that. And I thought you were going to be in a lot
in
that execution. So,
फिर उसके बाद क्या था? और क्या था?
What were you kind of looking out for, and how did you execute that?
उसके तो और भी बड़े चाहे थे।
Vocês entraram ali no silo.
Masai Saúl.
Algumas horas.
Masai Saúl.
Preocupações ali nessa queda, nessa partida.
Vai bड़ा है, बड़ा चांस आती है।
A gente começou bem, depois fomos só que a gente errou em algumas coisas no finalzinho que a gente depois da play conversou, então tomara que nas próximas plays a gente consiga ajeitar tudo para conseguir ganhar esse campeonato.
Tung
for the next ones.
बड़ा है ये तो मजा आता मतलब उसमें ना बड़ी चांस
That does it for us here down on the stage.
More matches.
Thank you, Kalars, and thank you for great answering. This team, they started off hot today. This last match, though, ended up being a big old donut. I think they'll be able to bounce back.
Yala, you may have your driver's license back. I will bestow it upon you once more because now.
भाई पोर्टल भाई तो लगे पड़े हैं अपने जो ग्रुप होता है ना उसके अंदर काफी कुछ बताते रहते हैं इंस्टाग्राम पे अगर किसी ने देखा वो पोर्टल का जो है वो वाला अभी तो बहुत भाई मैचेस पड़े हैं आज तो अभी 2 मैच हुए सारे एक रैंगल और एक रोंडो उसके बाद वैसे मुझे पता लगता है ऐसे नहीं करवा देते बस 8 मैच एक दिन ही करवाते 7 आज करवाते भाई 7 कल करवा देते मैच कितनी मतलब ये था कि थोड़ा सा वो हो जाता प्रॉब्लम हो जाती
however the patience that they are showing now especially Max
क्या बोलते हैं यार
working for them and it's a superior look
मैच रूल की वजह से शायद मुझे लगता है नहीं करवाए मैच रूल का मसला ना होता मुझे लगता है फिर इस तरह करवाते हैं एक मैच आज का पहले करवा देते थे और वो रोंडो से पहले ना एक मैच करवा देते थे इस तरीके से बड़ा परफेक्ट टाइम था मतलब एक तो बहुत टाइम लगना अभी क्या है 7 बजे हैं ठीक है 7 बजे हैं तो 7 बजे अभी 3 घंटे की और स्ट्रीम मतलब करनी पड़ेगी
But you got to remember, Igor, too, is a player that has won MVP in the past for Americas, too, when he ended up being in previous teams before joining Fudia, right? So we know that he can definitely put up those points. We just want to see Silence even more. Silence, what's your pick for MVP? But let's take a look at the overall so we can see where some of these squads are currently sitting at, because I would love to see where Fudia is currently at, with E-Arena still being in first place, the gap being there about 18 points from of Esports.
Well, I mean, for Isla and Chief as well, like back in Liquid days, I think for, honestly, those boys, the big thing about their team play was that they locked down endgames massively. They massively locked down endgames. We're not quite getting there yet. We are slowing things down, like you say, Lace, which is a very, very good thing to get those placement points on board. But I think that as soon as we start seeing Fury in those endgames, we're looking really good. Enigma Galaxy's still up there, Ulf looking fantastic. I mean, it's more consistent than anything. They haven't really been a big driver in these matches, but sitting at 67 points right now, I think they can push that a little bit further. But Aurora, down these rankings.
7वें नंबर पे और ये भाई 7 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस है 7 पॉइंट और लेती है
It's a little disappointing to see
7 ले लेंगी वो भी ऊपर वाली भी तो खेलेंगी लेकिन एक भी चिकन नहीं निकाला अगर चिकन की बात करें तो 2 चिकन निकाल चुकी S2G
than that and not sort of solidifying any eliminations. It's
तो
like, I feel like Aurora and especially Ulf, they're obviously doing well. They're not on that second page, but I kind of feel like they're just sliding by. Consistency's there. I would say Aurora has dropped more consistency.
अगर चिकन निकालती है 4th ड्राइव अब निकालती है इस गेम में 4th ड्राइव चिकन निकालती है तो 80 के आसपास पॉइंट हो जाए भाई 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 4th ड्राइव जीतने के करीब पहुंच जाएगी मतलब चैंपियन भी बन पर देखने के 4th ड्राइव क्या करती है
Yeah, starting to still linger down here, but keep in mind, Ida started the day with.
छठे एक साल के देखा है तो छठे नंबर पे आ गई ना फ्यूरिया भी 60 है ये भी 60 अगर आसपास देखे तो 9वें नंबर पे 56 है अच्छा जी तो सबसे एंड में जो है वो 22 पॉइंट के साथ
Good job, you used blue instead of red there.
You get a gold star.
Yeah. I mean, I want to see more Ida. I think Emre's a great player, but we have to be honest. We do have to be honest here about it, where it's not looking great. I'd like to see them push that a little bit further now going forward. But yeah, I want to see more out of them, and until then, I'm not going to be praising them for not hot dropping 3 times in a row.
I will. I'm still happy. So
I know you're a lovely guy compared to me.
Hey. By the way, I want to say I'm a little bit scared for Ulf because they're in second place. They got the second place curse. They're Suk 2.0, right? PMGC last year. PMGO Season 1, they got second place, right, just behind the likes of 4th Rise and just above Furia. Second place and Ulf is not a great storyline. They're not friends, but they're still up there.
What was that about the nice guy thing? No. Look, I obviously on that second page just want to touch on Godlike. Their close range battles, amazing. But unfortunately, around that engagement too long.
सबसे ज़्यादा अच्छी है एंगल में यही अरीना 43 पॉइंट डैमेज जो है वो
third parties are happening, so they're
not
जो है वो engagement fast enough of making that decision. तीसरे नंबर पे S2G चौथे नंबर पे however yeah their fights close range mid range in buildings has been so good to watch.
S2G जो है वो है 26
just 2 of them they do have that firepower and strength and they're holding on really well, so I do hope that you know after this engagement they can
टीम है मतलब अगर देखें तो सबसे पहले वो दूसरे पे
yeah I think it's a great point. It is a great point there. Close range combat is really good.
चौथे पे उल्फ
in the finals
5वें में बैठा है
best play to date.
5वें पे उल्फ और छठे पे बैठा है
fight was just he was a deadly one at that. I mean the Molotov through the door, I think the impressive thing about that, it doesn't look amazing in the moment, but the amount of times teams will just bank that Molotov off the doorway and it will just burn yourself out. He ends up finishing Vitality with that Molotov, so it's like a lot of presence of mind in those moments, which is great. But coming back to your point, I think there needs to be exactly presence of mind going forward after that of where you want to take the next thing. I'm willing to give this team the benefit of the doubt right now. I still think they're trying to figure out the pressure on a main stage like this, and it's totally okay. And I think they should be proud of what they've done. I think it's nice to see 2 Indian orgs with like very different play styles as well. You know, learning the battlefield and actually doing fairly good in it. I think OG as well is starting to level up. Aru's getting those eliminations, but so is a Tanky, and I think a Tanky was a great player.
That was the biggest question mark for OG, right? Wondering when the other players were going to start showing up, not just Aru. And I'm with you with during the Godlike and that Molotov. In that moment, we were all hyped. We were like, yes, that was an amazing Molotov because it stopped the other team from being able to just fully flush out the players that were not from him. But before we send it over to the next match, let's send it over to Kalaris and Neptera.
That's right, down on the stage here, of course, with Neptura, Goddess of the Sea, here as we have had 4 games, down 4 games to go. We're going to talk about some of the teams as well, Nep, as we had Furia, looking fantastic so far. Let's just ignore game 1 for a second. But other than that, looks really, really good throughout the day.
It has. I'm really, really excited to see what Furia is actually going to be doing moving forward into the next couple of games, because they are looking just so much better. Their synergy is on point. You can tell the communication is much better. You know, again in that Miramar, got to shout out them. They were looking very, very good. You know, just being able to play together and work around each other in a way that we were not seeing yesterday. So yeah, I am really excited with them. They're being very decisive as well, using zone, using other teams. So I do like that a lot for them.
Yeah, listening to Ayala just before in that interview, right, very clearly that they're able to shrug off any inconsistencies, shrug off any kind of challenges that do come their way, have a little conversation about it, and then be able to get right back on the horse again to be able to put themselves in a great spot. So I think I've particularly been impressed that Furia parted that fight on the Miramar. Just to clear out that west side was so pivotal to be getting that win.
Oh, it was, and it was such great knowledge of what the teams had to do, right? Not just worrying about their game, but also worrying about what the other teams, what their options were in that zone, right? You know, they were making sure that SGG couldn't come around to the south side. They were making sure Hora didn't push them either, that they were forced into each other. So really just narrowing everybody else's team, everybody else's
हमने तो देखा था सबको ऐसे ही.
How do we make everybody else work?
देखते हैं भाई, जल्दी करो यार.
One of the big names in the group stage, of course, 4 Thrives, that I know a lot of people are looking at and having big expectations of, and rightly so considering what we saw from them in the group stage.
Yeah, I really am hopeful for them because, yeah, again, similar to Furia, right, 4 Thrives had a rocky start to the finals, but what we're seeing from them, particularly in that last Erangel, is they're starting to do their sets over onto that west side. They're starting to split up, they're starting to spread out, they're starting to take up more space, have a little bit more presence, and to me, that tells me that they're feeling very confident now. They're starting to get that confidence back. For me, I want to see just a little bit more of snappy action coming in. They need to make those rotations a little bit quicker. They need to make those plays a little bit quicker. Those decision making, the timing has to be snappier for me, but otherwise it's just looking really much better.
There's been some good moments, but there is also the fact that this lobby has now leveled up even further. They were able to thrive in the group of death, no doubt about it, but it really has been quite the test here so far for them, especially when they find themselves in some of those split positions where, unfortunately, I kind of, again, like the Rondo situation, I think it's just a little too early to be there, and then eventually they get caved in on. Finally, let's talk about Flash.
Yes.
A team that had like big expectations as well coming in to this tournament as a whole. Not quite got their footing underneath them, though. Do you agree or disagree?
I agree. I think, I'm not sure what's happened, right, because we did see them have, they never had a huge presence, I feel like, even in the group stage, right? They were never this massive frag team, but they always had this quiet dominance. They were always able to be in those end stages. They were always able to take home a few eliminations, even if it wasn't a podium win. And today and yesterday, there's not even that. There's nothing. They're playing very compact. They're playing very much by themselves. They're not really looking to other players. If players look at them, they're like, no, please don't do that. You know, it's just like, it's odd, and we're just nothing in them.
Is it because Max picked them to win?
Possibly. It is possible.
Yeah, possibly. Who just laughed in my ear? What was that? Was that our producer?
I think it was.
Even the producer knows about the Max Man curse. This is ridiculous. But yeah.
Infamous.
I think in the group stage they had some good splits and stuff like that, but yeah, we've got to get a little bit more here in the finals. All right, it's time to get into our next game here. Game number 5 of the day here for PMWC Day 2 Finals.
Thank you very much, Kalaris and Netura down on the stage, leading us in to the not the final, Erangel. Get ahead of myself. Goodness me. We're on to match number 9. We're on our middle billing of Erangel today, and we have one more match of it after this as well, as we are near enough crossing the halfway mark of our day after this one as well. Of course, this will be the 4th match that we played on our big bumper bonus day of 8 matches.
Let's get into it. This Erangel is going to be a big one right here. We've already played 2 matches of Miramar. We had a Rondo, and now we are getting into our 2nd match of Erangel here. And it's going to be interesting to see just which team is going to come out on top, because we're starting to see a little bit of differences here, right? We're starting to see some of the squads at the bottom show up. It's good to see Ida make some noise, and honestly, if they were going to start making a run, now's the time. So it's good to see that movement happen. There's still plenty of games. You see plenty of times teams, boom, right, get back-to-back chicken dinners. And let's see if now is going to be that opportune time for Ida, now that they're no longer hot dropping Enigma Galaxy.
Maybe they're feeling themselves after that one.
Yeah.
They're just going to go back.
Oh, that worked.
Yeah. Or like, hang on a minute. We're quite good at this. We got late into that game. You know, let's go back on hot drop them because we'll win now, right? Right? Don't think that's going to work out. Hopefully they stay away, but that might be good news for everybody who's facing Nigma Galaxy. We saw their 2-2 split out from Pachinki. Not really work out too well from them. In the last game, the cycle shifts were very, very dramatic. I think it's safe to say.
यार फुल टीम फ्लैश बहुत मतलब स्ट्रगल कर रही है और गेमिंग भी स्ट्रगल कर रही है कल अच्छा खेल रही थी और आज भी स्ट्रगल कर रही है फोर्थ राय वैसे तो कल तो स्ट्रगल ही कर रही है जैसे इनकी गेम प्ले चिकन एक नहीं निकाला वरना चिकन निकालते रहते हैं 1 2 3 चिकन निकाल लेते हैं मतलब इस तरह से जैसे 12-13 मैचेस हो गए तो 2 चिकन तो निकाल ही लेते हैं पर चिकन नहीं निकाला ये थोड़ा सा स्ट्रगलिंग है मतलब स्ट्रगल कर रही है तो फोर्थ राइज स्ट्रगल कर रही है मतलब इतनी अच्छी और बड़ी टीम होने का ना यही नुकसान होता है कि बंदा लोहार कोई आपसे इतना एक्सपेक्ट करता है ना बंदा करता है कि यार क्या करे मतलब अच्छा खेल रहे हैं फिर भी स्ट्रगल कह रहा है कि स्ट्रगल
if we see them go back to
they can't get to Gatka.
I know they can't, but they gotta adapt. You gotta be able to make those changes. They're able to push themselves outside of
नुकसान मतलब मैं कह तो दिया नुकसान होता है पर नुकसान वैसे तो क्या ही नुकसान होगा कोई भी नहीं
they absolutely can make a run for it.
एक्सपेक्टेशन का बहुत बढ़ जाती है
Vitality already out. You got Aura going up towards.
Oh, crisis averted.
Yes.
They're going east.
They're going east. Good play. Ida making some adjustments.
Oh, hang on a minute. One of them's going. Dark is going east. And okay, they're doing it. the Milton Peninsula.
Zava aa gaya. Top mein nice.
Drops any Darken out, grabbing a vehicle to get on in and involved.
Little Milton power action.
Just because it's not.
तो भाई देखते हैं क्या होता है कौन सी टीम कहाँ जाती है फोर्थ राइज अपने जो ड्रॉप है उनमें पे जाएगी और पास
for this sort of a
भाई सर्कल कल बना था
does a lot of work to push these teams close together
भाई कल वाला ऐसा सर्कल था जब वो याद हो नेओ प्लेयर ने शायद 1 में 2 दिया था आई थिंक फोर्थ राइज पे वो वाला सर्कल बना था याद है किसी को
which is it's non-zero.
It's not zero.
It's non-zero, but yeah, I feel like teams are going to really start to pack in around Quarry in about 5 minutes.
That's what I would do. Honestly, I'd probably make that timing a little bit shorter, especially if you're a team like Aurora, loot up military super fast, get moving across that bridge, secure those locations really early on, because with so much zone in the water, this is essentially like a circle 3 at this point. There's not very many great spots available. You're going to have to get moving here pretty quickly. And you can also get moving inside the game and get yourself that Ninetales Fury Awe, guys. Go ahead and get in there quick. The Uzumaki Naruto event.
Uzumaki Naruto!
Ever done. Still around. Don't
वो तो कहाँ जा रही है ये देखना पड़ेगा.
So if you missed the show match earlier, make sure that once this stream is done, check it out. It was mighty fun, and of course we had to let Alpha 7 win something, even though they didn't make it to the finals.
S2G Ida is for the other.
They
ultimately
were able to take that title there. The Hokages over on their own, in their own right. The little intro video as well. Rebel looked super cool with that shadow clone.
Dude, that was the sickest
I really liked
intro I've ever seen.
That was hot. That was hot.
Put that on the highlight reel.
Hell yeah, absolutely. Get it done. Nigma Galaxy going to be chasing down the truck, getting those supplies. Although, look like they're going to be doing so with very minimal weaponry there. Haven't been able to quite disable it before it leaves the city. Where's the weaponry? Come on. Shooting it as it leaves. They're dropping 1 or 2 more crates out. Finally, it's on fire. So a little bit slow to get this one dealt with. But finally they find some weaponry they can use.
भाई ये आसानी होती है सप्लाई इस तरीके से सामान लेना ना बड़ा आसान होता है ये ज़ूम में है ना
leverage that.
हाँ इधर ज़ूम में ही है
Still very dramatic on the southwest side. Nobody
एडमिनो कह रहा हूँ ये गोल्डन
very early,
क्या कहते हैं वो वाली फाइट मेरी
will have the pick
ड्रॉप लाइक किसी के साथ नहीं ले रही हाँ सारे
question for me is where do you go at this point when you know that it's going to be flooding out this way?
तो सर उधर से छोड़ दिया तो
I feel like
अच्छा वो टीम वार्टैलिटी ये कहाँ की है कमेश की में भाई
can be difficult as well.
कितना दूर है भाई team vitality.
The reason I'm going for that is because I feel like I would want something that's at least on the south side, just in case it goes to military.
Yeah, I would
तकरीबन 4000 और वैसे जहाँ जोन आगे जाना है तो उसको मिला लें तो 5000 तकरीबन ये कम से कम भी 6-7 हजार किलोमीटर जो है वो 6-7 हजार किलोमीटर नहीं मतलब एटलीस्ट तकरीबन 4-5 हजार से ज्यादा मीटर चलनी है मतलब 6-7 किलोमीटर.
I wonder which team is going to decide to take it early. Fourth Thrives heading into Primorsk so quickly, though, I think is an excellent decision because if for some reason that zone does go to Millie, with Primorsk secured, they should be able to at least find some boats and make a crazy rotation on in. So it's not a bad idea.
Enigma Galaxy getting out nice and quickly. Red Force as well, moving in a little bit further south of this, and they will start to line the hills just north of Ferry Pier. It's like they are the first two teams to really make that break for it outside of their losing phase. And I'm expecting a response from Fourth Thrives fairly soon, but so far hasn't really come on through. Ralph able to get a lot more scouting done than maybe he would have expected to. But they managed to sequester themselves nice and deep in towards this zone, which is, I think, going to play very well for them, taking the position just northwest of Ferry Pier.
For sure. I mean, this is still a very, very close game. I mean, second place on down, one good game, we could definitely see a team even like all the way down 12th place jump up really quickly. E-Arena have started to create a little bit of a point differential, though, in between first and second. Actually, I wouldn't even say it's a little one. It's a pretty big one here. It's 18 points between first and second. So E-Arena are going to continue to want to press that on there. At a certain point, though, John, especially if we see E-Arena pop off in this game, I think the lobby is going to have to start taking notice of it, right? If you want to be able to slow them down from setting that point threshold so high, I think if you really elimination on them,
क्या ऐसा है या मैं गलत हूँ ये देखना पड़ेगा थोड़ी देर के अंदर.
Maybe, but then again, if you do that, you could be sacrificing your own point scoring potential.
True.
And like if E-Arena are that far ahead,
तो भाई होरा गेमिंग और गोडल मतलब है तो पास नहीं मतलब दिख रहे हैं एक एंगल में. हाँ पास आ गए काफी पास आ गए मतलब इनकी फाइट हो सकती है बे.
points as you can, right? You're trying to just step up, get from 6th to 4th, something like that. Go for those jumps. I feel like that's the sort of stuff you're looking to do. Maybe if you're at the bottom of the tables you could, but even then, laddering up is still very, very valuable. So I feel like unless it's like first place is on 150, second place is on 120, third place is on like 90, even.
तो चलो देखते हैं कि भाई क्या होता है. होरा के e-sport, स्लीपी, जिगल, नोफेयर और उसके बाद सकाए.
Outside of that very specific scenario, I feel like targeting E-Arena, I mean, the form that they're on, probably just generally a bad idea.
I don't think we're jumping in general of them is just terrible, no matter what the situation is. I just think that if you just somehow in the feed, you hear the shots.
Sure.
Maybe you do a little bit extra to try and take them out as Godlike starting to make some noise. No fear getting taken out, but Sleepy. Oh, he's gonna get the thirst, but Godlike was right there to support his teammate. And a huge save there, right on time.
E-Arena are looking to come in for the third party from the west side here. They've already got a scout close by, and they've seen the Elam feed lighting up as well. Manya looking to suppress with an ace. Good bounce. Finds Sky on the flush. Will E-Arena be here on time? And Tiamba are going to join in from the north side as well. They could have an impact as they roll on up towards this engagement. A lot of
all dead भाई. पहला मतलब पहली टीम जो निकली है वो है होरा e-sport.
But here comes Tiamba looking to make things difficult for the side of Godlike. Admino is stuck with QZ.
Admino the finish.
Godlike get that fight done pretty quickly, but they're gonna have to make a sacrifice.
माना फिनिश है क्योंकि माना की गाड़ी फर्स्ट होगी. अच्छा जी तो भाई वो ये फाइट जो है ना गले की हड्डी बन जाएगी गोडल के लिए.
Wanted to maybe think about it, but they were too spread out on the western side, and so couldn't get involved.
Fourth Thrive जो है प्रीमोर्सिक नहीं है मतलब वही है फेरी फेरी के आसपास. फोर्थ राइव की फाइट होगी तो मैं
Very Pierre is a hot
फलक फिनिश यार नहीं भाई यार ये कूप्स की माँ की आंख बहन को ज्यादा नहीं है सर पे अच्छा निगमा गैलेक्सी फोर्थ राइव
Here we go. Yeah, that does sound like that head gasket's in trouble here as Huzaifa is pushing up on close to the Furia. Oh, hops in the vehicle, hops back in.
क्या कर रहा है हुज़ी क्या कर रहा है
secure position. Ayala holding it down against Fourth Thrives. It's a party at the beach. Very Pier is jammed.
Bye, फलक no.
Get your sunglasses out. Get your tanning.
एक पता नहीं क्या कर रहे हैं वो एक आधा प्लेयर गवाई जा रहा है.
Very quickly.
एक आधा प्लेयर गवाई जा रहे हैं.
Maybe a little bit of calm though before this storm.
Oh, I don't know.
This जो है यहाँ वो हो रही है.
Pretty disturbed right now. Everybody wants those central positions, but you're right. It does look like the teams are able to secure most of them.
वो unnecessary जो है ना वो एक मतलब प्लेयर जो वो कर रहा है.
Nongshim trying to get an opening knock here.
बहुत जल्दी इनका एक आधा प्लेयर नॉक हो जाता है. ये एक नॉक.
Oh, Hyunbin gets that opening knock. Nongshim. Are they going to press this? Hyunbin up close and personal. Nongshim Red Force versus OG and OG.
चलो नोंगशिम रेड फोर्स की फाइट हो चुकी है OG के साथ. अच्छा जी. और यूनबिन नॉक कर दिए जाते हैं भाई. क्या रिवाइव दे पाएंगे यहाँ अपने प्लेयरों को. आरू और इधर कोडर भी आ चुकी है. और ये एंड होगा भाई OG के लिए. ये OG के लिए एंड होगा.
Well, Zaru gets back in looking for those reses.
He's going to get him.
क्योंकि थर्ड पार्टी होगी ये ले भाई. तोड़ गया पूरे किल चोरी कर लिए सारी की सारी.
Godlike from the other side saying we need some of these eliminations.
Just a cop left for Orangutan. Needs to get Aru back.
Orangutan किस जगह पे बजेकर रुकी है जहाँ.
Peace out.
See ya.
There are only two players. Staying there for too long would diminish the power of the position that Salme was holding, allow Tiamba in for the north. They needed to reinforce that, so the fact that they're able to extract points and unleash
और फोर्थ राइव बहुत आसपास है. देख रहे
side as well is
बहुत पास है. मतलब एक इधर घुसे हुए हैं. फाइट इनकी आपस में फाइट हो सकती है. मतलब फोर्थ राइव एटलीस्ट कोई 7-8 पॉइंट निकालेगा फिर सही है यार.
Position looks like it's going well for now. Ida as well descending from this northeast side.
Got S2G over there by the Blues. They're going to have to come down that hill and find the things. That's all open field there. You got Vitality holding the north side of the circle. You got one of the players from S2G. That's Kamikaze. He's going to be trying to get some angles here to see if he can find at least a next position for his team. But
catch की तरफ से आईक्यू को नॉक कर दिया था.
Completely stacked. Take a look at the replay here. Huzaifa. Oh, nice shot there and pick on the Solus.
Yeah, I mean, there's a complete broadside.
आईक्यू नो रिवाइव हो पाएंगे रैप हो पाएंगे ये देखना पड़ेगा.
Trying to hold down the bunker. Emre pokes his nose in. Will not.
देखना पड़ेगा. मुझे लगता है रिवाइव हो जाएंगे दूर की मतलब वो एक मीडियम फाइट पे फाइट लिया. आईक्यू नॉक हुए हैं तो रिवाइव रैप हो जाएंगे. हाँ रिवाइव हो गए. तो इनको बचना है अभी.
Hold their position on the east side of that ridge line that sits wooded and covered. They're playing on those bunkers as well.
Nongshim Red Force जो है ना ये इसका मतलब नॉकिंग कर रहा है निगमा के
as well. You've got Ida, Flash, Aurora, Furia, all of them sort of holding each other at bay right now. So Nongshim Red Force feeling very safe and secure for the next 3 minutes.
Yeah, next 3 minutes is going to work out for them, but then things are going to really start heating up here on the north side. You got S2G now starting to press very close to Team Vitality. Just saw them. And they're going to move here, possibly trying to avoid this fight. More solidified position in this circle. Keeping an eye on the side of Vitality for now. This is still super early here, folks. This is only stage 3, but we've just seen so much action through the chaos of that first circle placement.
Yeah, it was really hard.
Circle जैसा बना इधर वैसे fighting
a lot of damage inflicted. Yeah, with Aura going down as well. We're down to 15 teams. Raggedy squads. Which makes things nasty. Central positions as their duos, which is kind of their saving grace in terms of survivability. They'll try and keep things going. Irina on the west side, holding around that quarry. They've left Schweppes actually onto the Primorsk Hill on the northeast side of it to be the final fourth. So they're kind of keeping it for now. They're kind of chilling on the west side. So for Irina, we're still waiting to see what they've got for the rest of this game because they're path forward.
देखते हैं कि भाई क्या करते हैं, अब क्या टीमें कहाँ जाती हैं, दूसरा रैंगल है ये अभी आज के दिन अभी तकरीबन पूरे जो है वो इसके बाद है 3 मैचेस पड़े हैं इसके बाद अभी शायद आधा मैच आधा हुआ ना आधा दिन गुजरा है आधा दिन अभी रहता है फोर्थ सर्कल से निकल गई फर्स्ट राइव जो सर्कल से निकल गई
I mean, this is good for Nongshim Red Force, right? On that position, we were talking about
अलूला और फोर्थ राइव को जाना सर्कल में
sending in a might shot
और ULF तो सर्कल में ही है
very difficult to hold. Fortunately, there's not too many full squads around them. Nongshim spot a player from Flash as they try to move in. Aurora taking a chunk out to Tiamba. Now look at it overwhelmed, but they've lost a player.
कर देते हैं Tiamba को आरू और
Tiamba will not be able to face.
अच्छा ओजी जो है वो डेड हो चुकी है, पैर किसी पॉइंट के लिए खत्म हो चुकी है और यहाँ जो है वो
he is not needing to get it back up.
Down to a duo. Eagle trying to get that first aid off. He's going to be able to get that for sure. On over to Fairy Pier. Enigma Galaxy
इनको भी जोन से निकलना है, इनको आगे से आगे
zone as well.
भाई मैं कहता हूँ आगे वो एरिना जो है वो सर्कल से बाहर है.
In its damage. Let's see what Enigma Galaxy decides. I think they're going to be most likely prioritizing the shoreline. That's why they're flying so much pressure.
Oh नहीं भाई.
Quick ends up catching.
फिनिश हो जाता है यार, क्या भैंस की स्पीड रट्टी.
Yeah, looks like I'll be holding this very pure position. We've seen them do this before. S2G were able to beat them in that spot using those hovercrafts in a game not too long ago. So let's see if Al-Ula can turn things around.
Try and hold that west side. I mean, for fourth drives, a little bit of a lost opportunity there. Remember how early they were in Primorsk, Dukes, and they didn't manage to transition fast enough. Both Enigma Galaxy and Nongshim Red Force in terms of getting to the area. It's a little bit
और भाई यहाँ बड़ा मुश्किल होने वाली यार टीम के लिए. इधर औरोरा भी इधर
how they find themselves in the middle of a
तो ये अच्छा थोड़ा सा इसको मारेंगे ताकि ये बैकएंड पे जाएगा.
three full four squads. Sorry.
फोर्थ राइव के लिए बड़ा मुश्किल है, मतलब यहाँ को 3 से 4 स्क्वाड के बीच में फोर्थ राइव हिल भी नहीं सकती और यूएलएफ एक साइड से एक साइड से देखना पड़ेगा. ये एरिना और इधर वोटालिटी की फाइट हो सकती है. अगर एक या दो प्लेयर इधर मार भी जाते हैं ना, ये एरिना का फिर अच्छा है यार, ताकि ये आगे ना बढ़े ना, मतलब ये रुक जाए, बाकी कोई रोला नहीं. पावर जानी इसको नॉक करना, टर्नी के को नॉक कर जानी, मार कर इसको नॉक कर इसको 10 फिनिश दे भाई. जस्ट तो कब आएगी तो 9 को 10 फिनिश दे इसको.
But these teams on the south side of Ferry Pier honestly should already trying to figure out what is the path they're going to take into this next circle, and the only way they're most likely going to get there is through some insane shots.
I'm looking at the shaking and moving right now for E Arena, because now is the time that they need to transition into in this game. For the time being, for the longest time in this game, they've just been on this west side, waiting, playing that edge, assessing the situation. But now they need to start.
Oh, heavy bro, heavy. क्या नेट फेंका माँ की आंख, मुंह तोड़ो इनका बहन की. ज्यादा भैंस की थी. टॉप टेबल टॉपर बने फिर रहे हैं, टेबल टॉपर बने हैं भैंस की. मैं कहता हूँ कर दो भाई, 2v4 करो इन पे, कर दो भाई, कर दो 2v4.
I mean, that's great news. Teams chasing them.
Yep, huge news, and Godlike now knows exactly who they're fighting and the importance of them taking this out. Next zone does go on over, huge zone here for Tianba and Nongshim Red Force. That Fairy Pier heal is just so strong.
I kind of like this for Ulf as well. I mean, it struggled to fend off all the teams in Ferry Pier, but once
मार सकता है भाई, मार सकते हैं. पावर अच्छा प्लेयर है और मार देगा,
quite deep into this match.
ले जाएगा मुझे, लेकिन जो सामने का नेट था वो बहुत हैवी था. चलो देखते हैं कि भाई क्या करते हैं.
with two teams lining you up
भाई बैक एंड से ये वाइटलिटी थोड़ा सा इरीना को पुश करे, इरीना को मारे ना, खत्म कर दे भाई. फ्यूरिया की तरफ के प्लेयर नॉक कर दिया था. नॉशियन रेड फोर्स जो है फ्यूरिया का प्लेयर का किल चोरी कर देते हैं. अल्लाह का मतलब तो सील आउट कर देते हैं, अल्लाह का पॉइंट जो है. और देखते हैं मुझे एस पावर क्या नॉक नहीं, एस पावर भाई नॉक नहीं होना, यहाँ नॉक नहीं होना एस पावर. नहीं नेर से नॉक नहीं होना अभी. ओ नहीं यार, इनसे आई क्यों नॉक.
Say guys, it's pretty jam packed down there.
no bueno. It is no bueno. Out in that open area. NigmaGalaxy finding the back tail of Al-Ula and able to drag that one back.
S-Power, 999.
Arena still trying to dislodge Godlike. S-Power with the shotgun tries to find one. Steps
Oh,
in.
bye.
Now it's all up to Salme. Has got a nade cooking. Still with the pin pull. Drops it down. Nearly finds it as Schweppes tries to move up to support Tourniquet and get that res. S-Power falls and Salme has Mormon now to handle.
Maro.
With that shotgun and Mormon has to back up.
S-Power had that. It was such a fortunate nade there. Samway had
नहीं यार समझ नहीं ले इसको मुंह पर तोड़ दे ओ नहीं कोई ना हैवी यार किया तो कोई टीम पीछे का इसको पुश करेगा मजा तो तब है टीम आए और तो पुश करे मजा तो तब है भाई मार दो यार भाई मारो भाई इनको मार किया इनको फिनिश करो भैंस किस लिए यार उस वक्त भैंस को पता नहीं क्या कर रहे हैं भैंस इनको थर्ड पार्टियां याद आती है जब ये जो
They could turn their attention that way. Steps onto a landmine. Blasts his leg sideways and down goes another Vitality player. They are getting torn apart as Irina descend as well, sending a forward position. And I don't think they're going to last much longer. Ida trying to join the party. And Tiamba are now suffering. Darkin and Swain both on in the fight, taking huge swipes at this hold. And Tiamba may not have enough.
Oh, the first low कर दे IQ को.
Find the final blow.
Fight है भाई. IQ बार low हो रहा है. देखते हैं क्या होता है.
And this is looking like
और IQ जो है से फिनिश हो जाते हैं अरोरा को पॉइंट मिल जाता है उसका. और यहाँ देखते हैं कि भाई क्या T24 कुछ कर पाएंगे यहाँ देखते हैं भाई यार कुछ तो
all that commotion happening allowed them to be able to get into more solidified position in this circle. Great timing from the side of S2G. The Arena are like, hey, I don't care about the timing. We're just gonna push up and hit some crazy shots and put everybody on notice.
Two teams crashing onto Tiamba's position was enough of a smoke screen for E-Arena to be able to move up nicely.
अगर बाकी टीमों का तो इतना रोला नहीं है बट मुझे रोला है ये कि जो है E-Arena को खत्म करो भाई E-Arena को मार दो माफिया इनको मारोगे तो तभी कोई फायदा है बाकी टीमें इनको कुछ फायदा तभी तो होगा चिकन भाई नेड कराओ ये निगमा गैलेक्सी वाले नेड कराना तब है नेड नूड कराओ भाई E-Arena पे यार कुछ फायदा तो होगा
They find well actually S2G who find a shot onto Schweppes on the back line.
Stop that, said NigmaGalaxy.
मैं कहता हूँ टीम फ्लैश इधर
needs to start really worrying about the Arena here because the White Rabbits are starting to run away with this thing. Remember, $500,000 for first at that knock. E-Arena are
90 पॉइंट हासिल कर चुकी हैं भाई ये 90 पॉइंट हासिल कर चुकी है अबे यार
will be gatekeeping and this is kind of a perfect situation for the lobby. Nongshim Red Force though they're dead center. It is really their game to take advantage of here.
And they're really hoping that E-Arena go down fairly soon because then they can put a massive dent in the gap between these two squads. E-Arena though currently focused on Tianba and NigmaGalaxy. NigmaGalaxy find another over towards Schweppes, and I don't think that's going to be more than 30k now. Finish. On top of the 5 elims they found already, and Lost might have an angle on it as well, suppressing that angle, but Mormon goes down, can't hold face against NigmaGalaxy, and no knocks are sent their way either.
Nice.
Gets flushed away.
Mormon finish हो गया मतलब चिकन को नहीं निकाल पाएंगे.
Meanwhile, over in Ferry Pier, Aurora.
Oh, heavy.
Coming into the fight. It is getting chaotic down there. It's getting messy as well. Tourniquet the last to stand for E-Arena, and then NigmaGalaxy have to push into Tianba. And nobody's happy in Ferry Pier either.
Fight after fight. These zones making things so difficult. NigmaGalaxy they want to be able to completely. They don't want them getting
top की टीमें सारी जिंदा हैं.
And I believe
top की टीमें सारी जिंदा भाई.
That's gonna do it. E-Arena finally.
जो टीम यहाँ से चिकन निकालेगी वो पहले नंबर पर जा सकती है.
Boards here, John. So it's like no matter what the situation, they are constantly moving that needle further and further and further.
Absolutely, but for Nongshim Red Force. This is a beautiful position. They were able to do a lot of damage to Furia, leaving them on one player alive. Flash are going to crunch in behind it. Potential to pick up points there. Aurora are going to have to leave into the sidelines for Nongshim Red Force. There is a big Elim potential game here.
तकरीबन चली जाएगी, तो 70 पॉइंट के आसपास होंगे, 10 पॉइंट और तकरीबन 70-80 के पॉइंट के आसपास चले जाएंगे। क्या मसला है, एक प्लेयर करके खवाया गया, गिराया गया, फॉलो कर।
But the suppressive fire from so many angles, making things difficult. Nongshim Red Force are still here though, but here's Bose from Team Flash. This nade could be big. Can he thread the needle through the window?
No.
Oh, so close.
Not quite on the first. Has another opportunity. S2G as well. Launches another one. Don't think that one.
Oh, Harry!
I don't think.
Oh, Harry, बाकी आप तो भैंस चोर इनको खत्म करो बाकी आप पेपर भैंस जो बने कुछ अच्छा तो फायदा तो होना कुछ।
Do it, but they underestimated the chaos on the eastern side, and they've let slip the strongest.
कुछ तो फायदा होना बाकी आप।
Leave it all up to
फायदा तो हो बाकी आप। कुछ तो भैंस।
Big opportunity for them to put a massive jump up on the tables. They can still do very well from this location, but they have really had the juice squeezed out of them.
You're so right. I mean, they put some good, solid points on the board, but it couldn't.
चलो मतलब Nongshim Red Force नहीं निकाल पाएगी।
Let's see who.
Enigma Galaxy जो है वो।
Enigma Galaxy are still.
मैं अगर Tiamba भी कर ले कोई मसला नहीं है, तेरे को तो Tiamba इतना डिफरेंस नहीं डालेगी।
Big win here.
अगर ऊपर वाली डाल लेती जैसे Enigma Galaxy होगी या SPP होगी या Aurora तो ये बहुत बड़ा डिफरेंस डाल देंगे।
Tiamba right there, close as well. Team Flash, yeah, with that last player Bose, just trying to soak up anything for his team at this point. Next circle does go and up, and it is going to be down to that south.
ये प्लेयर
चल रहा है position here, but this is all open field. It's time to hit the deck and hit some shots. Satan getting peppered from both sides. He goes down.
He was waiting to take a shot over towards Tiamba as well. The S2G take their turn.
Oh, S2G भी no.
But it's not going to go well for anyone really. S2G trying to move in, but nobody can find an opening. Thanks to pressure from Aurora. Solke goes down, and Tiamba are holding their nerve, but only one player now left standing. QZZ against Kamikaze over the bonnet, tries to find the shots. 3 rounds now left in the back chamber for the S12K. Gets the reload, but it's not enough.
Oh, S2G भाई क्या माफिया खेल रही है?
May get back to his feet.
क्या खेल रही है भाई? मारो इनको बहन के तेरा को भी यार। ये अरोरा बहन की सीरीज लोबरो जो तुम लोग क्या टट्टी टीम हो? कुछ कर तो तुम रहे नहीं हो ना, तुम आगे पुश कर रहे हो दूसरी टीमों को बहन जो पंडे ले रहे हो तुम जान पूछ के। तो फाइट लो, कुछ चिकन करो या करना है तो करो, सीधा जाकर फाइट लो। भाई क्या?
Literally now, as those nades, Molotovs too strong.
Oh no!
Goops by himself could not hang on.
And now Aurora ramp up the heat, turning up the thermostat on the lobby. But in the meantime, S2G, they may just get themselves back up to 4 players alive here, Jukes, which is
S2G जो है वो
given the chaos that just unfolded at their feet.
Nongshim Red Force का आखिरी प्लेयर जिंदा है और ये बहुत वो मैं कहता हूँ वो इनकी किल चोरी कर रहा है।
Nongshim Red Force still alive, by the way, with their solo player.
डाल देगा पॉइंट तो मैं कहता हूँ भाई आराम
a little bit less efficacious than they might like to be.
लेकिन 3 नंबर पे ही फिनिश होना है, मुश्किल है इसके लिए बचना मतलब। क्योंकि इधर से कोई आएगा उसने हल्की फुल्की इनको तो लेनी है कि भाई इधर कोई प्लेयर होता नहीं है कहीं।
But you can see S2G, they get the full reset, and we get to see them bust out the welding gun as well. So they're going to have their vehicle all set up. As far as when it comes to zone control, though, it's all Aurora. They have this entire zone locked down. But the thing was, they had this advantage before against the team of Nongshim Red Force, and they lost that game. This is their chance to make up for it and secure this chicken dinner.
S2G on the ferry, but Lost gets spotted. That is Nongshim Red Force's solo, striking out wide. The point gets taken away from him, but diminishes the power of S2G. Maybe gives him a little route in, but already Aurora have flexed 2 players out. I think they're going to be able to deal with this. Ooh, unless a nade lands on Top's head. Launches it forwards as he spotted it. Ooh, nearly, but not quite. Not quite. Has to march in, making the mad dash, and Top actually not quite connecting. Has another nade to pull. Top trying to trade it off, and Aurora can really sequester themselves into this angle. Doesn't spot the nade, goes boom right next to his ear, but doesn't quite burst the drum.
That was a prediction nade, though. He knew that he was going to run up, so he threw it ahead of him and got some really good damage on the So Easy. But he is able to get away for now. Here he goes, though. Here comes some more util from the side of Aurora.
They've lost him.
They're spending a lot of time focusing on this one player of Nongshim Red Force who is refusing to go down.
Drops a nade right in front of them. Top steps up, nearly goes down again. S2G not really having an impact so far. The zone's starting to close all the way, and So Easy just about holding on. But dear life, as Reaper steps into the fight, the DBS there in hand, not quite enough, and down S2G up on the chopping block.
S2G versus Aurora Gaming. Oh, Aurora Gaming 5 point निकाला, 2 point
S2G and Sulke trying to stay alive desperately.
Oh, dead हो गई भाई.
And it blasts his belly open. Aurora swing out from Ferry Pier and find a chicken dinner.
And it's about time. Aurora clutching it up.
Zeol.
They wanted that chicken dinner earlier, weren't able to get it.
Dog, Zeol.
They get that secure. So Aurora showing some serious consistency when it comes to Erangel here in day number 2. We still got one more left to go, and they are looking strong.
Absolutely. Great stuff. It's exactly what you want to see. It's been said of Aurora before, right, that they're a team that needs to ramp up in pace. They do need a little bit of time to get into gear, and maybe that's what we're seeing here, right? Maybe they are going to be able to find that ramp up over the next, well, the rest of the matches today and in the games tomorrow.
Yeah, and it's going to be right on time, too, because E-Arena have been extremely consistent today. Even when they went out now, they still put up 5 points on the board. So they're the biggest threat in this lobby here. Because remember, folks, at the end of these next 3 matches, that smash point threshold is going to be set tomorrow. Once those 10 points are crossed, that threshold as high as possible, and they're doing a dang good job of it.
They are, but even in that match, like a lot of the teams towards the top side of those tables were able to play some decent games, right? You had Ulf, who was staying fairly late, S2G, fairly deep on Nongshim Red Force. Maybe could have got a little bit deeper if they hadn't gone. Getting to 3rd place after that match was really great for them. A lot of teams putting up some big numbers, and sure, they put up 5, and I do praise teams for being able to do that sort of.
लेट्स सी भाई क्या होता है. हम कर रहे हैं कुछ, देखते हैं भाई. सारी टीमों के ना मतलब वो देखना पड़ेगा मुझे. हाँ यूनाइटेड में अच्छा ये है. अरे भाई ये क्या अच्छा है. अरोरा गेमिंग. ना मैं इनके देखना चाहूँ कि इनकी एजेस क्या है, मतलब ना, समझ रहे हो. इनकी एजेस क्या है मतलब सबकी. बताओ ना. एज है 20. एज डॉग 20 ईयर का है. ईस्ट का छोड़ो. टॉप है तो मतलब बता ही तो है नहीं इन्होंने. अगर 21 का है तो मतलब इसके हिसाब से देखना पड़ेगा. मतलब ये जो ज्वाइन किया था इसने 20 में. अभी फ्रैगर रोल है बस हो गया. टॉप सी. इसको छोड़ो पड़े भाई, नाम ही नहीं बताया ना. नाम क्या. अच्छा जी डॉग का बता दिया. ईस्ट का देखते हैं. ये ईस्ट ये है. अच्छा ये भी 21 साल का है भाई, ये सारे जो हैं इतने छोटे छोटे बच्चे हैं यार। रीफस रीफस भी 21 साल का, रीफस भी 21 साल का है। अच्छा और कौन से हैं? टॉप हो गया, जियोल, जियोल का देखते हैं, ये भी 21 साल का भाई, सारे 21 साल के क्या। बाकी दूसरी किसी और में देखते हैं, किसी और में वो देखते हैं, कोई साल दूसरी वाली कोई और। किसी और टीम का देखते हैं, मतलब जैसे ये हो गई सी जी। अच्छा जी, कौन सी टीम है जो मतलब बड़ी मशहूर है? इसका देखते हैं, होरा स्पोर्ट का, होरा स्पोर्ट का देखते हैं, क्योंकि इनके प्लेयर्स जो है ना काफी, मुझे लगता है इनकी उम्र काफी है, पर देखते हैं स्काई की देखते हैं। स्काई है 24 साल का। अच्छा जी, स्काई 24 का है। नो फेयर, नो फेयर की एज नहीं बताई गई जी, ठीक है जी। जिगल, जिगल ये शायद इनका आईचर होगा ना, ये हायत दामी, ये 22 का है। अच्छा जी, उसके बाद अगर हम देखें, हम बिकमा गैलेक्सी की देख लीजिए भाई, ये इसके तो मुझे काफी इनकी उम्र लगती, काफी ज्यादा। अब ये देखना पड़ेगा कि इनकी उम्र कितनी है। कूप्स, कूप्स किधर कितने साल का? कूप्स 21 साल का भाई, ये इतनी इतनी मतलब, वो लॉर्ड, लॉर्ड 24 साल का है। मुझे लगता है राउफ की उम्र सबसे ज्यादा होनी चाहिए, राउफ मुझे जहां तक लगता है। हैं? इसकी एज नहीं बताई। ये सेटन भाई जहाँ तो 26 साल का, ये वो एक तो भाई इनकी इतनी उम्र है, इतने बच्चे बच्चे हैं, ये कहाँ से भाई इतने छोटे छोटे बच्चे कहाँ से भर लिए हुए? अच्छा यूएलएफ का देखते हैं। कैच 27। अच्छा ये सबसे ज्यादा इसकी उम्र है, 27 साल। मैं तो चलो मैं इससे छोटा हूँ भाई, मुझे पहले बड़ा लग रहा था, मैंने कहा भाई के सारे इतने मेरे से छोटे हैं भाई, मैं मतलब मैं तो मतलब मेरा काम खत्म हो गया। अच्छा ये एरन तो छोटा लगता है भाई, ये मुझे लगता है छोटा बच्चा होगा। ये 26 साल का भाई। ये कहाँ से कौन सा, ये शायद इनका 5th प्लेयर होगा ना। रेवो, ये है 21 साल का। अच्छा ये साल्टर है। ये है 23 साल का। गोजाओ, ये भी 23 का है। ऑब्सक्योर, ऑब्सक्योर, अच्छा ये भी 23 साल का ही है। कौन सी टीम? अच्छा ये इनका देखते हैं, मुझे लगता है रंगटन। 24 साल इसकी, एक क्या होती ना, फीस फराज फराज खान। अच्छा जी, ये इसकी उम्र नहीं बताई। आरू, इसकी भी नहीं बताई। आतंकी, हाँ, चलो भाई इसको छोड़ो भाई, ये तो मुझे लगता है कुछ बता ही नहीं गई।
Sort of thing, but everybody is on the hunt. Everybody's hounding them.
And right now, this was then confirmed.
I literally wrote down on my played that incredibly well, and they were able to take that time to make that spacing. You notice like Nongshim so easy, causing a little bit of chaos as the solo player between these two full teams. I mean, that was kind of crazy to see as well. I was looking at S2G, obviously, to have that, you know, they were denying the flank from Flash coming around to them. They had a nice 2-2 split on that north side. Soul Gang with the hovercraft, we're going to bring that up again, but yeah, a little bit rough for them. So the way that Aurora were able to calculate that, a little bit of annoyance from Nongshim. So easy, great play.
Talking about Nongshim, they were able to put up some good points as well here in this match. 13 points as well with S2G, 13 points. Max, which one are you looking at? I see you ready to talk.
Because Nongshim Red Force, sure, they gave themselves 13 points. It's eliminations, 5 placement points. I feel like they threw that game. Generally, I think they could have at least bare minimum gotten a top 2 in that position, if not an actual chicken dinner. But which is not Longwood. They're not even on the dinner. They're in like this one shade on a little plateau below them. And they get a consistency के मामले में बहुत गंदा है तो Molotov or grenade. And then Flash are like, what the hell are you doing? We're just going to do a counter grenade and Molotov. Nongshim Red Force, they just held their position. As you said, so easy was trolling. If you had a full team, there would be giga trolling. But I feel like, yeah, Nongshim Red Force, sometimes they get great games, and sometimes they do some of the biggest fumbles in a tournament. It hurts. It really does.
I think it's a great example of something that happens at every level, as we're seeing here, right? Where you get that you get tempted to actually full send into a position, but you got to really think about why that team that you're fighting fell down so easily. Generally, it's because the position is bad for one reason or another. It's very constricted there. There's a little ridge around that shack. It's very, very nadeable. Lots of areas to bounce that utility off. So if you're gonna push something like that, or if you're fighting against, hang on a second, if you're fighting against them, right, you don't push that, because then you yourself get naded as well. It's very nadeable for a reason.
Yeah, and that match was a perfect example of what can happen whenever you end up just catching up even more to that first place. E-Arena ended up getting 5 points. You can see Aurora Gaming just jump up to that second place with 81 points. What was a 1 point and 18 point gap to that second place has just now closed up to 9 points.
I'm so happy to see, because we saw throughout the entirety of today, right, they were a podium team at the very start, slipping, getting almost nothing done. They were in 8th position before this game. Now with that chicken dinner, rocketing right at the very top here, just behind E-Arena with their the only team single-digit points away from our current pack leader, E-Arena. Very flash in the pan right now. We need to see more consistency, and especially not throwing games when you know you can get wins.
मतलब बात ही है, मतलब ऐसा कोई होता कोई नहीं है कि एक टीम जीते और वो करके
We have one more Erangel and then 2 Miramars as well. Aurora tend to do quite well on Miramar, typically. So we'll see how that goes. Again, yeah, they can be very hot, very cold. So it is just down to game by game what they're going to do. But we're looking at the second page here. Flash and Hora, 48 points each. They are looking tied right now. But there's quite a bit of a gap between them and 4 Thrive. So even further down the leaderboard, we're starting to see those gaps emerge.
Yeah, Lace, for some of these teams here in the second page, I'm going to be keeping a close eye on them, because at one point we're gonna have to start cutting them out, because that point gap is just too much. And keep in mind, going into tomorrow, that smash roll is gonna be at play, and it's gonna be plus 10 points of whatever first place ends up with.
Yeah, and it's strange because like we were
तो भाई क्या कर रहे हैं सर ये एनिग्मा गैलेक्सी के जो कोच हैं वो बता रहे हैं
and I even sort of said, God damn, they're so strong as just a little duo. Why don't they just kind of like go in that little map and do their thing? But it's just unfortunate, you know, they were getting like 7 elims in that spot, but just not making it any further. And I sort of touched about that on the shared studio on the couch. It was like they're getting themselves in these great like close range fights, capitalizing and winning it, and then like you were saying, moving back in and not like other teams are sort of circling because they're doing that too late in the game. But I do feel we've seen it before. Aurora just did it. They can just have this great game, and that will push them up a lot further because they're getting the elims. They'll be able to do it.
And they definitely need it, especially where they are currently. We've been praising them in regards to the performance that they have had today, but we need to see a lot more out of Godlike, because they are currently just so far away from the first place. And at the end of the day, you want to be in first place. That's what they're going to be hunting down. By the way, special shout out earlier on to Hot Jukes and John for casting those first 5 games. But now it's time for the main show. Yeah, it's okay. I still got you, baby. For Blank and Jackie Blank, you got me. Come on, man.
Oh, mate. All right, that's one hell of a setup. Thank you, Seven. We appreciate it. That's some great points being raised. That's, of course, enjoying themselves. Saw it over there. They had the I Love Max Man sign. We don't have one of those, unfortunately.
We've got love for snacks right now, which is cool. We've also got OG and Godlight behind, which is always good to see too. The support is unreal inside the arena at the moment, as per usual. It has been awesome all the way throughout the tournament, but we do have a lot of people with us this time. So we're going to get loud. We're going to get a little bit crazy with it, because I imagine finish off the day. You know, it's been a long day, right? We might have some mad circles to finish things off.
Yeah, do you reckon? I reckon. Should we make sure there's still some good energy left in the crowd? But
we could try. Yeah.
Right then, Paris. A few games left to go today. Let's see how much energy we've got. Let's make some noise in the building. All right, that's what I wanted. Proud of you, Paris. You've been killing it here at PMWC, and we'll keep the commentary flowing as the games go on. We can lock in as we start to get towards the end of the day. It's been enticing, Blank. Some good quality PUBG Mobile coming out, but I'm excited to see if there's any more twists in the narrative.
That's what we're looking for. We're looking for some twists, some turns at the end of the day, some mysteries yet unsolved. As we do get back into the thick of it, we're going to be going to Erangel one last time before we head towards our final two Miramars to close out this mega day of PUBG Mobile. Again, like we said, Paris has you guys have been fantastic. You've been with us the drums better come back though. Sad if the drums are. They're ramping. They're getting ready to go. You got Ralph on screen explaining to his team that they're definitely not getting hot dropped over towards Pachinki. It's not happening again. Eda's had a good game now. They're like, maybe we were the problem.
Yeah, maybe we don't do that anymore. Which honestly, I think it's a fair shout. I think, you know what, 4 different members of the talent team spoke to Ralph about that yesterday. We were kind of...
चलो भाई, और यहाँ टीम में जो है वो उतरने को लग चुकी है और 4-5 जो है निकल रही है फायरी पेरी की तरफ, और आप मतलब जोन मुझे लगता है मेल्टा की तरफ ना चली जाए. ये ना अगर जोन जो है मेल्टा की तरफ ही चली जाए, कुछ भी हो सकता है.
Yeah, I mean, I think we got about 12 elims off the back of it, which is kind of sick, honestly. It's a good amount of points. We do get our plane path down from the south side all the way to the north. You see there, Eren and Scarface currently topping the leaderboard in terms of damage. They've been very, very consistent throughout. I'm glad to see yeah, but I'm glad that Scarface has
1, 2 or 3
so
ये
far
सर्कल बन गया.
he has kept steady throughout. The system for the Ulf V, which will need to make a move down towards the south side of the map. Aurora, who have been baiting us for multiple years for a massive win at an international, and they might just be giving us it here at PMWC at EWC 2026.
Once
again, right, you hit the nail on the head. It's happened. Suznovka, the military island in play. Like you say, maybe this is the blessing. Like perfect drop spot, perfect end game potentially for a team like Aurora, who do feel like they've kind of in a bit. So we'll see. We'll stick with it. Potential for a lot of early fights. Taking on OG early as Aru's already down.
Flash जो है वो 2 मतलब हो गया. Pause जो है वो पहला मतलब निकालते हुए. जांबा और ओरा की फाइट होगी यहाँ. अच्छा.
The revolver to the dome there. Well, unfortunate for guys over on OG. Flash seems okay though, get themselves back up on their feet. Like you say though, we got Aura on screen. Eagle. Explosive bow.
चौथा प्लेयर कहाँ है?
A little bit of pinpoint accuracy.
Aura Esports का चौथा प्लेयर कहाँ है?
Jiggle. Dropping some ammo across. Everyone's a little bit low right now. Level 1 vest, a little bit difficult.
3 प्लेयर तो यहाँ है, चौथा प्लेयर कहाँ है ये देखना.
He's over. Well, Sleepy is having a troublesome time getting towards them. I think he's in an awkward spot. Sky though is coming in from the other side of things. He's over towards the north side of Severny, so this is a long exit for both squads. I don't think any team wants to be here. Tiamba as well as Aura stuck in this awkward engagement with the Honey Badger and but they should get gone.
very much an early stalemate that no one really wants to overly commit to. With that first domino to fall, it's going to be a
एक ही काम हो सकता है कि जो आएगा वहाँ पे अच्छी वाली निकल लेके आए, एक प्लेयर को ले जाए, इस तरह एक एक करके सारे प्लेयर यहाँ निकले, यही है सबसे बड़ा और अच्छा चांस है इसके अलावा और कोई चांस नहीं है क्योंकि इनके पास यहाँ के पास गन्स भी है, सब कुछ है, उनके पास तो कुछ भी नहीं है.
For this in particular is the plane path from the south side up towards the north, and because we had this big southern circle that is pretty much committed to Sosnovka, this is not going anywhere else.
Yeah,
it meant that a lot of teams dropped out early on the plane path to get looted up early. So you do have the likes of S2G, Aurora, Fourth Drives, Ida, Alula, as well as Nongshan Red Force already in Sosnovka. This place is getting very busy very quickly. Tiamba moves up, but Horror's already getting himself into a vehicle. Uzi in play, tries to get the damage across. There will be a shot from Shallow though. Really good stuff there with the QBZ. Get some damage in. Jiggle. Line and wait. Could be a dangerous trap in play. QZZ trying to get around the side. Eagle will just run down Sleepy. They don't know. They do not know. He is hidden, blending in to the rust.
Oh boy, Jiggle कैसे बचा हुआ है यार?
Down on the deck, no one knows about Jiggle.
Come on, come on, come on!
बच जा यार!
Are you blind?
अभी क्या था?
He's a
boy, Jiggle कैसे बच गया?
That's insane. Wow,
that's wild. We're playing some kind of game where you go in as a small against things, and he's done exactly that.
Unbelievable.
I can't believe he's become the chameleon in that situation. That's wild, but well played to him.
Yeah, mega mechanics there. Artistry.
He's prone. That's a lovely prone.
Never seen anything like
a
it.
beautiful prone on him.
Got away with that one. Liberty. Absolute liberty.
भाई मैं क्या देखा है उसे समझ ही नहीं आई क्या हुआ क्या यार.
Right here, right now, at PMWC.
अच्छा ये गोडल की और उसकी फाइट होगी.
Well, this is not the one.
OG की फाइट होगी.
Maki Naruto event is now on with the Naruto character set as well as the Nine Tails.
ओह अच्छा जी. चलो जी आपस में अपने भाइयों को मार दिया.
Talking to Max earlier, he was saying that S-Power right now probably the only player at a massively global level, and I would agree with him. I think he is on the likes of, you know, your Mormons, your Errors.
मुझे लग रहा है फोर्थ राइव यहाँ से निकल के जा चुकी है, सर्कल से निकल गया. फुल लेजर. हाँ पक्का जा चुकी है.
Great work for the rest of his team. I think Godlike has really shown that they absolutely can take it to task with some of the best squads in the world, which is cool to see. Satan here from Nigma Galaxy, another team that's doing really well too. I genuinely think, and I said at the start of the day, is that I've not always been the biggest fan of Nigma Galaxy and some of the pushes, some of the rotates they make. They have a lot of potential in them. It's been off the wall.
ये तीसरी मरतबा इधर से गुजरा. ये चलो उसको तो इनको तो देख नहीं सकता. ये ईगल की तरफ, ईगल भाई ईगल नहीं है ये ईगल नहीं है, उल्लू है ऐसा दिन का टाइम का उल्लू. ये उल्लू को नजर जाता है और भाई.
The laser pointer down to the ground. He's like, oh.
Nightmare, they're going to see that. Well, hey ho, that one worked.
Oh my.
But master of camouflage
He
there.
even trying to give himself away. I mean, the laser pointer really. That sent me. That's good. That's a belly of laughs right there.
भाई ऐसे ईगल लेकिन बेचारे का क्या हुआ. ईगल अभी मरा.
Honestly, I think genuinely furious.
ईगल अभी मरा. ओ भाई क्या है अभी यार.
More shades of the past from them. PMMI where they look very strong there. Bringing it back. I think that they just had to slow down their gameplay a little bit because their end games are nice. That's where they typically thrive. But now they're coming up against Alula, the Claws versus the Panthers here.
Giving us the proverbial question of which set of claws are sharper.
Are they both depicting Panthers though? Because that would be...
Maybe a Jaguar.
Maybe a Jaguar, yeah, like that.
अब जा रही है.
Battle of the Animal Kingdom.
मॉडल जा रही है जोन के अंदर और बहुत काम बहुत टाइम
X5 on that one. A lot of airtime.
It's a great multiplier.
It was a great multiplier. I like that. Anyway, we get next
before.
You didn't hear. I don't know if you could hear that, but there was audible disappointment from the crowd. Everyone was oohing and ahhing at that one. Does head out far towards that west side. Really uncomfortable, very, very uncomfortable. Ida's already good spot though. The rest of the team I would probably say to try and regroup soon though. Nongshim Red Force has played a similar position to this in the past on this exact spot that Tizzy is currently. They just try and secure that going forward. They might even try and take the compound of Vitality one on during this match.
4 लाइट में एक मरतबा 4 थ्राइव नहीं है, मतलब कहना कि 4 लाइट में आ गया यार, इसने वो किया 4 थ्राइव एक मरतबा भी 4 लाइट में नहीं आई, बाकी टीम में जो है बहुत सारी 4 थ्राइव आई.
It's going to get pretty aggressive down there where things do kick off, especially with how this zone shifted, man. Cutting out a lot of that play space once again. So you're fighting around the bridge, you're fighting on the island. Like you touched on, even just a couple minutes into this game, with how close they were off the playing path, a lot of squads did already make their mass migration.
ये रीना अभी भी zone से बाहर ही है.
In a little bit, you got a few
मैं ये सर्कल से जब बाहर आया ना, मैं कहता हूँ
having a bit of a slower rotate.
ULF जो है बस वो ले रही है, इनको ले रही है. निगमा गैलेक्सी जो है बिल्कुल एक ट्रिगर डिसिप्लिन से आ रहे हैं, अगर बिल्कुल मतलब वो किया जाए.
And similarly flash behind them as well.
Yeah, Fury's getting squeezed like a fruit right now. It's not looking good for them.
No.
Pushed down by Vitality. This is a awkward approach. They would like to get across, but I don't think Alula's going to let them across so easily. Igor's is far up though, so he just needs an opener. And Alula looks to be leaving. I think that's the correct decision at this time, just because the circle did push so far. You don't want to get left behind. Here is somewhat of a question mark, but if they knew they could hold out a team over towards box compound, sure, why not? It is quite cruel towards Tiamba, but this is the points where you can, and right now the arena's doing a good job.
Attorney K there. Up on the top side of the rock
खत्म,
face,
एचिंग भी खत्म, पूरी चांबा गई, पूरी चांबा बढ़ गई.
The back of that. QZZ already knocked. Rest of the squad
चांबा
following their
खत्म,
footsteps. This is a
पूरी चांबा गई.
for Tiamba, one by one ball. So E-Arena find them outside.
वो एक टीम है, वो एक अच्छा खेलती है, अगला मैच बहुत गंदा खेलती है. और E-Arena की तरफ देखो भाई, ये तो पूरा अच्छा खेल रही है. 4, 5, 6 पॉइंट निकाल रहे हैं हर गेम में.
Towards Saverni, Didora, as well as Tiamba. Tiamba swings wide over towards North George. Flash
और Vitality fight होगी आपस में.
This is over towards the fight on the bridge side, so we'll come back to Tiamba in just a second. Axel low, Razy on bended knee. P90 in play at this early in the game as well. Good to see.
Oh no!
Trying to run back.
Nice balls.
But Razak just goes straight into the crosshairs, and one by one, this is looking a bit.
Oh, bye.
Oh, nice backstab though from Axel. Quick switch over to the shotgun through the window. Throws the first man down on the deck. Still has some firepower to play with. Zone nipping at their heels. Razak looking to defend. Throws the nade deep. Thankfully for Bowles, he was able to that one isn't going to hit him just yet. Oh, he's closing the distance though. Wants to really get in there. Oh my god! Response back from Axel's quick. And he can get the meds in as well, Blank.
और ईटा भाई मर गई.
Just about hit.
और थ्राइव के मतलब ईटा जो है वो कितने प्लेयर मरे हैं? 2 प्लेयर शायद. 4 थ्राइव 2 किल हासिल किए, यहाँ 2 मिल गए.
Good recovery right now.
एक और प्लेयर.
Vitality. Sadly for them, Aura.
चलो भाई 4 थ्राइव इस बार चिकन करना तुम लोगों ने. इंशाल्लाह अल्लाह के.
Fast in position. Bozy is.
भाई ये टीम में दोनों ही मरने वाली. क्योंकि इन्होंने फाइट ले ली कि आगे जाना है, हल्का फुल्का बच के ये गया. क्या भाई उसको आइडिया भी नहीं है. मतलब ओ मचल ये अच्छा हुआ, ये अच्छा हुआ.
Coming through from Aaron. Off likely will now play on as 3. Look worse and worse as time goes down.
इसमें तो कम से कम 10-15 पॉइंट का चिकन करना है. 10-15 पॉइंट
through Enigma Galaxies. The circle in the meantime did move further down
to the south. Oh, नीचे गिर के मंगो होगा.
Tumble though. What's happened there?
Yeah, this is not the
मरियो मत भाई.
Ooh, Lord's actually trying to dismount towards the top side, so if maybe they do win out on this fight, somehow they can grab him back up. Oh, good read onto Scarface. Ralph ready for the encounter. Bullets being peppered. He gets him so dangerously low, but he's still
bandage.
Just tuck in.
Bandage.
Oh, well, that would have been the operative word. Could have tucked in behind the box. Not going to happen now. Laid out by Ralph. Satan with a re-aggression as well. And this is starting to slow down. They start it out. One player cut short from the roster. They'll carry on as a trio. Meanwhile, amidst this, we have Vitality.
It's been a while since I've seen Vexy on the main stage, but still got to hit him, it seems. Razak does go down, and looks like Vitality might just want to be making the cross going forward. Looks for Scar. Vexy will pick him up. Here, settling in for Federalis. Oh, I mean, good job. Really well done here from Vexy. I mean, multiple times keeping the team awake and in play. Even versus Flash earlier on. Fantastic.
Brilliant individual moments there. Zone crunching in a little bit as well. Ooh, Vitality suffering casualties, it seems, with the Elim feed lighting up. That's Flash that are trying to defend the entryway. Headshot from top, down Vexy after the and Axel has fallen due to the damage sustained. The zone eliminates him, and Vitality finally buckle.
Yeah, it's just there wasn't a lot of boat rotates from a lot of these north side. Spent a lot of looting up. They're quite prepared for end up going. Space was going to be
इधर थर्ड पार्टी होगी प्रॉपर जब भी आगे जाएंगे उधर से
awkward arena of the map as we head down towards the southwest side. There's a couple of compounds around here, a lot of open space going forward. Ralph moves. Kate goes down first. Good shots from him. Will finally fall there to a sideline.
कोई ना मारो ये रीना को फिनिश दे दो भैंस ये रीना को खत्म कर दो.
They're going straight past.
हैवी भाई ये रीना को मार दिया हैवी कर दिया भाई पोर्टल ने. चास आ गया भाई जहां भैंस तोड़ दिया मां की आंख. कहता टॉवल टेपर है बाहर में जाओ टॉवल टेपर भैंस चो.
Starting to advance. Actual controllable position on this one. Hoops going forward, they're going to pass each other.
Okay. Like a friendly handshake there. Felt like I was in Interstellar for a second. Yeah, Coops looking further to pick up his teammates, but actually went back for some more. Satan, I think, is back up again. Not sure about Ralph. I think Ralph did fall down, but this has been a really good game from Ralph. I think it's not, I don't want to say rare, but he's been making some good flex outs this game. Sometimes his flex out can feel a little bit questionable. This time I was super happy with him, blasting the toe caps off of Scarface as well. It's really incredible to see, just give him one more bullet. Hazaifa up on top, Godlike tried to send it. Got further and further in, but has laying down the law.
It's a great peek. Might actually be able to double down. And he will. Like eating the bullets from the elevated peak there of 4 frags as Hazaifa starts to bring the heat to the battleground. Enigma Galaxy got back in towards the zone. This is their POV now. They actually run into either all teams once more. Coop's going to be hit by the shotty. The pump takes him down. And that's the way that one goes, unraveling them. Ida eliminated, Flash falling amidst all this. But Aurora getting eyes on it from so close. They were able to steal a couple points away. Put Enigma Galaxy back down in the dirt. I
think though for Enigma Galaxy, what a game. Honestly. It was a real tough scenario they went through. They end the match on 10 elims. I think that's a good profit. I think you play with this one, think to yourself, we went through to get towards this location of the map and we still came away with 11 points total. So very, very well done. Because we do only have 16 at the 17-minute mark. This is the quickest we've seen the lobby cold before off the back of a really horrendous circle. S2G set themselves up, kamikaze as per usual, flying in towards those front lines.
S2G just cleaning house on Alula. They've gone down pretty swiftly. Ooh, Furia might actually get a bit of a read on this though with the forward scout we've got from Ayala in the back of the vehicle. So a lot of sight lines being opened up between our squads. Aurora still got space to play with. In the grand scheme of things, it's been a little bit quieter on the Elim front for Nonshim, but they're still in the running of the conversation. They've had some good consistent finishes today. It's felt like it's all been coming together communication-wise when they get a good angle to play off in these games.
Well, Hyunbin's basically the crowbar of South Korea right now.
These lobbies open.
He has been cracking the lobbies open. It's good to see. I think the rest of the team rallies around that. So he's been very, very nice on those long sidelines. We've got to come up against Aurora though. Aurora starting to really feel it. And they're having a lot of weird finishes where second places where they should have won, especially versus Nongshim Red Force earlier today. They would have been far and away at the top of the leaderboard. Some moments where Aurora just can't quite finish the job. Even then, the consistency has been good, so it's an impressive showing from them. We have that rivalry back up to bat once again here between Nongshim Red Force and Aurora, but shots coming from the sidelines does make things awkward.
Oh, nade right over the top. That's Doc that looks to hit them heavy. And if Doc's fired up, mate, Aurora might keep the pace on pretty swift on this one. Fury just off in the distance, haven't overcommitted to anything just yet. Yunbin still up and kicking. They got height on it. Just can't really afford to overextend too far. Get caught sleeping. This could be a big unraveling for that side. Tizzy's got to bandage himself back up to stay pretty in the situation he's been left in. Aurora are aware of that angle from Furia at least. 3 smokes for Tizzy being the difference between a raw face from Refus potentially coming their way.
I think the problem right now is absolutely that angle you're talking about between Furia over towards Aurora. You've got Top off in the distance there. Currently alongside with Zhol. They look to make the move. Furia had that angle on. One player very low in the back of the vehicle, I believe that is Yol at the moment, can't quite find the next shots, and Ayala's playing it very safe. The angle over towards this way, but Tizzy with that nade goes straight through the side mirror window.
Dash of nades of their own on target, but it's actually a response from 4 Fribes. Pulling up to the party, looking to third party on this one. Aurora trying to withstand. Nonshim going down as the last man, it's so easy, will collapse from it. Doc already piecing out. Ooh, mate, that's the straight into the camp of Furia.
On point for Doc.
He's got that Doc in him.
Yeah, that's the brand right there. Moved instantly over towards Furia, held that angle, made them feel a little bit afraid, right? S2G still got Kamikaze swinging, layering in the vehicles. Circle moves over towards Kamikaze, you can hear it. Turkish fans for S2G, a little bit loud themselves. He finds a shot over towards Hazaifa, that's on the roadside, and a horrible time for it to happen. But it's all popping up now. Refus up first, in hand, looking over towards Ayala, very low. Chief pulled the pin, but a little late. Solke runs through the both of them.
Oh, mate, the car controls with the bonnet. He's dived out with the shotgun in his hand, vehicle burning behind him. Squad mates falling around as the shots are being spammed. Quick turn. Finds that one. Throws Furia out of the running.
This is the best Solke's looked in quite a while, actually. I think that he's getting a little bit more of that aggression on board. I think a lot of times he was relegated to being this anchor player. So it's nice to see him, you know, channeling a bit of that Silas. Going forward as S2G gets the ambulance out, pulls out the rest of their team, gets them res and back up into a position to fight. Not taking any chances on this one. Went out for the first aid kit. Unnecessary first aid kit in the moment. First aid kit taking him to full. Requires Doc to work in.
I'm shocked he survived that. Refus 100% left him sweating bullets, like you say. The clutch heal barely buying him enough time to stay along for a few extra seconds. Now knocked behind the vehicle.
It's a bold maneuver from Solke, but does drag him from the rest of the team. Likely leaving S2G as a 3-man, but they have the compound central. See where the next circle heads over towards. Can play off the back of that, but it's going to be Aurora
4 Thrives ping-ponging between one another, taking some pot shots at S2G in the meantime.
Hard confirm with the nades thrown over, so much so that Doc nearly went down from the close of his team. Luckily does have the meds to fix himself with no one nearby to convert from the lower HP. You're spot on, mate. We heard the excitement from the fans. You can see why FTG, they were playing with some confidence and aggression. Previously, it's been Kamikaze that reps himself in those situations. This time around, he plays close to the squad. They control the compound, but you're going to be pushed from 2 sides.
Difficulty with this compound as well. There's a lot of space to control here. There's a lot of space to control. There's some flat walls to work off the back of. So teams could send in over towards one side, and having a 3-man inside there means they cannot control every building effectively. So there's 2 on the side here, towards the eastern edge. Sat on Aurora's angle. Possibility to move. Oh, S2G is just going to be very quick with this, but you know, as soon as someone makes a move for that compound, the other team is going to fly on in. They're likely just going to wait this out until the circle confirms this is a definite compound finish.
Don't invest your eggs into one basket until you know. A few seconds out from that zone crunching, we'll see if it's going to favor S2G once again. Shifts slightly off it, Blank pulls away.
It's nasty. Towards that north side, Aurora looking to get a chicken under the belt here. Slingshot them up towards first on the ranking. Despite what has been honestly a hairy day for them, it really has. There's been some moments where the question marks have been flung out left, right and centre for this squad, but still, they've been keeping themselves looking pretty. Bandaging up between the matches.
Blessing of it as well with the zone shifting. That crate that came in, you can see that Top & Co were able to push over, get an early duo onto that, grab some extra bits and bobs to armor themselves what could be quite an intense final fight once they now get attention from 4 Thrives and STG. Full 4-man squad. Similar, all right. 4 Thrives, and they're going to jump in the vehicle, start to advance on this. Oh, that's not what you want. Reefus with a snapshot. Falak falls instantly. He's got some cover to play off here as well, Blank.
T24, he's just out. He said, I am not being in that buggy anymore. I'm dropping straight to the ground, and I think it was the correct choice. Being on the back of a buggy like that makes you a prime target, and he's just realized that Reefus has got the golden eye there. Quick shots, pinpoint as well as IQ desperately tries to swing around the side. This is a mad dash and one that will not work out in the face of Aurora. More points added and S2G can do nothing but look on. They actually get themselves into vehicles. They're going to swing round. They have to take the moment here into their own hands. Last game, Aurora, they were able to do some good work versus them. Now looking to actually show some aggression. Reefus goes down first.
Good engage, but how long can they hold on? Kamikaze in the back wants to arc the nade over, has the SMG to play with, one thrown right back towards him. Doc putting them down with the DBS. Panic stations for Aurora as everything is being thrown at them. Doc takes a heavy hit, but he's still standing.
S2G down to 2. Hamzy G on the north side. Kamikaze. T24 still off in the distance, dealing with Top here, and Kamikaze takes nade after nade. This bounces, but should go a little bit long here, keeping Kamikaze as a half HP count.
Oh, T24 as well in the midst of all this. That's the off angle you touched on there. Able to strike from the side. Kamikaze. Two teams are coming together to make it uncomfortable for Aurora. Doc with a nade, trying to cook that one. Meanwhile, they respond back onto 4 Thrives as they throw that in. T24 behind the tree.
Doc now worried. Split the difference between 2 players here. Not easy to regroup. Another nade in the hand of T24. Sent it across.
Oh, heavy
It's 2G. Game of their lives right now.
16 गई भाई, 16 गई है अभी अगर अरोरा आती है तो भाई बहुत दूसरे नंबर पे बैटरी आएगी ना
Complete different play style, the confidence out in full force.
भाई अरोरा बहुत
Right time, right place, the back door has worked out well. Top trapped, T24 spamming so close to him.
भाई टॉप को फिनिश होना चाहिए, टॉप फिनिश होगा तो फोर्थ राइट
This duo from S2G looking to take this one with force, but they still play it smart.
Makes the run across right now, trying to nice top will at least find him, but the shots are coming through. Kamikaze once again sends straight center. It starts to work out. Naked posts a lovely bouncer on it, but won't go quite far enough. Back behind the loot crate. A little bit of cover to work with, but S2G, they've got two angles. Top is going to have to play out of his mind to make this one work here. One first aid kit ready to go. Hamzy G looks to send an arc over the top here to finish off the game. Goes wide to the side.
He's really trying to run the risk on this one. He peeks over the top of the crate, using the smoke to block the angle from Hamzy G so he can take an isolated fight. He's reading it as well. This 1v2, like you say, it's got to be impeccable from him. He cannot afford to miss a single shot. The reactions are going to be there. Kamikaze on the road, slight height advantage, throws in the molly, takes the
nice.
That's how he gets it done. Kamikaze as S2G, get it!
Last game, S2G, they looked a little bit short there, but this game they go Kamikaze, Kama-crazy for the finish. What a game, not lazy whatsoever, with a quick swing out to the side. You gotta love it, you gotta believe it, S2G is here to play.
We thought it was Aurora about to blot out the sun and cast the shadow, illuminate the stage, but no, it's S2G that once again prove how much of a powerhouse they could be here in France.
T24 as well, man, the jump out the buggy to sit down on the floor, I couldn't believe that. I mean, he made a quick snap decision. But lads, I'm gonna have to live this game out. I'm dropping into the grass, and I'm gonna cause problems.
You can feel the energy in the arena as well. We get the replay from that one. Big individual maneuvers. I love the strategy as well, Blank. S2G here, the way they were able to control the situation, knowing they had to be so proactive, but didn't overstep the mark. Flip side for Aurora, you're playing with dice, gambling on some of these peaks, knowing realistically it's a risk that you have to take. It's not an easy 1v2.
It was actually a very difficult circle. Yes, it pulled away, but they were unsure where they wanted to fight out towards. Maybe they had to focus towards fourth drives, clear that angle sooner to deal with S2G. But again, for S2G as a three-man there, they make the only decision they can. It's been something they've been saying all tournament, is we just don't care. We will just push those angles. We will try and get something done in those end games. And it was lovely to see them prove that immediately after that last game where they sort of just laid down over on Arangul. Didn't quite let that game fall into hands. This time around, they leave nothing up to chance.
I think that summarized the play. That prize pool looming over you, you can't afford to have any doubts in your mind. Leave it to another team, and your dream could be snatched away. Whereas for S2G, they've been rising to the occasion, and that oomph, that killer instinct, that's what's giving them these leg ups.
Absolutely, and in the end, for S2G, this isn't even their best map, man. They live it on Miramar. This is where they usually thrive. So to have some good moments here over on Erangel is lovely to see. Again, a couple of our teams really making their mark right now. Fourth Drive still playing really well. Honestly, for them, I think even that early game where we saw Hazaifa playing the big Lions Rock, where he could just have that oversight, knew exactly what they had to do. As teams flowed in, just deny them. But we do have Kalaris over on the stage for a little hit with the players.
He's very dangerous. He has a microphone already. That means he's actually ripe for the commentator desk already. They might be able to actually capture him here. They've caught him cornered a little bit. I don't think he's very interested in it, but he might take to it. Let's see if we can place down some bait or something like that. Some bait actually might be able to work. Usually chicken dinners are the prime meal of a commentator here for PUBG Mobile. Will they be able to make it happen? This is a tense moment. John Allen. It looks. I think they might actually have it. They might have it. They might have the John Allen. It looks like. Oh! Did you see that? Get a close up of that. Get a close up of that. I think they've got him. Unbelievable scenes here at PMWC. Oh, that was close.
Loot aldın. MP5K. Silah aldın. MP5K. Hafif makineli. Skoplu. 0. Thompson. Iron Sight. 8x. Dürbün. 2x. Tamam dürbün. Bir şey. Beline koydun. CS9. Ok, arbelet oku. E90. Uzi. E90. Vektör. Kapıyı açtım. Loot aldın. Skopla. Skop takamıyorsun o silahı. Doğru mu?
Hi, Kalaris here at PMWC, down on the stage to talk to Nongshim Red Force. Hyunbin here to talk about some of the games from today. First questions first. I want to ask you guys about the previous Erangel, not just this one. You guys pushed Furia. Talk to me about that decision and if you'd have maybe done it differently in another scenario.
일단 현민 선수 첫 번째 질문은 일단 이전 매치로 좀 가볼게요. 사실 그 전 에란겔에서 유리한 고지를 좀 먹고 있었는데 아래에 있던 퓨리아를 이제 잡으려다가 좀 판이 좀 아쉽게 돌아갔거든요. 그래서 퓨리아 때 좀 어떤 콜이 나왔는지, 퓨리아를 밀러갈 때 어떤 콜이 나왔는지, 그리고 만약에 그 판을 좀 다시 하게 된다면 좀 어떤 콜을 내렸을지 좀 그걸 묻고 싶네요.
일단은 저희가 오른쪽에 한 팀 더 있는 거 알았어갖고 좀 한 팀 교전하면 한 팀 무조건 올 거라는 거 알고 저희 팀원이 1평을 둘을 입혔어갖고 가갖고 잡은 게 일단 맞는 플레이를 한 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I mean, we already knew like if we going to push Furia, then the other party would come. So we tried to push it as fast as possible. But I think if I think we'll end up in retrospect, I think we should have. Spaces and would much use it wiser.
Okay, so let's talk about the Rondo game, because that Rondo was amazing from Nongshim Red Force. So talk to me about any potential threats that you had to consider whilst playing out that game, as well as the end where you were able to pull off an amazing victory.
이제 론도에서는 사실 정말 키를 쓸어 담으시면서 또 치킨까지 가져가셨는데 그때 좀 어떤 마음가짐으로 플레이를 하셨는지, 그리고 뭐 부담감이나 압박감 같은 건 없으셨는지 궁금합니다.
부담감이나 압박감 같은 거는 없었고 일단 교전 부분에서는 저희 팀이 가장 자신 있었기 때문에 쫄지 않고 자신감 있게 했던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't any pressure at all. Honestly, we were very confident in our team fights. So yeah, we tried to get it head on, and then I think that worked really well.
Thank you very much for joining me, Hyunbin. Thank you very much, Maddox. That does it for us down on the stage.
Thank you, Kalaris, for that interview. A marathon of a day that we're having here, as 6 matches have already been played, and S2G has been able to go now back to back with those chicken dinners. We still have 2 more matches to go here, but honestly, S2G, this bounce back nipper out of them.
Quite literally a bounce back. All these nades coming in clutch here for S2G. Very, very good sign for them. They're climbing up those ranks. That should put them theoretically in that first place, but we'll wait for the overalls to confirm that. But it's looking very, very good for them. With just 2 more Miramars to go, S2G, they are a Miramar team. It looks like, hey, maybe we'll have another. Oh, we already do. Well, no, that's the match ranking.
No, that's the match ranking.
Whoa, hold up.
I'll give you a chance before. or after this to do some prediction. But yeah, S2G putting up those 19 points. Aurora Gaming though, I can probably end up guaranteeing it that after this match, when we do end up seeing the overall, they'll probably end up being in first place, Max.
They go from 8th position, then of course they get that huge game early on their angle. They gave themselves 2nd place, and now maybe the jump into number 1, which maybe it's the
most Aurora thing we have seen, right?
Yes, it is the most Aurora thing. And you know what's also Aurora thing to do? After that, dropping down to like outside of top 5. Maybe
wow.
I'm just saying they've done it before. They could do it again here. But no, overall, some of these plays are interesting. But I want you and me, Niptro, to break down what happened here, because you and me, we're talking about some of the finishing moments here, but this 4 Thrives push, in particular to the western side, I feel like could have been executed way better on the Pakistani end of things.
Listen, I was on the edge of my seat screaming at the television because I was like, okay, guys, they just need to hold. They just need to hold. They go up around onto a third-party position. They're playing this very, very well. The zone just goes complete opposite, and they're like, absolutely not. You're not getting this win. I'm like, okay, this is tough, right? But they could still make this work. And then decision is right back where we started, and to top it all off, rather than making a very decisive play and just full sending it, they stop really short, slow down, allow Top and the rest of Aurora just go all over it and go, no, you're not coming over here. What were you even thinking for Thrives? And honestly, I have to say the same thing.
I mean, really, you hit the nail on the head right there, which is they slowed down. And that was the big mistake. At that point, just capitalize, commit. Even if you get eliminated, I'll respect you a lot more for at least trying to go the entire way, because if you do so, you get rid on the western side. I think it was Doc and possibly Top at that point, which get rid of those 2 players. Guess what? You got a decent dip to work around. It's still not sure you're going to get the chicken dinner, but at least you have that opportunity to go the entire way and actually get yourself that chicken dinner. So 4 Thrives, still good points on the board, but they could have gone in a bit more in this match.
Yeah, they could have gotten a little bit more. And once again, that indecision, you guys highlighted it too. I just want to back you up with it, because that's been the biggest question mark for this team for 4 Thrives. We've seen good performances out of them so far, and you know what? Let's take a look at it again, because you can see right there when the air is stopping, that's when they question themselves in the tour. And we were all hoping that they would just fully send it.
And you know what's crazy is T24 actually got a solid finish. He tried his best from that position. If they had just gone a little bit further, kept 2, maybe 3 players up in that position, Top would have had a real run for his money. As it was, T24 was making it very hard for Top to even survive as far as he did. So yeah, I think it's such a wasted opportunity from them just by slowing down the middle of the field like that. It's far too open, and Aurora of all teams is going to be all over that.
It's still a team that feels like they're getting their bearings, especially here in day 2. We've seen a great performance though, and a great switch too from 4 Thrives, from what we saw yesterday to what we're seeing now. More players are performing. It's not just Balak. Now we have also seen IQ earlier in the day as well. I want to see some of the other players being able to stand up as Aurora Gaming jumps up to that first place. E-Arena goes down to that second. And what happens when you go back-to-back chicken dinners? That's right, you jump up that leaderboard and you end up in 3rd place.
We're seeing what they did in their group stage. Literally the same thing, right? Just coming back is just Ida staying at the bottom. But otherwise, S2G are making it happen for themselves. 11-8. E-Arena still getting a few points pretty consistently throughout the day, but when you get bangers like that from Aurora Gaming, oh my goodness, they are looking fantastic with the eliminations in particular that we saw earlier today, right, Niptura? Placement points were fine, but the eliminations, they were a little bit lackluster in some of those matches. Man, they're putting up big number after big number after absolutely big number. Yeah.
It's the momentum that we saw yesterday from that one Erangel game, right, with the 2 hovercrafts. S2G just bullying the lobby with those. No hovercrafts today in the same fashion, but still managing to get that chicken dinner back to back. That's going to be looking very good for them there.
One thing's actually scary right now, and I'm starting to realize it. I know we kind of joke about Aurora, the inconsistencies that we have seen out of this team, but for this team, one thing that has been consistent for is their placement. At one point, we were kind of critiquing where those elims are going to be coming in. Their placement points have been there. The eliminations now are starting to get picked up here in the second day as well. And this team is looking like a team that wants to become a champion.
They're like 4 placement points away. S2G, they got 3 wins, by the way, which is an insane ratio to have. So definitely
Aurora only has 1.
Exactly. They do only have 1 chicken dinner, so that's some very consistent stuff on board. That I'm looking at a team that it's kind of the opposite from Aurora, which is Ulf, right? They had a massive rise
ties. They got that chicken dinner with a 4-man finish on Erangel. And after that, their second place, falling down very slowly. Now in the middle pack, but though we on the second page, big upset Santiamba, just not able to maintain that top position 7, which is heartbreaking for this team.
Tiamba was one of those biggest question marks for us, especially because of the way that they ended up performing yesterday. We saw Milu being able to pop off. Today is not the same performance out of their squad. We knew that they have the fragging power, but those placement points were just non-existent, and right now, nothing's going their way.
Nothing is going their way. I mean, you're seeing them there with 9th place there, 63 total points, 14 placement points.
I thought you were going to go with that catwalk again. This will be the perfect time.
Not this time, maybe later. But yeah, no, the only thing we can hope to see is that they come back tomorrow stronger, fighting, able to do what we know they can do. I mean, they go into teams and crush them in seconds. I mean, it's easy for them, but just not today. It's just all over the place.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's a new day.
It is. I mean, I'm looking at a team in particular on the second page that I've been a little bit disappointed by is Vitality. After their opening day in the group stage, I was like, yeah, Vitality, we're looking so good, so much domination, everyone looking so good. They even swapped out Federalis, right, for Vexy, which I was like, that was quite an interesting decision to make. But man, oh man, that was really just a flash in the pan. They had that one insane day, and this, of course, is hard to replicate, but they're not even getting close to that initial performance on that opening day of their group. I would love to see it come back from my boys, Razak, but so far it's been a bit of a non-performance in the finals.
Another team along those lines as well is Team Flash. Team Flash has currently been non-existent for this squad. In the last game, though, I do want to highlight something for one team that was able to perform well, that was able to put up those points, and it was none other than Enigma Galaxy. If I'm not mistaken, Enigma Galaxy ended up with 10 eliminations, and that's good because that's a squad that has been consistent now 2 days in a row.
It is, yeah. They had a really nice 2-2 split on the southwest side of zone that really enabled them to get a lot of those eliminations, and even if they didn't make it further into the zone, further into the game, you know, they're just ticking along. They're making sure that they're consistent with those points, ready for tomorrow for those last few matches where they might just win it all.
Well, we have now hit 6 matches, but we still got 2 more matches left. Miramar is going to be coming up. Are these players going to start crumbling, or are they going to start shining, as we have seen some of the other players start shining as well? Let's send it over to 2 men that are definitely shining, none other than Blank and Jackie.
Thank you, Seven. That's right, we've had to tone it down slightly because we're blinding the crowd, so don't worry. The spotlight, of course, will be on the incredible plays that are being made by teams much like S2G. Huge show up into that previous game, displaying an unfathomable level of aggression that is really doing wonders for them. But this lobby doesn't get any easier, Blank. We've got a ton of talent here. It's been ramping throughout the whole competition. We're coming close now to the end of day 2 of finals. And this is where I feel like if another squad's going to step up and try and challenge, it'd be right here when we change the scenery and move into Miramar.
And over towards the dusty desert, and you're right. On this scenery change, teams will need to paint a very different picture on the leaderboards. We're getting closer to setting that boundary for tomorrow for Smash ruling. Potentially a team's able to pick it up very early tomorrow. But the amount of chicken dinners that S2G's got, I mean, it's very much a possibility for them to make that happen. They've been very consistent so far. Loving how aggro Kamikaze's been too. We get a very, very northern start here over on the northwest side down towards Truck Stop. So a little bit more inaccessible down towards that south side. We're looking at Los Leones, Puerto Paraíso, Impala, Mr. Valle, Chumacera. So more of these positions on that north side need to be taken up, like La Cobreria, even water treatment potentially. Torremada, El Zahar. See Nongshim Red Force. I always found this drop spot kind of odd when they were choosing them, but Nongshim Red Force has like ruins. They take ruins all the way on the northwest side, and they just play that out. It's so out of the way, but with this plane path, they get out super early and get this trash drop started almost immediately.
Sarah Boats for them on this one. Some other big plays that were coming out, you know, not realistically into the late game there in terms of placement, but for the raw elims and handling themselves under pressure, you got to give that shout out over to Enigma Galaxy. That was very nice to see, right? A lot of early carnage, uncomfortable situations with how they were fighting, but they looked good in the clutch, having to pull out points where they could. Ended that one with what, 10 elims?
Yeah, it was 10 elims, 11 points total, because they got towards that top 8 side of things, which is, I think, genuinely a really, really good result for Enigma Galaxy. I think when you have have those types of games, you've got to go for a massive salvage. Now we start over on the northwest side of the map in terms of dropping those players off. We're moving hard down towards that southeast side. Got a lot of water involved. We've got the rocky outcrops, the mountainside down towards Paraíso on that western edge. So should be a fun circle to play around with. We could end up back in Los Leones as we did earlier in the tournament. Always fun to have an urban finish. Gets very hectic. But yeah, I think if we look at the leaderboard right now, it's very comfortable on the staging, right? We drop off slowly. It's very much an stairway to the top, where a 20-point game can be a big difference maker. For Enigma Galaxy, they get a 20-point match. Suddenly they're tied with Aurora, who have currently managed to settle themselves in first. The first team to break the 3-digit mark as well and hit the century here in the finals.
I do wonder if maybe teams will get a little bit more antsy, force some issues slightly earlier into this one. A couple of our big names already inside the zone. Now for Frives Aurora. Well, we've got some weapon skins, of course, for those of you at home that want to get you participating in that.
Absolutely, and we'll throw that up on screen shortly. You can take a look at it then. But for Aurora, there you go, as if on cue. Doc will just go down there, knows he's nowhere near the rest of his team, isn't going to bother them. So unfortunate there for Aurora to lose a player out almost immediately. Again, weird entry point for a lot of squads where they want to get in towards the circle as soon as possible. S2G giving themselves the best advantage early on as they fly down from the eastern side of the map. Swinging past Impala right now, might look for some of the high grounds that sit towards the southern portion of this one. Enigma Galaxy a slower start though, over towards El Pot, so they're going to hang out here for a little while longer. Ralph on screen with us at the moment, doing a good job IGLing. Making some quick decisions here and there. I do genuinely think it helps having... I think as much as we've talked about Coops, I think we do need to shift the perspective a little bit to Lord. I think Lord has been such a consistent player on that team. We've given a lot of love to Coops so far, but I think Lord is able to excel because he has another strong fragger on the team. Now, I think Satan as well as Ralph are both very good players, but they're not your front line, right? And if Lord was always playing that front line, he was very good with it, he needed someone to play off the back. And I think he works phenomenally well with Coops right now. So a big shout out to Lord this game. Hopefully they can continue that pressure. Milu back in, actually, for Tiamba. Looks to move up against Lost here, but will unfortunately go down. So Tiamba losing Milu right off the back there. Very sad stuff to see. I think Tiamba was not expecting this. S2G sort of making a Tiamba play versus them themselves.
Yeah, giving a taste of their own medicine there. That's fortunate, the return of the King, but only for a few brief minutes on this one. We'll see if he comes back for another Miramar outing. Absolutely beasting in the event overall, but S2G stealing some of that energy and starting it out with a nice elim to send the rest of Tiamba scarpering, as they know they don't want to stick around and sacrifice anything more on this one. 3-man squad lives on to see if they can steal some points away on the long con.
For Tiamba, still 7 more matches to go, and like you said, they've been having a great run at the start of it. They're lovely pushing over towards the finals itself. They look fantastic. Now sitting over towards the middle side of the tables, haven't really able to put up many points after that. But they still have a whole additional day, and that can change a lot of things. Remember, you just need to get past that smash ruling point system and then hit the chicken dinner. So they just need to get themselves in range. That's it. They've got one more game to do it. They've got this game here to try and get some consistent points on board. Like you say, the return of the King was very short here, but next game, potentially some royal decrees being thrown out here and there.
Yeah, take the opportunity to sharpen the steel once more. and then come back out swinging. Potentially, that's got to be the play for some of these teams as well, because you touched on the fact, obviously, you're trying to set that barrier, that scoreline to beat effectively going into tomorrow, stopping some of these top teams dead in their tracks, seeing if you could stop them from bloating it to a very large scoreline. It's a risk versus reward that you've got to weigh up in some of these situations for teams that are looking to still climb but don't want it to be too tall of a task to reach it going into tomorrow, if you want to lap our top teams with that smash rule being in effect. OG on the move here, Ida just off in the distance.
Yeah, pretty big funnel, this portion of the map around La Bendita. Through some of the dead ground, sits around here as well to the north side of Los Leones, staging upwards towards some of those buildings. Ulf's already met that quota right now. They're a little bit further towards the center of the map. Ulf looking for another good game. They were in second place for a little while, but then swiftly fell out of it, and Ulf's looking to get some more points on board. Again, for them, a good game would pretty much settle themselves up towards the top 3. They just don't really want to get trapped by that second place curse. You know, it's very much the Alpha 7 of old. Flash loses 1 on the knock and will be immediately flushed there by S Power. It's from Godlike on the south side. Vitality having a little bit of a look in towards S2G and Puerto Paraíso, actually. They've got a 2-2 split going on, fairly dangerous.
Zypher up on the roof. Nade in his hand as he starts to make a move over the top side and see if he can get that one down on target. So 4 Fribes collapsing in early. Jiggle knocked. Sleepy arcing a nade back over as well. Going to cook that one. If they came running over now, could be very detrimental. They can tuck into the stairs as well. Get a safe recovery on the go here, so Jiggle can still be in play.
Falak though putting on the pressure, and again with the flashbacks towards yesterday. 4 Thrives up against Aura. No Fear able to clutch it out towards the end. IQ though finds Sky, and No Fear is nowhere nearby. Starting to fly on in, but I think it might be too little too late here. T24 did hit the floor. For the rest of 4 Thrives holding on fairly decently. A tanky though from the sidelines on OG. Literally as soon as T24 got picked up, hit the deck straight again.
Floating around just on the periphery. The Vultures circling these two teams right now. Ooh, up close inside of the compound though, it's Sleepy that looks to clothesline them in the close quarters. 2 shots fired over, good assist from No Fear with the SMG as Falak gets lit up. They go in from both sides, the stereo peak. Nice. It's a brilliant clear. Oh, punishing 4 Fribes 1 by 1.
You can't believe it. For 4 Thrives, it's almost a dreamlike experience versus Sleepy. Deja vu once again as No Fear drops to the plate, but OG, they come in to pick up the pieces. And that's 4 Thrives down. No Fear taking some shots once again, but Sleepy is out, and OG with a fantastic third party onto it. Oh dear me, for 4 Thrives, the horror experience continues.
Yeah, those weren't scare actors, Blank. Coming in with real weaponry on that one.
The worst event I'd ever paid for.
Yeah, you would not enjoy that.
Yeah.
OG certainly.
That's a real chainsaw.
They had a great time, mate. Cut through them. It's like a bad magician. Slice you in half, but hey, you're not going back together. They steal those points, keep on dreaming through this one before Thrives and Aura out early on our opener of Miramar today.
Checking with some other teams though. Aurora very, very slow to the circle itself. They're coming from that western side past Chumacera. Likely will hit a traffic jam though with the boundaries in place. A lot of teams trying to sidle their way through the northwest edge of Los Leones down towards the southeast. But we are hitting those rocky outcrops where we slope down towards the eastern side, leaving Vitality and S2G on a little bit of an island of themselves. The next circle will determine where these teams do need to cramp up towards. Oh, okay. S2G, 4th one on the cards, potentially. All right.
Hey, man. Goes over towards them, already set up down towards the coast there. A lot of water in play once again. These circles have been so spicy time and time again, forcing some quick thinking out of our squads.
For S2G, though, I mean, as an org, it would be an incredible achievement, right? To come off the back of winning one international previously in the past, and to rebuild and do it again, that is a great marker of success for S2G. So we'll just have to wait and see for the time being. For them, they're down towards that east side. Very limited information of what's happening over towards the west here, as it does slope upwards. You're not really seeing all of the information, all of the intricate details on that side, so they're going to play it safe for the time being. Tiamba did get a central position though, but they are playing as 3. Milu going down earlier on. Coops finds Schweppes, good shots. Does not miss those often.
Ooh, a couple claps back over. Off-angle peek there, getting a few on target. You can see it's a wide spread with the setup from Nigma Galaxy. This off-angle could be so dastardly. He's got his eyes on target. Mormon just trying to stay alive, digging his heels in towards the cliff face. Ralph looking to get those final confirmations off. Tony K low on health as well. 2 smokes dropped. Tucking in while Schweppes is finally confirmed. That was the knock we saw from Coops earlier into this one. Joker does fight back. They know about the angle from Ralph, but you are so pinned in, so many positions to be aware of, and they can take shots from all sides.
It's the only problem with sometimes Ralph's flex outs is that he really does just bait his teammates sometimes. It has worked out quite a bit today, but this is the problem that arises. Lord does go down for it. I think in the straight fight they might have done a lot better there having nades, because Ralph's also got all the nades. He's got 5. Like, those would have been lovely. He placed over towards this side, up against the players. Coops sends one in. It's a good amount of damage. Knocks one over towards Tony K. Luckily, Mormon was able to dash down the hillside. Avoid a lot of that shrapnel. Still took a hell of a beating.
Going on for a little while here as well, and starting to drain some of the more offensive utility that's being thrown out. Obviously they're tucked in just on the rock face here with the map geometry, making it uncomfortable to fight with bullets. They have to nade onto it. I think that was the last nade for Coops, now thrown in. Satan is somewhat closing the gap, but he's being peppered back as well, and they now know.
Bro, Ralph, just come over. It's 2 players. Let's hit the 3v2 and just win this fight.
Oh, it's going on for so long. Finally, at least one more confirmation as we will see Tony K buckle. How on earth, though, have they just been given this free fight with no assist? Mate, this could end terribly for both squads at this rate.
I mean, Joker's still off in the distance there as well, and Ralph finally gets in the car. This has been a strange one. It's been a very strange one, and it almost feels like very reminiscent of Nigma Galaxy of old. A little bit too comfortable with these odd splits here and there, and Ralph goes down.
After that explosive opener, you thought they had him banged to rights, but E-Arena, one by one, have punished back against Nigma Galaxy, and with that last nade from Mormon hitting Coops, they thought it was all over. Well, it is now.
But E-Arena, they are very glad to have this guy on side. He is more than a man, he is more man. Here in play, still kicking strong there at the top of the leaderboards, 98 points, but you'd hope lesson learned there for Nigma Galaxy.
You can't afford to be doing that. Not worked out for him whatsoever, mate. 2 indecisive.
Yeah, I mean, look, Satan is frustrated, and so he should be in that situation. What a... I don't even know what to say.
And for E-Arena, I mean, counting their blessings, they get away with that as a duo. 4 elims picked up, putting them on 98 points total right now, still alive in the game. If they can coast this one out long term, maybe there's still more to be said for them on a bit of a big score on this one. But they've made out with a brilliant heist. Got in there, made out like bandits.
the watcher, Ralph.
Observing, noticing.
I've noticed you in a 2v2 with my team.
Yeah, brutal way to go. Hey ho, is what it is. OG back on a move onto bigger and brighter things. Let's see what they can do. ACOP, quick shots. That's Chief getting spearheaded straight through, and the vehicle going to confirm him. Silence up close with a nade in his hands. Pin pulled, sweaty palms. Can he blow them away? Silence does get one off. Back onto ACOP, leaving them in a effective 3v3. Zone going to be crunching back in onto Silence as well, and he's low on HP right now. Nate's thrown all over the shop.
He's worried. So he should be. Might just get the first aid kit off here. Pulls it off in time. A tanky though, going low, gets the heal. Silence is down and out. We got Night Cam on board. Watching on as the team struggles up against the forces of OG. Either now looking down towards them, punishing. Only Ayala left for the squad to move forward. Vitality found themselves in a decent position, and somehow Nongshim Red Force have been able to swing down towards the southern side of the map. But again, I feel where Tiamba's playing, completely workable from this spot. But you'd hope for Ulf this is a good game. And I think this is where they need a good game to stay in contention for the top side.
Yeah, if they want to be in that conversation, you've got to get the boots moving. As we gave you this establisher here of the map crunching in, we did see Ayala, I believe, there on Furia falling. So Furia do go out with the on-watching from the coach, main man Knight. So OG get away with one player still in the contest here. See, Widgock's going to have to play a very, very slow game from this point as just a solo. Does cut away some of that effective close line early setup we saw from S2G. They're going to have to move over. This is why you were highlighting Ulf there. Very central. Tiamba, similar sort of story. And Aurora with just the duo.
Yeah.
That could try and get involved in the conversation as well.
And if we look over towards Ulf as well, when we pan past them, they're on some really nice high ground. Looking down on a lot of these teams, like it's a very, very good spot, not only to gather information from, but to springboard the rest of your game. It could be thrown a curveball and get a hard shift over towards the northwest side or down towards the southeast, in which case you need to push down there. But yeah, I think for Ulf, they should have a good lay of the land going forward. Flash still as a 4-man though, over towards that northern edge. Irina off towards that eastern side, living actually, despite everything. They were stuck in the blue for quite a while.
You know what, man? Maybe there's a chance as well. We start to get some big booms coming out of the squad like Godlike. Man like S-Power, supply crate come down near them. He's a bit of a cheeky chappy. He's got that good energy about him. If they can get armed,
he does, yeah.
Potentially get a good bit of a shift on this one as well that favors them positionally. I think they'd be a team to show back up. This is the kind of environment they can certainly deal some damage.
Right, you don't have to shame them.
Does he make it this time?
No, it's just a shame, Cam. Okay,
all right,
cool.
Fair enough. God, you've been done.
Not a single thing gets past our observers.
No, all the shots on that one.
They notice.
But that's the thing about ladders, they can be a bit hard to climb.
They can be, they can be. Especially when they're off the ground level. But a good attempt. See if Flash makes it later on. We'll have a little peek back in there. Probably not now though. They've been embarrassed on the big screen. Nongshim Red Force looking over towards S2G. Important fight here for the eastern side. Trying to play off that edge. Kamikaze looks over the top immediately. Pulls off from that angle. Gives them space on this one. Lost on a real long back angle there. I do like where Lost is playing. He's done this a few times before where he's this really cheeky position. Luckily, Tizzy immediately notices him.
Thing is, this being a bit more of a downhill battle as well, STG just casting the nades towards them, it does give them a little bit more oomph on those bad boys, try to get them on target.
At some point, both of them have got to move as well now with his zone shifting over, and Hyunbin's gone for the more aggressive approach, zipping up towards the ridge line. He's got some cover to play off with this as well.
The crowbar.
Yeah, that's what he does.
Looking to get dug in over towards S2G. Prime apart. Ulf, Aaron actually finding shot over towards Darkin. That is a mega shot, by the way. Oh my goodness me, how far is that? Almost 400 meters on that bad boy. That's Aaron for you. Hamzy still wandering around on one nade there from So Easy. Tries to get a bit of damage done. Lost still in the back lines, but he's been effectively harassed. Vitality yet to move, and Nongshin Redfall is just trying to dominate the high ground off the back of this. I think with Hyunbin's original push out, that swing was very good, gave them a huge amount of advantage playing forward, but we are just playing in tandem at the moment, slowly stepping up this hillside.
Yeah, climbing up bit by bit. For the map feed, it looks like there's a little bit of posturing from Godlike back down towards this fight that's occurring in the Elim feed with Alula taking on Ida. So Godlike might try and siphon some points out from that one, whilst you do still have this elongated uphill battle between Nonshin and S2G. Ooh, the duo of Aurora as well, even getting a good distant connection off onto Godlike to at least knock one of the players. Alpha pushing a bit further down as well. They were debating going for it. Oh, but that's actually Top getting the knock onto Soulless.
Yeah, that's awkward there. Kamikaze though, E-Arena. It's Mormon once again at distance. M4 taking the shots in. Kamikaze immediately has to rebuff that position. Nongshin Red Force takes advantage of it. So Easy peeking. Good shots from Joker. Goodness me. Lucky to still have his hat on. Aaron knocks over towards Raazak. Aaron has been hitting some nasty shots, by the way.
Yeah, he's been super slick with it. Great gun skill on display. From range as well, gets a little bit more awkward from some of these long-range fights, but doesn't bother him. He's been consistent.
Very important that he gets that knock as well versus Vitality. Massively slows them down because Ulf had 2 players down, knocked. Now they do... I think they just lost 1 entirely. Yeah, they did. So they're down to 3 now. That's Soulless, no longer in with us. It's all from a really, really good position. I don't really know how they lost a player there. And it's hard to deny those sightlines in this area of the map. There was a lot of little defilades, random bits of environmental objects that are going to keep you alive. Skinny trees. Aurora's living it large, honestly, has 2 players. I think that's what I'm most surprised by, but Top has been having a really, really good day today. I think he's currently topping the damage meters, well, hey, with Reefus playing alongside him up there.
Ooh, well, Zone moves in, still has actually a bit of favour towards Aurora with the position they were set up in, but this battle between Ulf and Vitality has been going on. Meanwhile, amongst it, S2G start to crash onto Tianba. The drum starting to beat. Just outside the doorway, shots into the back line. Heels being pulled out as QZZ tops himself back up. Hamzik's so low as well, you're going to be caught on a wrap. Wow, somehow gets past the door. Oh, mate. Bullets bouncing by him. Giving him a short back and side with a haircut, but he's still alive. Nades into the long building.
QZZ lucky there. Almost went upstairs as the nade came through. Joker will finally go down. I mean, E-Arena was certainly making some enemies, stinging away at some of the players around the map there. But for Tianba, they've got to love this longhouse, and holding on to it is the name of the game. Sadly, no Milo here to make those 1v4s happen. Only 2 players from S2G, so not looking like another chicken dinner going forward. Desperate to take this longhouse off of them though and hold out all the teams coming in from the northeast. Molly goes down, forces Hamzy G into the homestead.
Yeah, they got the read there, they know the info. Heard the underfooting of the footsteps as he plays close on the stairs. Meanwhile, Vitality continuing to put pressure onto Godlike, holding the back line. Ulf stealing away some of the points as well as Razy will get hit heavy. Raazak down as well, calling for backup from Axel that's got about 1 point of health left. And that's Nonshin Red Force that are lighting him up with So Easy coming in. Only Vexy left then. Scary scenes for Vitality. Nades being cooked out from Scarface and dashed back down onto Nonshin Red Force. still waiting, lying, prepared to strike for the S2G side, close towards Tiamba's compound. 4 different fights occurring here.
Yeah, this is pretty madness. Over on this side of the map, Nongshim Red Force looks to finish off the final player there from Vitality as they swing down. Leaves so easy on Overwatch towards Ulf. Flash stepping up to the plate. Unbeknownst to them, this is a 5-man team inside the building. We're lost. Hamzy G and Tiamba underneath. Smoke starts to bloom. Nongshim takes quite a lot of damage though as Godlike starts to push on through whilst Ulf maintains a little bit of health.
Flash just sprinting in, clear towards the top side of their area of the building. Meanwhile, A-King starts to respond to S2G. QZZ with a smooth move and giving them the Texas 2-step and dancing past the bullets. That's how S2G go down. More pressure could potentially be coming their way though.
Has to play the outside now. Love that from A-King though. Just decided to push up. Sadly, Wynn's already on the rooftop. Gets the good shots in. Will flush out the player. QZZ gets in the building with the S12K underneath. There's Eagle lurking as per usual. Gets the first aid kit off. Greeds for it. Zeus low. Bozy's down and Tiamba is making the hold here. 1 player left remaining. He moves out. It is just Eagle, I believe, left here for the team.
Oh, he tried to bait him back on the double step into the building. Thankfully for Flash, Wynn finds that one on the reply. He can't pull a fast one on him, but that's a quick way to go down for the last member of Aurora. They fall as well, and the numbers get fewer and fewer as we go down to our last 4 squads. Flash, Godlike, Ida, and Ulf remain. Ulf have been battling Godlike after Vitality were removed. This was the next squad they had to keep the intense action going with. And they've not had a moment of respite in a few minutes.
Godlike's playing a split right now. They've got Salme over on the western side keeping tabs over towards Ida, trying not let them push, whilst Admino and S-Power essentially bully Ulf. Ketch is going to try and crawl over towards them as Wynn makes this swing. What's over the moment? S-Power and Admino just not giving up though. They're going to send in good shots from Eren. Tries to take down Wynn quickly, but Godlike's in through the back line. Here, Scarface tries to hold it down, but cannot keep the hope alive here. S-Power takes advantage of the momentary distraction, and that's just with 2 players here. Now they look to make it attached versus Ida. It is Godlike, Ida. A 3 versus 3. Nades forward, it's good. Opens up the boot. Looks for more.
They thought they found the weakness. The isolated off-angle play from Salme. They run him down with the vehicles, but he blows away the first line of defense with a nade and leaves them in dire straits now. 2v3 trying to pull back while still fighting. Last bit of offensive utility thrown out by Salme. He's got to get his head down. Off-angle split between the 2 Ida players. S-Power from range, putting shots on target. Darkin waiting for the peak. Throws the nade over. Could be good to at least force S-Power back out into the open.
Good damage over towards S-Power there, like you say. Doesn't force him out though. He just holds his ground. Nade bounces off the rooftop, but Salme's not bothered. Darkin now swinging side to side, just about gets to cover, but not before S-Power hits the shot. Now just Rita all alone. The rest of Godlike pushing down into him.
The terrifying trio of Godlike being fired up. The ferocious crowd here in France giving them their energy. Chant after chant, screaming the name Godlike, but can they do the arena proud as Rita makes a move? Bullets on target, gotta hit the deck. He's low, he's trapped, and Godlike know that they are inches away from grabbing the chicken dinner. Salme with the elevated peak, they're looking for the shots. Rita, gotta make the move. Peeks back up, fires the warnings over. That's one knocked as Rita looks to hold on. Can he somehow clutch this? Cut short in the final moment as Godlike find it.
S-Power right at the end. Looked dire, looked bad, but he brought it back into full clear picture. Godlike grab themselves a chicken here. They've been getting closer and closer to that meal, and it's here right at the end of the day.
And if you're fortunate enough to be here at EWC 26 for PMWC, you'll hear that organization's name echoing through the hall as the fans cheer on their spot. That chicken dinner locked in. A clutch play at the end tonight, and Godlike securing the dinner to give themselves a fighting chance, setting their sights at climbing up the rankings.
Again, for them, I think today and yesterday it's just been a case of slowly but surely understanding every different scenario, how they want to play it out. But they have, like I said, just inched ever closer towards that victory. It's a nice set of adaptations coming through from this team. It was clear at the start they had a little bit of a slow burn to them, but the fire's definitely starting to roar a little bit now here for Godlike, and a good ending over on the quite a difficult circle to play.
Yeah, played it to the best of their ability as well, right? Certainly back-to-back into the blender. Yeah, and no one got any
just
time.
crept out every time.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. Is like so many of those teams could have been in a position to keep this one going, but you just never had any respite. They were running low on ammo, using up all their meds. You barely scraped through one fight. Next team's right in behind you. Intense, like sort of, 5 to 7 minutes there of action.
This S-Power guy though.
Oh, he's giving
तो चलो देखते हैं भाई क्या होता है क्या नहीं होता.
He's giving it. I mean, to be honest with you, I think I was more, as much as S-Power is kind of ruling the lobby at the moment, it was cool to see Salme play that out. I think Salme has some really good off angles for the team, and he's a reliable player. It's quite rare to find that in a team where you can just rely on that one guy to do his job, picture perfect, and not go down in the meantime, because they were fighting 2 different fights at the same time.
Mate,
yeah, well done.
That's the difference of it as well, right? That off-angle setup, when they crunched in with the vehicles, they've seen that as like, oh, this is a weaker knee. If we get that one pick here, we can actually try and steamroll and play off the back of this. The fact that he didn't panic, didn't overstep, he didn't. Cooks the nade, gets it off, and buys the team time to win that one. Incredible play from Salme. Big chicken dinner, but so much more to come. We'll see you in a sec.
टीम फ्लैश भाई मैक्सिमैन ने टीम फ्लैश को पिक किया था और टीम फ्लैश अगर बेचारी सबसे नीचे ना जाए तो कैसा होगा. कितना बड़ा पनौती है भाई ये बंदा, कितना बड़ा पनौती है भाई. ये तो टैबी के लेवल का पनौती है भाई, बल्कि टैबी का तो लेवल है अपना.
Oh, he's going to play some Brain Rot Royale as well.
Yeah, it's definitely a very fun booth, but I want to ask you, you're watching the game, Snowix. Who is your team that you're predicting to be the champions here at this event?
At the start, I predicted E-Arena and Nigma, but the way Nigma and S2G playing right now are really amazing, and I guess it's going to be between one of these two.
If you had to pick one, I'm being complicated, sorry.
Now. Nigma, because they're my ex-teammates.
Yeah, that's fair. You know what, Nigma Galaxy looking kind of good.
They are looking kind of good, especially with the numbers that they've been able to put up. What team has surprised you here in day 2?
S2G, definitely.
Those back-to-backs?
Yeah, 3 chicken today, no? 2? Yeah, they play very well.
Yeah, very impressive. I do have a question for you though, of course. Position here in this tournament, Hustler Proof, took it away from you. I want to know, can you make us any promises as to what you might deliver in the full season of this year?
We're going to give our best, and the goal is going to be to reach all global final.
Hell yeah, I love to see it. Let's go.
Okay, we'll be waiting for you at PMGO Season 2 in Pakistan and also PMGC in Turkey. Thank you so much for joining us. Snowis, Maxman, PMWC, back to PMWC at EWC 26.
Like, we finally got the answer. I Sorry. That was, yo, props for running. You know, props for running.
But for the rotation of many teams in this tournament, actually. That's quite good.
Just reenacting what happened in the game.
It was really scary. Lace, towards the end there, super scary from Godlike. I thought they were about to choke. It was scary.
I thought you meant scary in that rotation. But look, absolutely impeccable. It was a little bit scary, but of course we believe in the clutch ability from his power and the way that they were able to fully swing on Nongshim, right? And then you think, oh, okay, Ulf might come and contend that. No, they're going to absolutely obliterate them too, putting themselves in that nice position. Obviously, they had such great support as well, but to have that front line and to be able to come from that rotation that they did and to calculate, I mean, it is tough because you know what they're doing, but to calculate that sort of swing on the southern side, heck yeah.
Heck yeah.
भाई फोर्थ रॉयल से ऐसे की उम्मीद नहीं है भाई मुझे मैं ना कसम से बहुत ये चीजें देख के ना बहुत फोर्थ रॉयल की गेम देख के मैं बहुत
I love in particular this game when you're looking at Godlike, they just put down the hammer and said this is our position.
Literally यार मतलब ऐसा एक्सपेक्ट नहीं करते हम फोर्थ रॉयल से कि फोर्थ रॉयल जो है वो ऐसा खेलेगी ठीक है बहुत ना मतलब गंदा खेल दिया समझ रहे हो
attempt to actually get control of that western side. This is a very impressive Godlike we saw this game.
Yes.
We don't see it very often, but this is in terms of oppression in
tournament. आखिरी गेम है
game so far.
और अगर अरोरा गेमिंग अच्छा खेल जाती है उनमें से कोई भी अच्छा टिक्का निकाले तो 110-20 पॉइंट हो जाते हैं 120 पॉइंट निकाल लेती है वो और फोर्थ रॉयल जैसे खेली है वैसे खेली इसने सही है तो फिर समझ रहे हो क्या होगा फिर ये होगा कि मतलब फोर्थ रॉयल को कल के दिन तकरीबन 60 पॉइंट करने पड़ेंगे 60 पॉइंट समझ रहे हो लाइक लिटरली ब्रो ये बहुत गंदा होने वाला है यार अगर अभी भी करे तो फिर भी 110 पॉइंट भी बन जाते हैं मैच पॉइंट मतलब 110 तो फोर्थ रॉयल को फिर भी 40 पॉइंट निकालने पड़ेंगे ये चीज बहुत बुरी है यार फोर्थ रॉयल इतना घटिया क्यों दे रही है मुझे समझ नहीं आ रही तो अपनी गेम करो भाई इससे क्या फर्क पड़ता है तुम क्या करते हो क्या नहीं करते यार
just with a bigger bang. I totally agree. I think overall they did play that final fight very, very well. They held off when they needed to. They were aggressive when they needed to. They didn't go full aggro without enough information on Twitter because they didn't know where they were. Very, very well played. That's a mature style of gameplay. But they just did take it a little too far in those final moments. They almost got 1v3 there because they didn't wait. They didn't push when they should have.
I mean, this third party, by the way, over the what a great push-up. The timing of Godlike was literally on point. There's no way Ulf can even fight back. They just cornered. They were getting rid of one player of Flash just to make sure they get the extra elimination and play. Hits that, of course, it was not like a top-speed vehicle coming in his way, but still, Sonic, his utility is some of the best I've seen from this team so far. Of course, Rita, I was believing this might be the Eda win, but S-Power put down the hammer and make sure they got that chicken dinner.
Never doubting S-Power, especially with the way that he has been able to put up numbers. We're looking at the top damage dealer so far. Godlike up there, obviously, with that performance. But we got to talk about some of the other players because Eda has continued on a strong performance here, bouncing back from those hot drops yesterday. And it's not just those hot drops that they stopped doing. They've actually been fragging out. They've been moving up that leaderboard. Another team that has been able to put up good points in this last match. Esports.
Yeah, Ulf actually really good fight they had on the side of Jiamba. At one point they were getting a little bit involved on a third party distance.
Let's see भाई क्या होता है कितने मतलब पॉइंट निकाले जाते हैं
good stuff overall from Ulf. I feel like they're still not at the level I would be expecting from them, right? Because Ulf is a team that I know has the potential to be a global champion, right? We've seen it back PMGC second place, PMJ Season 1 second place. They have that potential. They're not delivering on that initial promise, but Ulf is a team that I know they're going to be willing to iterate and make changes if needed. But yeah, right now, a bit shaky.
Bit shaky. Another team that has been shaky and has been very, very shaky is Furia. Because Furia LA's, they started off strong. But if we look at Furia's past 4 performances, it has been 0 eliminations, 0 eliminations, 0 eliminations, and 2 eliminations. Not what we were expecting here out of Furia.
What was that? Sorry, again, 7?
0 eliminations, 0 eliminations, 0 eliminations, and 2 eliminations.
Oh, they got back in the car, didn't they?
Yeah.
Oh, that's your fault. You gave them the license.
Yeah, I gave them the license, but I'm revoking it for the second time. No, look, it just becomes this sort of point. Like, they are a team that, yes, capitalize on eliminations, but it does get to them on these longer stages, on these longer types of tournaments, because their play style is just getting completely shut down now that everyone is forcing and playing those placement points. So they do need to sort of adapt and move back into what I want to say yesterday, they were doing yesterday, where they were actually prioritizing placement. What I did like from them on this map particularly, they did get into that rotation a lot earlier than they traditionally do, but it fell incredibly short because they are tunnel visioning on trying to get those eliminations. So it's like it's a hit and miss for Furia, but like once they get that ball rolling with the elims, they're making the plays.
Yeah,
they want those positions, but if they're standing still, getting caught out, they just pull their pants down.
Well, if they want to be challenging for that
Let's
first
see भाई क्या होता है.
you don't want to be caught with your pants down. You don't want
अबे यार भाई बहुत सारी चीजें होने जा रही हैं. अभी हमने देखना आखिरी मैच और भाई हमारी स्ट्रीम हो चुकी है तकरीबन 6 घंटे की स्ट्रीम. Like 6 stream is here.
Right now, Aurora Gaming with 140
30 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस है. मतलब देख रहे हो 4th रहा है और उसके बाद
the smash rule into it, and we look at previous times, this is so doable for a lot of teams. Usually we see such a tremendous gap, and then it's going to be tomorrow, every team just trying to catch up. The top team, it's going to get 10 incredibly close when we bring into that format and that rule that it's
all the way down to 8th. Okay, you're a believer. I like the belief that you're currently showing, because for 4th Thrives esports fans, they're looking to see some kind of bounce back here. Yes, we have seen flashes of greatness, but right now in the position that there are, 30 points away, not what this team wants to be, considering that they are the reigning champions of PMGO Season 1.
I mean, I believe in them enough to think that if they have a good game in this final match today, they still have a shot tomorrow.
like 57 पॉइंट पे.
Worse and worse for them.
अगर एक चिकन और निकालेगा तो तब आती गोल लाइक ऊपर.
Down to this final match, if they can get
मतलब 57 इस तरीके का एक चिकन निकालता 20 पॉइंट के आसपास. फिर होगा 77.
Say for 4th Thrives, they're looking like a day tour finals of PMGO Season 1.
4th Thrives की बात करें तो उन्होंने एक भी चिकन नहीं निकाला. अगर अगली गेम में चिकन निकालती है 4th Thrives, ठीक है, अगर 15 पॉइंट के आसपास भी चिकन निकालती है, मतलब इससे वैसे तो ठीक है इतना भी निकालती है, तब भी 4th Thrives जो है वो तकरीबन 79 और 89 पॉइंट के साथ हुई थी. तो कल भाई कोई मतलब समझ रहे हो कुछ ना कुछ 20-25 पॉइंट रह गए हैं ना, डिफरेंस होगा तो एक बात कर सकते हैं कि यार 4th Thrives जो है वो क्लोज इन कर सकती है पॉइंट्स को. बट ये जो चीज है ना, ये और ये समझ नहीं आ रही मुझे कि 4th Thrives क्या कर रहे हैं, कैसे क्या करने की कोशिश कर रही है. कुछ अपनी स्ट्रेटजी क्यों चेंज की जा रही है, आई डोंट नो. क्या वरना 4th Thrives कभी भी ऐसी अपनी स्ट्रेटजी चेंज नहीं करती. 4th Thrives जो है वो घुसती है, मारती है, फिर उसके बाद चिकन निकालती है 15-20 पॉइंट के साथ चिकन निकालती है. पर 4th Thrives जो है अब वैसी 4th Thrives नहीं है जैसी अब लास्ट एंगल में देखते हैं तो पहले जाके पुश किया जाता है, फिर वापस बैकएंड पे चला जाया जाता है. उस बैकएंड जाने की वजह से 4th Thrives अपना पॉसिबल चिकन लूज कर देती है, जो कि बहुत बड़ा पूरा मतलब सिस्टम था 4th Thrives के लिए. और अगर 4th Thrives उधर ही पुश करती एटलीस्ट मुझे लगता है कि उधर कम 4th Thrives अगर 10 के आसपास 11 निकालती, कोई टॉप 3 या 2 में आती, 16-17 पॉइंट से ज्यादा के पॉइंट निकालती है तो अभी तक 80 से ऊपर पॉइंट होते हैं. और इस गेम में अगर अच्छा खेलती है लास्ट एक तो यार हर गेम में मतलब एक गेम में खेलती 4th Thrives अगले में 2 पॉइंट बहुत बुरा खेल रही है. मतलब समझ नहीं आ रही है फैन, मुझे समझ नहीं आ रही कि क्या बोले ऐसा कुछ. यार
I'm really hoping we see something on a circle that they're not used to playing, because right now it's been a nothing tournament for them.
I even backed that up and I was like, oh, they've got that placement, they've got this mountain, it's easy win. Obviously Furia took that win in that moment, but look, it's strange and I guess confusing, because they're not doing anything remotely terrible in these final matches that should be putting them here. It's more or less like you're saying that all these other teams are just, we're calculating that. We're going to do a little bit better. So it's like they could have one game to pick this up, though. I do believe, obviously, it's their last game today, guys. I keep thinking in the future, though, I'm like, games tomorrow, but there is still that opportunity. Like I'm saying, this leaderboard is so close that these major games can turn it around. We've seen it. Aurora did it. Now they're on top. It's truly possible.
if there was any other team right now in first place, I'd be like, yeah, there's a high chance that we'll play those 6 matches. But right now, with Aurora being in first place, we know what they've been capable of. They've been looking great, honestly. It's a team that's been looking really good, really consistent here in this PMWC at EWC 26, and they're looking to take that trophy home because that's what Top's missing. That's what Doc's missing. Sheol already has won global championship, and Refits, he wants to win that MVP and also get that trophy home. But let's send it over to Barney, which I don't even know where he's at. Where is that, Barney over there?
That is Barney over there. Ladies and gentlemen, talk to me. Okay, listen up. So now, today has been a true test of focus and endurance for all of our players. They've left it all on the Gadir City grid, but we want more. We're 7 maps deep right now in day 2, and we've got 1 more map to go. And so, earlier on today, we checked in with the fans to see how everyone was feeling, but we want to do that one more time to get everyone energized on the Gadir City grid before our final map of day 2. And so, I'm going to send it over to Luti. Who you got over there, buddy?
Oh yeah, Barney, I am here with my vitality suits because we are French and we never surrender. We are believers. So ready, guys? Make some noise! Let's see how it's going. Hojux, up to you.
I know who's hype after that one, baby! Godlike with the 20 points! The domination starts now! So let's make some noise! Oh, let's go!
You can see the excitement from all the fans. Different nations, different representations of our nations that are bringing the heat here in Paris. But you know what, France? Together, I'm sure we can blow the roof off this building. Let's hear it one last time. Let's absolutely go ballistic.
Last game of the day. Let's get into it. Miramar on the cards. We're going to set our smash ruling going forward right now. Looking very, very good. Ida getting deeper and deeper into these matches. They're looking energized and good to go. Godlike also with a 20 points out last game. I think that's
the Miramar! The last Miramar
ruling will be in
there too, and the smash rule begins now.
Looking very
this way with the resolver for the smash rule.
Well, Milu back in the game for his last ride here on Miramar before we get into tomorrow. Good to see him back again though. Hopefully we're having a little bit longer in this game, Jackie.
Hey, you'd hope so, man. It's good to have him back. Incredible talent.
Okay, bro. Let's go for it.
This will be the reset, right? Little bit more time. He's back in. He's got his fingers on the sticks once more. You deploy him into the lobby once again. And if there was a chance for Tiamba to start to assert some of that dominance that we know they're very capable of, hey,
let's go, brother.
Last game, bring it on home. Start to rise up the rankings a little bit, being a nice position to try and leapfrog tomorrow. It could still very much happen.
Southern side a little bit difficult to deal with. Some of these teams getting up towards that northern edge, at least on that eastern side.
ये रीना के kill देखो elimination भाई 74 elimination bro.
Chimasera open for the teams to move down towards Aurora, getting out nice and early around that position. Top with the 4,970 damage, but Aaron and Scarface still doing an incredible amount of work here, despite where right now Ulf is on the rankings.
ये ना 72 है, बाकी टीमों को देखो 64 दो टीमों के हैं, फिर उसके बाद 56 56
Aurora wants to pull out something very, very special on this match. Remember, we want to set that line higher than anyone else by a fair margin to make tomorrow's Rondo a little bit more sweaty, right? Because I think Rondo, you can earn a lot of points on that map. You can earn a lot of points on that map, and it can get you far towards that smash ruling or even beyond.
Yeah.
देखते हैं भाई क्या होता है। अच्छा 4th ट्राई होगी, सारी टीमें अपने अपनी जोश पे करेंगी। मैं कहता हूँ कि ये जो ऊपर वाली टीमें जैसे अरोरा गेमिंग, एरिना स्पूची और नैक्सिम ब्रैडफोर्ड और नेगमा गैलेक्सी, इवन के यूएलएफ, ये जल्दी मर जाए ना तो फिर फायदा, मतलब क्योंकि स्मैश रूल रुक जाए, मतलब एक 14 पॉइंट बने स्मैश रूल के तो फिर फायदा है।
But yeah, you're right. I think we'd love to see some of that level of, you know, sheer gameplay, sort of championship mentality happening right then as we get into tomorrow for that first game to give you that leapfrog, that setup. But we'll find out how it goes. For those of you at home as well, don't forget to participate in the event yourself with a lucky spin and draw.
हाँ तो बाकी मजा भी आएगा, फाइट का मतलब मजा आएगा। एंड तक पता नहीं होगा कौन सी टीम जो है क्वालिफाई कर रही है, कौन सी टीम कहाँ जा रही है, कौन सी टीम जो है वो क्वालिफाई करे, मतलब क्वालिफाई कर रहा हूँ चैंपियन बनेगी। वरना अगर थोड़ा पॉइंट ज्यादा बढ़ गया ना तो फिर बहुत मुश्किल होता है। 20 पॉइंट निकालना, ऊपर 20 पॉइंट निकालना बड़ा मुश्किल हो जाता है। तो जो टीम सबसे ऊपर पॉइंट है उसके तो 10 पॉइंट है, उसको तो टेंशन कोई नहीं, लेकिन बाकी वाले 15 निकालने, किसी को 20 निकालने, कभी 40 निकालने, तो ये मुश्किल हो जाएगा। फोर्थ क्या करती है ये देखना पड़ेगा, अब ना इस पे हम बात ही नहीं करेंगे। फोर्थ ड्राइव की पूरी गेम में हम फोर्थ ड्राइव को कुछ कहना नहीं चाहते, हम चाहते हैं कि जो करना चाहते हैं
It's been a while since we've
उसके बाद जो है वो बस
from singular players in a big way, as we moved further over towards being like the 4-man teams have to all be consistently good together. We need 4 players that can play together very, very cohesively, but also have that star power. We're going further beyond than that, right? We're going towards galactic level gamers, likes of Milu, Kamikaze. It's awesome to see. It really, really is.
Some of those superstar players where, like you say, man,
superstars,
it could make the difference, right?
Bigger than just the normal stuff.
Exactly, yeah. Larger in stature or potentially gravitational pull. Yeah. I suppose that's true in Milu's case, right? He does just seem to absorb everyone in the lobby. They come near him,
yep,
you're gone.
He's a beast. We did move over towards that western side on the circle though, so that opens up a decent start here from Aurora, moving in from Chumacera early on. Got Picardo, positions around there, some of the trash drops, some of those compounds in play. Like, this is a very compound heavy area of the map to start things off, like individual areas, not POIs. That does always make for a fun exit. Oren via the Ma, you got Nongshim off the back of that southern plane path, dropping down towards Partona. Tizzy's already moved across though, giving an anchor point for the rest of the team to move in towards. Still far down towards the south of the map, but at least gathering information early whilst a couple of buildings. They used to be very much like RRQ stomping grounds back in the day. Wait, 2021, 2022. We're going back.
Kicking it old school. With some of the plays we've seen. In some ways, it's felt like that has been the case.
किल जो कि इनका असल जो चीज थी वो थी किल, वो इन्होंने करना छोड़ दिया है क्योंकि किल के जरिए पॉइंट निकालते थे अच्छे खासे।
Hey, back rotate, shout out, man's getting his exercise in. His legs will be aching.
तो त्याम्बा जो है वो कर रहा है भाई।
On for both of us engaged at the same time.
त्याम्बा के जो अच्छे हैं वो भाई वेट लूज कर रहे हैं तो इसलिए जो है ये साइकिल के जरिए जा रहे हैं।
Towards Milu by the gas station. Does have a vehicle, don't abandon him. Come on. You make him go further. It's so rude.
His fires are going to be burning.
No, Milu's got bigger and better things to be moving on to right now. Can't be dealing with you on your bike. Heads over towards Eagle. This is over towards east side of Impala right now. We do have OG actually rotating very closely at the moment. I think that's just a couple of players there though. It's Aru. See a tanky over towards Graveyard right now. So quite a wide split as Godlike just slices down the centre of them through Labandita. So they are cut off from one another for quite a little while here. It'll be quite a slow start because again, this is always funny. I mean, for an end of game circle, end of day circle, this is really, really cash. This is super casual. Nothing super scary to worry about. We're not down towards that southeast side where we're playing the entire time, up towards the plateau, the hills. This is just normality. which I bet a lot of players are quite fond of. It's going to make a lot of the early game a little bit more.
पहले शुरू में 2 प्लेयर तो इनके 2 या 3 प्लेयर को खत्म करें ना ताकि इनको मतलब थोड़ा वो हो जाए बैक एंड पे खेलना शुरू करें तो तब फायदा होगा कोई मारो मारो इनको मारो यार
Very cash money for these teams indeed right now. Casual, not cash. Could be both, mate. Casual cash money.
Yeah, casual cash money. At the end of the day, you know, you get yourself up towards that top side, potentially secure yourself.
Yeah,
huge point
cash
leads.
money.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, lion's share of $3 million here on the line it is insane. I mean, it's life-changing money.
Oh yeah. You got the bread with the cheddar in the middle, called out a money sandwich. That's what they're all fighting over. Because it is ridiculous, man. You'd be doing wonders for your fans, for your organisation.
Let's see bhai kya hota hai.
Even just your family, really. It's an incredible thing to win. I mean, Yangon Galacticos, super cool following their journey. Since their win last year, I mean, they've been celebrated. You love to see it, and again, and all the guys just seem so happy coming into this, and lovely to see them repping the Ancient Charm set as well. They've got their own skin in game. Wonderful experience here over at PMWC every single time, year to year. Fourth right is very central on this one though. Just over the western side of Picardo, moved out there nice and early, but we are in our next circle shift, the largest one here. Miramar. It's going to be already know it. It's not. Okay, good. I don't want to go there. So we're heading over towards Power Grid. Nick Galaxy kind of engrossed right now with Yasser, as well as Quick, a little bit slower to the plate right now as R3B and Claws get very much in the mix with them. Chasing him down. Give me another sideline, please.
मां की आंख ये निगमा गैलेक्सी वाले जो ना छाती इधर पहाड़ियों पे ये बहुत मतलब
और मरतबा ये all the way at the top side there.
बहुत ज्यादा ये
pretty effective from that position. We'll see if he gets any chances to shine. S2G and E Arena near each other as well on the drive up.
Fourth right knock, Malak knock.
Connection over onto Falak.
Yeah, Falak going down there. Bad news there for fourth rise. He's really the front man of the team. Brings a lot of confidence to the rest of the squad when he's still in play. Should be able to get the res on this one. That it was from Eder, I believe, and they are in front of them. So this is more a case of a step back type of deal, rather than the full-on commit. But both teams, you got S2G and Ulf making a pretty big send here. I think Ulf understands that they want to go a little bit further in this match. As before, 81 points, but they are taking big tags right now. Going very low. Just about to stay alive in this one. That was from S2G. There's some serious rivalry between those two teams as well. I love it. I do love it.
Feels like even over the course of this one event, we've had so many narratives of like little rivalries that have been popping up. And it's given us a lot of excitement. It's made some of the fights pretty intense, not only in the actual battleground, but for the reverberations it has between the two orgs that are going head to head. Left a lot of room for some cool stories to appear. Aurora on the move here, bumping around it, but they won't care.
Always switch vehicles if you need to. I thought it was quite interesting for Aurora because starting Chumacera, I think it's quite a straight shot up towards that north side, but they were a little bit slower to circle, so maybe playing a little bit more comfortable on the edge here, or they just wanted to get as looted as possible, understanding that there is quite a lot of dead space in this zone. And they wanted to know that when it comes down to it, they have the utility, they've got the resources and the supplies to make it through to the end, and they weren't going to be mega late by any means because they were starting in Chumacera. Enigma Galaxy do finally find that angle. Saw them early, all lining up to take those shots. Tallulah.
So let's see, bhai.
Get one dropped. No push just yet though.
This is a difficult कौन सी टीमें क्या करती हैं कैसे खेलती हैं देखना पड़ेगा. Aurora Gaming जो है वो
almost
Enigma Galaxy kill उठा रही है काफी
Nuevo moving up. It actually has a good spot.
रोला गेमिंग फुल मतलब घूम के जा रही है मतलब जोन में और पहला किल निकाला राउट ने और अभी तक पहला मतलब अभी प्लेयर अभी पहला मरा वाह भाई
Oh no, they're reading it. They're going doubles. I don't know how I feel about that.
Enigma Galaxy जो लोड जो काफी डैमेज है
Trying to make a quick
भाई क्या कर
with Lord taking a couple shots towards the back of the vehicle there. Stray bullets still on the move, so won't be dropped out of the car by Hora. And they're just going to keep forging a path forward.
Oh, Esports की तरफ से आइडा ने
that's orangutan.
और तंकी फिनिश फिनिश हो गया 10
being able to spot them out.
चलो देखते हैं भाई क्या होता है.
What punish them, keeping them outside of the zone on their rotation up and over with Ulf close by as well.
Fury right now, they're playing a 2-2 split. Yeah, I mean they've got compound that sits over towards the western side and then one that sits a little bit further east. They do have a lot of confirmation. I wonder if they're doing this just because they knew the play path went from west to east, so a lot of players dropped out on that eastern side because there's more playable.
अच्छा जी बहुत सारे वो 4-5 की बैक एंड पे आ गया फुल घुमा के आ गया भाई 4-5 की बैक
to go for a 2-2 split right now. I would expect them to regroup on the next one, but this does give them opportunities and options going forward. And no one's challenged them. I thought S2G might try and plummet down there, but they've stopped short over towards some of the rockier areas of the map.
nice heavy bro, heavy reverse को मार दिया भाई अरोरा की तरफ से भाई heavy भाई अरोरा गेमिंग को खत्म करो भाई खत्म कर दो नहीं थोड़ा सा आगे नेट फेंक थोड़ा सा आगे फेंक heavy bro heavy स्कार फेस की तरफ से नॉक किया जाता है बहुत अच्छा भाई अब आपको कोशिश करना चाहिए आगे अब तो आइडिया हो गया ना कि ओजी को भाई इधर एक प्लेयर और हो चुका है तो अब पूछना चाहिए ओजी heavy bro heavy हो एज के ओपी नो ओपी nice wow heavy bro heavy nice man chop ठोक दिया वहां गया रोला गेमिंग को वहां अब कुछ भैंस
I love that from Orangutan, honestly. There's been so many times where they have had struggles on these roll-ups where they'll just roll through and try and get the drive-bys. There they just stop short. AKOP gets out and just hits the shots immediately, then they can move on because they need to get further.
सीधा मुंह में जा रहा है फोर्थ ड्राइव के.
There too. Orangutan, shots from behind there from Ulf, but they're moving directly into occupied territory with 4 thrives. Hazaifa's down the backlines there though. No one's really safe. I think Ulf is right now just trying to profit off a lot of the teams coming in from that eastern edge. Tiamba sending it directly over towards S2G. This is a hell of a push. Nice shot from Razy though.
Nice.
But T24 will shut him down.
Nice. भाई मुझे लगा खत्म भाई टूट गया लेकिन बच गया. चलो 4-5 के कितने प्लेयर मर गए एक प्लेयर नाइस Nice.
They're going to crumble under. Nice. Keep on fighting. Amidst this as well, S2G were clashing against Tiamba, and the nade has knocked another man.
चलो भाई कुछ तो हुआ ना. But OG की भाई बहुत अच्छा किया भाई. OG ने अपने लिए क्या पूरी की पूरी लॉबी के लिए अच्छा किया क्योंकि अब अगर ईरीना और S2G जैसी टीमें जल्दी मार जाती है ना तो फिर क्योंकि पीछे जितने भी पॉइंट अगर 20 पॉइंट भी नौशम एयरफोर्स निकाल दिया फिर भी 104 पॉइंट पे जाती है तो 100 मतलब 14 पे वैसे भी बनना है वो सर्कल तो ये 114 पे दोबारा बन जाएगा.
Tiamba, it is aching, making him move outwards. Understanding today the peloton won't be moving much further for Tiamba. Try and get some placement points to finish things off. Nongshim Red Force playing down towards that south side. In the meantime, E-Arena took the eastern compound after a shot.
अच्छा जी, एवं फोर्थ ड्राइव लीज गोड की तरफ से लॉक किया जाता है हालांकि और आरडीए की तरफ से फिनिश कर दिया जाता है. चलो भाई देखते हैं. भाई फोर्थ ड्राइव के आईक्यू भी पकड़े जाते हैं भाई. फोर्थ ड्राइव डेड हो गई है. फोर्थ ड्राइव डेड है यहाँ. फोर्थ ड्राइव के आखिरी प्लेयर है वो भी T24. अरे यार
Either start it off or finish it. So 4 thrives removed from the equation here. 7th place, 77 points at the end of the day for them. OG were close by to all this as well. They pulled back when they saw weakened 4-5s, didn't overcommit, but they're still amongst basically a bit of a rough sandwich with Ulf and Ida potentially.